Ideal 390. Dense. Accept, dismiss, reject, harbor, I hate his. Not still harboring ideas about asking me ought. Be obsessed with his, obsessed with the idea of getting a motor bike. Relish, I don't relish the idea of sharing an office with Tanny. Register trademark symbol idea plus verb amuse SB, appeal to SB, please SB. The idea of going to his rescue amused her. Catch on, take hold, some students started wearing denim, and the idea caught on. Register trademark symbol prep. Tilde about, she's got same funny ideas about her. Motivate staff, tilde behind, the idea behind the ceremony is to keep the gods happy, to ensure a good crop. Tilde of swimming in an icy river is not my idea of fun. Ideal noun. Adjective. High, lofty, noble, Sam was a real leader what had high moral ideals. Unattainable, this is not an unattain able ideal. Aesthetic, artistic, ethical, moral, political. Democratic, liberal, revolutionary, socialist. Adverb plus ideal, be committed to, be devoted to, be live in, cling to, espouse, have, support, they still clung to the old ideals. Pursue, strive for, achieve, attain, be true to, conform to, live up to. A journalist should always live up to the ideals of truth, decency, and justice. Fall short of this agreement, falls far short of the ideal. Abandon, betray, she was accused of betraying her political ideals. Embody, reflect the democratic ideals embodied in the charter. Ideal large. Register trademark symbol verbs be, look, seem, sound, make sth. The hotel's size makes it ideal for large conferences. Consider sth. At adv. Absolutely, almost less than language learn. Ing often takes place in a less than ideal environment. At prep. For the houses are absolutely ideal for families with young children. Identical large. Register trademark symbol verbs appear, be, look, seem, remain. Eadv. Absolutely, completely, exactly, not necessary. Different spreadsheet packages tend to be similar, though not necessarily identical, almost, more or less. Nearly, practically, virtually. The TWA houses were more less identical. Effectively, apparently, basically, essentially, chemically, formally, genetically. At prep. To this knife is identical to LHE1 used in the attack. With offspring that are genetically identical with the parents. Identification noun. One act of identifying SB/STH. Adjective. Accurate, correct, positive. Adverb plus identification make, she was unable to make a positive identification of the suspect. At identification and noun parade, a witness picked him out of an identity parade as the robber. To proof of identity. Adverb plus identification carry, have, always carry. Same identification. Copyright symbol, the you have any identification. Ask for, check, the police checked their identification. Register trademark symbol identification plus noun card, papers code, num. The vehicle's identification number is stamped on the engine. At phrase is a means of identification, my only means of identification was my checkbook. Identify verb. At adv. Accurately, correctly, the new test will enable us to identify more accurately patients what are most at risk. Oh, did you identify all the pictures correctly? Falsely, insa. Rectly, wrongly, positively, clearly, unambiguously. Unequivocally, we have not yet clearly identified the source of the pollution. Formally, someone has to formally identify the baddie. Easily, readily, I could identify him easily if ease or him again. Tentatively, all three structures dated to the 3rd century and were tentatively identified as shrines. Register trademark symbol verb plus identify be able / unable to, can tests that can identify people at risk of cancer be easy to, be POS. Sibyl to be difficult to be necessary to attempt to seek to, try to be used to, enable SB to, help to do. Decline to the newspaper declined to identify the source of the allegations. Phrase is a means / way of identifying SB / STH1. Means of identifying the disease in its early stages. Phrasal verbs. Identify with SB. Register trademark symbol ADV. Closely, strongly, she identified strongly with the main character in the play. At verb plus identify with SB can / could I can't identify with men like him. Identify SB with STH. EADV. Closely, the policy is closely identified with the Prime Minister himself clearly. Identity noun. Register trademark symbol adjective. True assumed, false he was discovered living under an assumed identity in South America. Mistaken. This is obviously a case of mistaken identity. New. Common, corporate, cultural, national, personal, political, racial, sexual. Register trademark symbol verb plus identity create, develop, establish, forge. They are still struggling to establish their identity as a political party. Copyright symbol. The company forged its own identity by producing specialist vehicles. Give SB / STH. He felt that having a job gave him an identity. Maintain, preserve. Many minority groups are struggling to maintain their cultural identity. Lose change. He changed his identity and moved abroad on his release from prison. Assume. She was given a false passport and assumed a new identity. Disclose, reveal. He refused to reveal the identity of his client. Discover, find out. Guess. It was easy to guess the identity of the thief. Conceal, hide, keep secret, protect. Her voice was disguised to conceal her identity. Identity plus noun. Bracelet, tag card, documents. Papers. Code parade. The victim picked out her attacker in an identity parade. Crisis. The country suffered from an identity crisis for years after the Civil War. Register trademark symbol at prep. Tilde. As Scotland has never lost its identity as a separate nation. At phrases. Proof of identity. The police officer asked him for proof of identity. A search for identity. His search for his cultural identity took him to where his parents were born. A sense of identity. Ideology. Noun. Adjective. Dominant. Official. Coherent. The parties Paul ISIS were based on prejudice rather than on any coherent ideology. Strong. Cultural, economic, educational. Political, religious. Bourgeois, capitalist, communist. Marxist, revolutionary, socialist, etc. Register trademark symbol verb plus ideology. Have the party had a Marxist ideology? Adopt, they distanced themselves from the upper class and adapted a communist ideology. Reject. Idiot noun. Adjective. Blithering, complete, gibbering, prize, right. Silly, stupid. What stupid idiot left their chaise on the stairs? Register trademark symbol verb plus idiot. Be, feel, like, look like. J felt a right idiot, standing there in front of all those people. Register trademark symbol phrases. Make an idiot of yourself. He's made a complete idiot of himself over this woman. 391 Illness. Idle adjective. 1 Lazy. Verbs. Be, become. Adv. Very bone, informal, totally. She never lifts a finger to help. She's bone idle. Rather. 2 Not in use. Verbs. Be, lie, sit, stand. Half their machines are lying idle. Copyright symbol. The pumps are standing idle. Remain. Leave. Sth. Make. Sth. The land was left idle for years. Idle noun. Asterisk. Register trademark symbol adjective. Film, football, pop, rock, sports, etc. Teen. Teenage. By this time Piet had become a teenage idol. Verb plus idol. Make, sb. Teenagers made Dean their idol. Copyright symbol. The film made an idol of her. Ignite verb. Register trademark symbol adv. Spontaneously. The burning foam generates such heat that other items in the room can ignite spontaneously. Verb plus ignite. Fail to the gunpowder. Synthesis fails to ignite. Ignition noun. Verb plus ignition. Switch on, turn on. She got into the car and switched on the ignition. Switch off, turn off. Ignition plus noun. Key. He turned the ignition key. Prep. In the tilde. J must have left my key in the ignition. Ignorance noun. Asterisk. Register trademark symbol adjective. Complete, total, remarkable, widespread. Blissful. Verb plus ignorance. Betray. Show. J tried not to betray my ignorance. Copyright symbol. He showed a remarkable ignorance of the facts. Admit, confess, plead. J had to confess my ignorance. Copyright symbol. He pleaded ignorance of any wrongdoing. Livine. Remain in. The sisters lived in total ignorance of each other. Keep. Sb. In. He was kept in ignorance of his true identity. Be based on. These attitudes are based on ignorance and fear. Register trademark symbol prep. Due to tilde. Mistakes due to ignorance in tilde, of, she remained in blissful ignorance of these events. Through tilde. Many lives are lost through ignorance. Tilde. About. There is still widespread ignorance about this disease. Ignorant age. Verbs. Appear, be, feel, seem. Remain. The general public remained totally ignorant of the danger. Keep. Sb. We were kept ignorant of the facts. Adv. Completely, entirely, pig, informal, quite, total. Lie, utterly, very, wholly. Don't ask Paul. He's pig ignorant. Largely. Rather blissfully. We went to bed that night. Blissfully ignorant of the storm to come. Grossly, lamb. Entably, woefully. Copyright symbol prep. About. He was completely ignorant about the country's political system. Of. We are still woefully ignorant of the causes of this disease. Ignore verb. Adv. Altogether, completely, entirely, quite, totally. Almost, practically, virtually, largely, generally, just. Simply, the government has simply ignored the problem altogether. Consistently, apparently, duly, her mother's opinions on how babies should be cared for were freely given and duly ignored. Easily, the diesel fumes from Oxford's buses are not easily ignored. Convenient. Lie, ironic, the managers have conveniently ignored these statistics. Blatantly, safety guidelines had been blatantly ignored. Assiduously, carefully, deliberately, determinedly, pointedly, resolutely, steadfastly, studiously. She sat at her desk and studiously ignored me. Blithely. Cheerfully, he blithely ignored her protests and went on talking as if all were agreed between them. Colty. Verb plus ignore cannot afford to, a warning. The Prime Minister cannot afford to ignore. Be difficult to, be hard to, be impossible to tend to. Scientists have tended to ignore these creatures. Try to choose to. The judge chose to ignore the views of the doctors. Phrases be widely ignored. Safety standards are widely ignored in the industry. Ignore STH at your peril. The pernicious effect of this advertising on children is a problem that we ignore at our peril. Ignore the fact that. Did you think I'd ignore the fact that you were suffering from shock? STH can be safely ignored. Ironic. These people occupy such a marginal position in society that the authorities think they can be safely ignored. Adjective. Register trademark symbol. Verbs be, feel, look, become, be taken, fall, get. Make SB. I can't eat bananas. They make 'em till. EADV. Critically, dangerously, desperately, extremely. Gravely, really, seriously, severely, terribly, very. His mother is seriously ill in hospital. At most, Robin was most ill with excitement and outrage. Pretty, quite, slightly, genuinely, violently. She was taken violently ill and had to be put to bed. Acutely, chronically. Chronically ill patients fatally, incurably, mortally, terminally. A hospice for the terminally ill. Mentally, phys. Ically, the problems faced by mentally ill people. Illegal. Large. Verbs be, become, remain, declare. STH, deem. STH, judge, make. STH, pronounce. STH, rule. STH, their AC. Was judged illegal by the International Court. Copyright symbol. The sale of these knives should be made illegal. EADV. Highly, absolutely, quite, strictly, totally. Legately, technically, prize fighting remained popular, though technically illegal, until the 1880s. Illegitimate. Verbs be, consider. STH, regard. STH as. EADV. Absolutely, completely, entirely, quite, wholly. JZ. Is quite illegitimate to argue that the government had no choice. Illiteracy. Noun. Adjective. Widespread illiteracy was widespread at that time. Register trademark symbol. Quant. Level, rate. Illiteracy plus noun. Rate. J / literacy rates have fallen in recent years. Illiterate. Adjective. Register trademark symbol. Verbs be. Register trademark symbol. ADV. Completely, totally, almost, largely, virtually. Functionally, people judged to be functionally illiterate. Lack the basic reading and writing skills required in everyday life. Economically, politically. Is it surprising that young people who are politically illiterate do not bother to vote. Illness noun. Adjective. Fatal, incurable, terminal, debilitating, life threatening, major, serious, severe, minor, lingering. Long, long-standing, long-term, prolonged, brief. Short, final, last, acute, chronic, infectious pain. Full, depressive, mental, psychiatric, psychotic, psy. Chosomatic, physical, respiratory, childhood. Equant. Bout, episodum, acute episode of mental illness. Registered trademark symbol verb plus illness have, suffer, from, badly fed, chill. Dren suffer a lot of minor illnesses. O people who suffer. 392. Illnesses. You can have any illness or disease. I'm warning you, LVE got a bad cold. Have the kids had chicken pox yet? Get can be used with diseases or illnesses that you often have. He gets really bad hay fever every summer. Suffer from is used in more former contexts and with more serious diseases. This medicine is often recommended for patients who suffer from arthritis. You can also, CEO. Catch, develop, come forward / go, contract, suffer. Down with chickenpox, AIDS, appendicitis, AIDS, a breakdown. A cold, an allergy, to STH, bronchitis, cancer, a heart attack. A cough, arthritis, chickenpox, conjunctivitis, a stroke. Flu, cancer, diarrhea, hepatitis. German measles, cataracts, flu, HIV. Glandular fever, epilepsy, food poisoning, meningitis. Measles, heart / liver trouble, measles, pneumonia. Mumps, high blood pressure, mumps. A stomach bug, an infection. Whooping cough, pneumonia. Gretna, an attack of flu, nerves, shingles, an asthma attack. Zero, bout of bronchitis, coughing, flu, pneumonia, sickness. A coughing, an epileptic fit. Is it serious? No, yes. A bit of a cold, a cough, an infection, a bad / heavy / nasty cold. Mild depression, a bad / nasty / severe attack of STH, bout of STH. A mild attack of STH, bout of STH, a bad / hacking / racking cough. A mild heart attack, infection, a bad / splitting headache. A slight cold, headache, a massive / serious heart attack, stroke. What's the treatment? Take, be given / have / undergo, have / be given, have / be given / be on / take, undergo. Medicine, antibiotics, an operation, acupuncture, hypnosis. Pills, drugs, surgery, and anesthetic therapy. Tablets, medication, a transplant, a blood transfusion treatment. Painkillers, an injection. A scan. An X-ray. 393 Image. From mental illness, contract, develop, get he contract. Ed, a serious illness and died a month later. Diagnose. Treat, the drug is used to treat a wide range of illnesses. Cause, illnesses caused by poverty. Prevent, a drug that may be helpful in preventing illnesses such as cancer. Recover from, fight off, the immune system enables the body to fight off illness. Feign, she feigned illness so that she wouldn't he have to go to school. Nurse, SB through, she nursed her father through his final illness. At illness plus verb effect, SB the mystery illness effect. Ed, hundreds of people in the city. Copyright symbol prep. After tilde, he's just returned to work after illness. B. Cause of / due to / through tilde earnings lost due to illness. With tilde people with serious psychological illnesses. Tilde among a high rate of illness among the workers tilde associated with the illnesses associated with HIV infection tilde in. Episodes of illness in children. Copyright symbol phrases the onset of illness, the sudden onset of illness in a parent, a smoking / olds, etc. related illness, the most common stress-related illnesses. Illogical adjective. Verbs be, seem, sound. Eadv, completely, entirely, quite, totally, rather. Slightly, apparently, strictly, although strictly illogic. Al. Martin's interpretation of this paradox seems the best. Ill-treatment noun. Verb plus ill-treatment suffer. Phrases ill-treatment LSB's hands, they suffered ill treatment at the hands of the gods. Illuminate verb. 1. Give light to sth. Eadv. Brightly, clearly, dimly, faintly, softly. The room was dimly illuminated by the soft glow of his bedside lamp. Briefly, suddenly. 2. Make sth clear. At adv. Greatly, vividly, an incident which vividly illuminated the problems we faced. Verb plus illuminate help, to, the study of the present also helps to illuminate the past. Illuminating adjective. Verbs be, prove, find sth. Eadv. Extremely, highly, most, very. J found his task most illuminating. Not particularly, quite. Illumination noun. Adjective. Bright, good, strong. At quant. Level, providing an excellent level of illumination. At verb plus illumination provide, the skylight will provide good illumination from above. Illumination plus verb come from sth. Most of the illumination came from candles. At phrase is a source of illumination, the only source of illumination was a single small window. Illusion noun. Adjective. Dangerous, to believe you have nothing more to learn is a dangerous illusion. Optical, visual, the road ahead looks wet, but in fact this is an optical illusion. Verb plus illusion be under, enter town, have, they are under no illusions about the difficulties ahead of them. Create, give, sb, the huge size of the vehicle gives the illusion of safety. Foster, maintain, preserve, sustain, they are trying to maintain the illusion that the company is in good shape. Break, destroy, dispel, shatter. Within the first week at university all my illusions were shattered. Shed, now is the time to shed our illusions. At prep. Tilde about / as to she had no illusions about her attractiveness to men. Register trademark symbol phrases be all an illusion, it turned out, thought their happy marriage was all an illusion. Illustrate verb. 1. Put pictures in sth. Eadv. Heavily, lavishly, richly, fully, attractively, beautifully, delightfully, handsomely, superbly. Prep. WLTH. The new edition is heavily illustrated with photographs of aircraft. To make sth clear using examples / pictures. Eadv. Amply, admirably, aptly, neatly, nicely, well. The dire consequences of chronic underfunding are nowhere better illustrated than in the nation's schools. Perfectly, merely, slmply. His question merely illustrates his ignorance of the subject. Clearly, dramatically, graphic. ally, strikingly, vividly, brutally, starkly, tragically. The case tragically illustrates the dangers of fireworks. Verb and illustrate serve to. Two examples serve to illustrate this point. Be chosen to, be designed to, be intended to. E-prep. To way of illustrating to the chairman the folly of his decision. Illustration noun. One picture in a book, etc. E-adjective. Black and white, color / colored, full color. Beautiful, lively. The clear, lively illustrations are in full color. Clear book, cover. E at illustration plus verb show sh accompany sh. The illustrations accompanying the text. E-prep. In and / the tilde the kite is assembled as shown in the illustration. With and / the tilde by the Black Cat by Alan Alberg, with illustrations by Arthur Robbins. 2 example. E-adjective. Good, excellent, perfect, clear, dramatic. Graphic, striking, vivid. These events are a graphic illustration of the fact that their promises cannot be trusted. Simple. Let us take a very simple illustration. Classic. E-verb plus illustration serve as Chicago serve as an illustration of the problems faced by such cities. Give. SB, provide, explain the policy of detent and provide some illustrations of how it worked in practice. Take, use. STH as / for. I will use one recent example as an illustration. E-prep. As an tilde as an illustration of this point. PM going to tell you a true story. By way of tilde he quoted several fam. Aus writers by way of illustration. Image noun. One impression of SB / STH given to the public. E-adjective. Positive, negative, upmarket, downmarket. Tarnished. The party needs to clean up its somewhat tarnished image. Clean cut, girl next door, wholesome. She was aiming for a wholesome, guy next door image. Macho, hackneyed. The hackneyed image of the poor student. Media, public, screen. In real life she looks nothing like her screen image. Brand, corporate, champagne houses owe their success to brand image. E-verb plus image create. The company needs to create a new image for itself. Present, project, promote a book which presents positive images of older people. Aim for, go for, change, clean up, enhance, improve, polish. Revive. An effort to improve the organization's public image. Keep up, live up to. The group has failed to live up to its macho image. Discard, shed. The industry is trying to shed its negative image. Tarnish. To mental picture of SB / STH. E-adjective. Powerful, vivid, sudden. She had a sudden imagery. 394. Mental image of herself in a wedding dress. Positive. Negative, distorted. The distorted images in his dreams. Popular, stereotyped / stereotypical. Mental leader. RE, poetic dream. E at verb plus image. Have, conjure up, summon up. Diet. Ing always seems to conjure up images of endless cottage cheese salads. Copyright symbol. The ability to summon up images in the mind. Build up. I like to build up images of the characters and setting before I start to write. Use, reinforce, treat. In disabled people like children only reinforces negative images of disability. At prep. Tilde from images from his past. 3 copy. E-adjective. Living, spitting. He's the spitting image of his father. Mirror Charity was a mirror image of her twin. Figurative, the return journey was almost a mirror image of the outward one, equals the same things happened in the reverse order. For picture. Adjective. Disturbing, poignant, powerful, striking power. Full and disturbing images of the war visual. The visual image is steadily replacing the written word. Flickering. Moving flickering images on a screen. Still, the use of still and moving video images, color black and white. Monochrome photographic, video screen. Each illustration is displayed as a complete screen image. Digit. Al-graven, literary, it was forbidden to worship graven. Equals carved, images. Relgless pornographic. Verb plus image produce, the images produced on laser printers. Capture, scan. She longed to capture the image on film. Edit display, show the pixel information used to display a digital image. Store, you can store these images in a separate computer file. Juxtapose the display. Juxtaposed images from serious and popular array. Image plus verb shows heat images that show where most of the activity in the brain is. Image plus noun capture, processing database. Special page at computer. Imagery noun. Register trademark symbol adjective. Powerful, resonant, telling, vivid, the vivid visual imagery of dreams. Slick, the slick imagery of rock star. Dom, popular drawing on popular imagery from news papers and magazines. Visual mental illustration may come between the text and the reader's own mental imagery. Religious, sexual. Verb plus imagery. Drawn, use. Imaginable adjective. Register trademark symbol. Verbs be. Eadv. Barely, hardly, scarcely. To such poor people, the idea of having a choice of food is barely imaginable. Register trademark symbol. Phrase is the best /worst imaginable. They live in the worst conditions imaginable. Every imaginable sth. They had every imaginable color. Oh, they had every coal. Our imaginable. The most imaginable. It was the most boring film imaginable. Imaginary og. Register trademark symbol. Verbs be. Register trademark symbol. Adv. Completely, purely, wholly. The characters in this book are purely imaginary. Imagination noun. Adjective. Great, active, creative, fertile, vivid, fevered. Overactive, overheated. It's just a product of your fevered imagination. Collective, popular, publica at popular. Hero who inspired the collective imagination. Visual, I was no good at art, I have a very poor visual imagination. Historical, literary. It requires a strong effort of historical imagination to understand the Roman attitude to death. Human, the powers of the human imagination. Verb plus imagination. Have, show, lack. Today's pop music lacks imagination. Require, take. It does not take great imagination to guess what happened next. Use, I haven't got a picture of this, so you'll just have to use your imagination. Capture, captivate, catch, excite. Fire, inspire, seize, stimulate, stir. Victorian writers fired the popular imagination with their tales of adventure. Grip, hold. Dinosaurs caught and have held the imagination of us all because they seem like dragons. Stretch. Tax, defy. The scale of the disaster defied imagination, equals was greater than you could imagine. Leave sth to as. For their reaction, PLL leave that to your imagination. Imagination plus verb conjure sth up his imagine. Ation conjured up a vision of the normal family life he had. Never had. Run away with you, run riot / wild. Prep. Beyond, your, tilde misery that is beyond most people's imagination in the / your tilde nobody hates you, it's all in your imagination. With / without tilde he was totally without imagination. Copyright symbol phrase is a lack of imagination, a figment / productive. SB's imagination the figure vanished as silently as if it had simply been a figment of her imagination. Not by any / by no stretch of the imagination, not by any stretch of the imagination could she be called beautiful, equals she was definitely not beautiful in any way. Only your imagination. Is it only my imagination, or have you lost way? With a little imagination you can create a delicious meal from yesterday's leftovers. Imaginative adjective. Copyright symbol verbs be seem. EADV. Brilliantly, extremely, highly, most, very, one. Durfully a wonderfully imaginative story quite. Imagine verb. 1. Form a picture of STH in your mind. EADV. Clearly, easily, readily I could clearly imagine the scene in the office. Hardly, scarcely I could hardly imagine living in such a remote and desolate spot. Just she could just imagine her mother's look of horror. Actually I can't actually imagine her failing for that trick. Always. I always imagined him following in his father's footsteps. Fondly, naively Jay had fondly imagined that riding a mule would be easy. Register trademark symbol verb plus imagine can / could, well, Jay can well imagine the atmosphere at home at this moment. Can / could not. Possibly, there's more at stake here than you can pos. Simply imagine. Try to be difficult to, be hard to, be possible to. It is difficult to imagine Blackpool without its famous tower. Be easy to. Register trademark symbol phrases let us imagine what really might have happened. To see / hear / think sth that is not true / does not exist. At ADV. Really, seriously you don't seriously imagine PLL. Agree tar that. Almost Jay could almost imagine you were jealous. Actually fondly, naively. Verb plus imagine be easy to. At phrases be imagining things had I really heard a noise, or was I just imagining things? Real or imagined he was always keen to avenge insults, real or imagined. Imbalance noun. Adjective. Growing regional gender. Chemical, hormonal. Verb plus imbalance cause, create correct, dress increased recruitment of women engineers will help correct the gender imbalance in the profession. Imbalance plus verb arise, occur. Prep tilde between an imbalance between imports and power, trade. 395 Immunity. Exports tilde in an imbalance in certain chemical leads to disturbances in the brain's function. Imitation noun. One copy of a thing. Register trademark symbol adjective. Accurate, good, passable cheap, crude, pale. Poor accept no cheap imitations of our product. Copyright symbol their version of jazz funk is a pale imitation of the real thing. 2 act of copying sth. E adjective. Faithful, slavish direct children are seen as learning to write by direct imitation of adult models. E prep. In tilde of the poems, some in imitation of Ossian, are graceful if unremarkable. 3 copy of SB's speech / behavior. E adjective. Fair good, passable poor. Adverb plus imitation do, give, perform. He does a very good imitation of George W. Bush. Immaculate act. Adverbs be look keep sth. Eadv. Absolutely, totally. Immaterial adjective. Verbs be, prove seem become. Eadv. Completely, entirely, quite, wholly. The condition of the car is quite immaterial as long as it works. Almost. Virtually, relatively. At prep. To these facts are immaterial to the problem. Immature adjective. Verbs be, seem. Eadv. Very, rather, relatively, emotionally, physical. Lie, politically, sexually. Immediacy noun. Adverb plus immediacy lack. Phrase is a lack of immediacy, a loss of immediacy. Television allows viewers to experience an event without any loss of immediacy. Immediate adjective. Adverbs be, seem. The effect seems immediate. Eadv. Almost. The painkillers brought almost immediate relief. Immerse verb. 1 put sth in liquid. Eadv. Completely, fully, totally, partially. At prep. In the seeds need to be completely immersed in water. 2 concentrate completely on sth. Eadv. Deeply. Claire and Phil were deeply immersed in conversation. Completely, totally in. For 6 months I totally immersed myself in my work. Immigrant noun. Adjective. Illegal foreign Irish, Italian, Jewish, etc. Sent would be first generation, second generation. First generation immigrants may dream of returning home. Their children say Britain is their home. At quant. Flood, influx, wave. Verb plus immigrant accept, welcome, deport, turn ships laden with would-be immigrants who were forcibly returned. Immigrant plus verb arrive, enter sth. Immigrants seeking to enter the country come from sth. Settle. Sth. European immigrants settled much of Australia. Copyright symbol. Immigrant plus noun. Community, family, group. Population. Worker, labor. Prep. Tilde from, tilde to. She was the daughter of Chinese migrants to America. Immigration noun. 1 coming to live in a country. Adjective. Illegal, large scale, mass. Adverb plus immigration. Control, restrict. Jaws, restrict. Immigration into the U.S. Immigration plus noun. Control, law, policy, rules. Authority, officer, official, service. At prep. Tilde from. There was a sudden increase in immigration from Eastern Europe. 2. Also immigration control, at a port / airport. Register. Trademark symbol. Verb plus immigration. Go forward / pass through. We landed at Heathrow and went through customs and immigration. Immigration plus noun. Checks, formalities, prust. Yours calls for tighter immigration procedures. Immobile, large. Adverbs lie, remain, sit, stand. She seemed scarcely to breathe as she lay immobile. Become. Hold. SB, leave. SB. For a moment shock held her immobile. Copyright symbol. The accident left him totally immobile. EADV. Completely, perfectly, totally, utterly, almost, virtually, relatively. Immoral adjective. Verbs be, seem, sound, condemn. Sth as, consider. Sth, regard. Sth as, think. Sth, he condemned the govern. Ment's action as immoral. EADV. Downright, quite, totally, utterly, rather, slight. Lie, vaguely, that sounds vaguely immoral. Immortal adjective. Verbs be, seem, become. Adv. Almost, virtually, effectively. The wild cocoa tree is effectively immortal. Potentially. Immortality. Noun. Adjective. Personal. Some religions include a doctrine of personal immortality. Verb plus immortality. Achieve, confer, give. Sbjt. Was in the power of the gods to confer immortality upon mortals. Phrase is the immortality of the soul they believe in. The immortality of the soul. Immune adjective. One protected against a disease. Verbs be, seem, become, remain, stay, make. Sb. The vaccination doesn't necessarily make you completely immune. EADV. Completely, totally. PrEP. Too many people are immune to this disease. Too not affected by Sth. Verbs appear, be, prove, seem, become, remain. EADV. Completely, entirely, quite, totally, wholly. By no means, far from. Children are far from immune to the virus of cruelty that is latent in all human beings. Al. Most, largely, virtually, relatively. At PrEP. To. She's quite immune to criticism. Immunity. Sound. One protection against disease. Adjective. Strong, acquired, natural. Copyright symbol. Verb plus immunity. Have the island's inhabitants had no immunity to the diseases carried by the explorers and quickly succumbed. Lack. Acquire, build up, develop. Once you have had a cold, you build up immunity to that particular virus. Stimulate. The use of vaccines to immunize. 396. Late immunity boost. Lower. High levels of stress may lower your immunity to common illnesses. Immunity plus verb. Develop. A strong immunity to reinfection develops after 1 year. At PrEP. Tilde against / to the newcomers lacked immunity against local strains of the disease. To. Protection from danger / punishment. Register. Trademark symbol. Adjective. Complete, total, effective, diplomatic, legal. Parliamentary. Several ministers were stripped of parliamentary immunity as a prelude to facing corruption charges. Public interest. The newspaper claimed public interest immunity when threatened with prosecution for publishing the story. Claimed that the public had a right to know about the story. At verb plus immunity. Enjoy, claim, seek, confer, give. Sb. Grant. Sb. Guarantee. Sb. Provide. Abolish, lift. Strip. Sb. Of the Supreme Court lifted the company's immunity from criminal prosecution. Lose. At PrEP. Tilde. From unions were granted immunity from pros. Cut iron for non-violent acts. Immunize. Verb. Adv. Routinely. At PrEP. Against. Children have been routinely immunized against polio since 1958, with they immunized some mice with a dose of the TIV vaccine. Impact. Noun. one effect / impression. Adjective. Big, considerable, dramatic, enormous, great. High, huge, important, main, major, massive, powerful. Profound, real, significant, strong, substantial, tremendous. A high-impact message aimed at changing high-risk behavior among drug users. Limited, marginal, MLN. IML / minimum, negligible. Full. The industrial north of the country felt the full impact of the recession. Max. We'll show you how to dress for maximum impact at the all-important audition. Overall, total growing, increasing added disproportionate uneven. The UN. Even impact of the debt crisis on developing countries. Aggregate, combined, cumulative. Considering the cumulative impact of a series of damaging events. Decisive. Direct. The railways made a direct physical impact on the landscape. Immediate, instant, short-term. Lasting, long-term. Far-reaching, wider. Ascent is important to appreciate the wider impact and implications of this proposal. Future, likely, possible, potent. Benefit. Seal, favorable, positive. Adverse, catastrophic, aging, devastating, disastrous, heavy, negative. IOUs, severe, human. The severest human impact on the dolphins has been the loss of habitat. Personal. The personal impact of party leaders has been very important. Physical, visual. Seeking to reduce the visual impact of wind farms on the landscape. Cultural, ecological, economic, emotional, environmental, financial, health, political, psychological, social. The environmental impact of power generation is being assessed. Adverb + impact. Achieve, create, exert, have, make. Variations in the interest rate will have an impact on the whole housing market. You certainly made a big impact on Carter. Feel. The initial impact of the reforms will be felt most keenly in primary schools. Analyze, assess, consider, evaluate, examine, explore, judge, measure, monitor, study. It is difficult to judge the likely impact of the changes on employment patterns. Enhance, increase, maximize. Alleviate, cushion, lessen, minimize, reduce, soften. We are trying to minimize the impact of price rise on our customers. Diminish, lessen, reduce, weaken. Listening to the speech through an interpreter lessened its impact somewhat. Lose. When peace returned, the hardline message lost much of its impact. Resist, withstand. This section explores how mothers resist the impact of poverty and the health of their children. Be concerned about. Appreciate. Highlight. Address. Predict. Reflect. Architecturally, these churches reflected the impact of the Renaissance. Prep. Under the tilde of manufacturing fell sharply under the impact of the recession. Tilde on / upon to highlight the impact of technology on working practices. To act / force of one object hitting another. Adjective. Full. Initial. Adverb + impact. Take. The front coach of the train took the full impact of the crash. Feel. Absorb. A well designed sports shoe should absorb the impact on the 28 bones in each foot. Lesson. Soften. Airbags are designed to soften the impact for crash victims. Survive, with stand. The crew of 6 may have survived the initial impact. packed, but the whole plane went up in flames seconds later. At impact plus verb occurred. Impact occurred seconds after. The pilot signaled for help. Knock SB/STH. The impact knocked him off balance. Register trademark symbol. Impact plus noun. Speed. Craters from meteorites have left impact craters all over the planet's surface. At prep. On tilde. Front of the car had crumpled on impact. Register trademark symbol. Phrase is the moment /point /TLME of impact. Impair verb. Register trademark symbol. ADV. Dramatically, gravely, greatly, seriously, severe. Lie, significantly, substantially. Directly. Factors which directly impair memory. At phrase is badly impaired. Her sight is badly impaired. Hearing / mentally / visually impaired. The problems faced by people who are hearing impaired. Impartial adjective. At verbs be remain. The judge must remain impartial. EADV. Completely, quite, strictly, totally. Fairly, rea. Sonably, relatively. Impartiality noun. Adjective. Complete. Due. The BBC must ensure that due impartiality is preserved in its news programs. Verb plus impartiality. Guarantee, maintain, serve, compromise, prejudice. The newspaper sought to present a range of opinions without compromising its impartiality. Impassable adjective. At verbs be become remain make sth think sth. The river's broad mudflats were thought completely impassable. EADV. Completely, totally. The mud made the roads impassable. Almost, virtually. Impasse noun. Adjective. Diplomatic, legal, political. Register trademark symbol. Verb plus impasse. Reach. Negotiations. Seem to have reached an impasse, break, end, overcome, resolve. At phrases. At way out of an impasse. The proposal offered both sides a way out of the diplomatic impasse. Impassive adjective. Register trademark symbol. At verbs be, sit, stand, become, remain. EADV. Completely, quite, totally. Almost. Her express Sean was cold, almost impassive. Rather. Usually a smile transformed her usually impassive face. Impatience noun. Register trademark symbol. Adjective. Growing, mounting. Slight. Barely. Concealed. / controlled. At quant. Hint, note, touch. Register trademark symbol. Verb plus impatience. Feel. She felt a growing 397. Impinge. Tiance. Express, show. He was trying hard not to show his impatience. Contain, control, curb, restrain. Unable to contain her impatience. Conceal, hide. Register trademark symbol. Impatience plus verb. Grow. Prep. With tilde. He stamped his feet as he waited with like concealed impatience for the telephone. Tilde. At he pressed impatience at the slow rate of progress. Tilde. For his patience for her to return. Tilde. With impatience with the showness of change. Register trademark symbol. Phrase is a gesture of impatience. He shook his head in a gesture of impatience. A sigh of impatience. He bit back. A sigh of impatience. Signs of impatience. The children were beginning to show signs of impatience. Impatientage. Register trademark symbol. Verbs appear, be, feel, seem, sound, become, get. Grow. The children were growing impatient. Register trademark symbol. ADV. Extremely, really, very increasingly almost. A bit, a little, rather, slightly, somewhat, a touch he spoke. In a somewhat impatient tone. Suddenly. At prep. About she's getting impatient about the delays. At. Sean was a touch impatient at the time Valerie devoted to her mother. For impatient for change with sometimes he is. Very impatient with his wife. Impede verb. EADV. Greatly, seriously, significantly tear bad weather. Seriously impeded our progress. Impediment noun. Adjective. Great, major, serious absolute chief, main. Lawful, legal. There are no legal impediments to their appealing against the decision. Register trademark symbol verb plus impediment B, constitute, provide move. The agreement is designed to remove impediments to trade between the two countries. Prep. Tilde to their boycott of the talks constitutes a serious impediment to peace negotiations. Impenetrable adjective. 1. Impossible to enter / get through. Register trademark symbol verbs appear, be, look, seem, become, find, sth. They found the jungle virtually impenetrable. EADV. Almost, nearly, virtually. 2. Impossible to understand. Copyright symbol verbs be, seem, become, remain, find, sth. EADV. Almost, virtually, somewhat. I find his style somewhat impenetrable. Seemingly. Prep. To the language of this document would be impenetrable to anyone except a specialist. Imperative act. At verbs be, seem, become, remain, jt remains imperative that all sides should be involved in the talks. Make sth. The collapse of the wall made it imperative to keep the water out by some other means. Consider. Sth. We consider it absolutely imperative to start work immediately. EADV. Absolutely. Imperceptible adj. Verbs be. EADV. Almost, virtually. His head moved in an almost imperceptible nod. At prep. To the slight change in the taste was imperceptible to most people. Imperfect adj. Verbs be remain. Our understanding of cancer remains imperfect. EADV. Highly, very. The system is highly imperfect. Slightly. These goods are slightly imperfect. Imperfection noun. Adjective. Moral, physical. Verb plus imperfection cover up, reveal, show up. Prep. Tilde in careful inspection in daylight revealed imperfections in the paintwork. Imperialism noun. Adjective. American, British, Roman, Western, etc. Cap. Italist, cultural, economic. Impersonal large. 1. Not showing friendly human feelings. At verbs be, seem, become, find, sth. Find the atmos. Dear. They're rather impersonal. EADV. Very totally. A bit, rather coldly, coolly. His voice was coolly impersonal. Oddly. 2. Not referring to any particular person. At verbs be, keep sthj. Think we should keep things entirely impersonal. EADV. Absolutely, completely, entirely, totally. Impertinence noun. Adjective. Gross. I consider his remark a gross impertinence. Verb plus impertinence. Have she had the impertinence to suggest I needed a holiday. Phrase is the height of impertinence. Impertinent adjective. At verbs be, seem get don't you get impertinent with me. Find STH she found the question highly impertinent. Register trademark symbol ADV. Highly, very slightly, somewhat. Impervious adjective. E verbs appear, be, seem become remain. EADV. Completely, quite, totally, wholly he was completely impervious to criticism. Almost, largely, virtual. Lie apparently. E at prep. Tar she was impervious to his charms. Impetus noun. E register trademark symbol adjective. Considerable, great, powerful, strong main. Major immediate, initial, original fresh, new. Renewed each new rumor added fresh impetus to the smear campaign. Added, extra, further necessary. His disappointment in the World Championships provided the necessary impetus to give everything for this final race. Register trademark symbol verb plus impetus add, give SB/STH, provide, SB/STH. With, the slope added impetus to his speed. Gain, gather. Receive the movement is steadily gaining impetus. Lose. With the death of its founder, the campaign lost much of its impetus. Impetus plus verb come from STH. Much of the impetus for change came from customers' opinions. At prep tilde behind SB/STH. The main impetus behind the move west was to find gold and other minerals. Tilde for the impetus for arms control agreements. Tilde towards the impetus towards urban development. Impinge verb. EADV. Zealously actions which seriously impinge on other people's personal freedoms hardly directly. Indirectly. E-prep. On/upon measures which directly or indirectly impinge upon women's lives. Implausible 398. Implausible arch. Adverbs be, seem, sound consider STH, deem STH. These results might be considered implausible. *ADV. Highly quite, totally, wholly this idea is totally implausible. Increasingly he gave a series of increasingly implausible excuses. Not altogether, not entirely. Pretty, rather, somewhat inherently. At implication plus verb arise several interesting implications arise from these developments. Be involved. Given the resource implications involved, the plan will have to be scaled down. E-prep. Tilde about disturbing implications about the campaign's future. Tilde for the research has far-reaching implications for medicine as a whole. 2 STH suggested but not said openly. Implement noun. E adjective. Agricultural, farm, garden, kitchen, surgical. Sharp. Make sure that all sharp implements, such as scythes, have covers. Flint, metal, stone, wooden. Implement verb. Register trademark symbol ADV. Fully, properly. These policies have never been fully implemented. Partially, adequately. Actually, the proposed changes were never actually implemented. Widely. These reforms have now been widely implemented in schools. Effectively, successfully, quickly. Register trademark symbol verb plus implement. Agree to, decide to, intend to, promise to, attempt to, seek to, try to. Fail to. The government failed to implement the plan. Refuse to. Be forced to, be obliged to, be difficult to, be hard to. The decision will be difficult to implement. Implementation noun. Asterisk adjective. Effective, successful, complete, full, detailed. Detailed implementation of the plans was left to the region AL offices. Strict, smooth, we will consult widely to EN. Sure, smooth implementation. Practical, the practical implementation of the regulations proved difficult. Early, immediate, gradual policy. Adverb plus implementation. Achieve, ensure, secure. To achieve implementation of the program is a long, slow task. Monitor, oversee, supervise. The UN is to supervise the implementation of the peace treaty. Consider, discuss. Implementation plus noun, plan, process. The restructuring will take place in phases, to simplify the implementation process. Problem. Implicate, verb implicated in STH. 2 degrees ADV. Deeply, heavily, strongly. These groups are very strongly implicated in the violence. Directly. Implication noun. One possible effect / result. Adjective. Considerable, crucial, enormous, important. Major, massive, strong. Marlin, deeper, fundamental. Profound, broad, far-reaching, wider. Discussing the broader implications of the medical plan. Full. Now they realized the full implications of the new system. Direct. Clear, obvious, underlying, general. Further. POS. Sibyl, potential, future, long-term. Grave, solace. Disturbing, frightening, ominous, sinister. Adverse. Damaging, negative. Interesting, radical, revolution. Practical. These results have important practical implications. Commercial, constitutional, economic, educational, environmental, ethical, financial, ideological, legal, moral, philosophical, political, psychological. Social. The constitutional implications of a royal divorce. Cost, health, policy, resource, safety, security. Tax. Adverb plus implication. Carry, have the emphasis on. Testing leads to greater stress among students and carries implications of failure. Grasp, realize, understand. Assess, consider, examine, explore, ponder, study. You need to consider the legal implications before you publish anything. Digest, discuss, explain. Accept, a society that fully accepts the implications of disability. Reject, ignore. Adjective. Clear, obvious. The implication is clear. Young FE. Males do better if they mate with a new male. Possible. His remark seemed to have various possible implications. Unspoken. Sent, verb plus implication. Carry, have, understand. Digest. Brian paused for a moment while he digested the implications of this statement. Resent, I resent the implication that I don't care about my father. Copyright symbol prep. By Tilda, in refusing to believe our story, he is saying by implication that we are lying. Imply, verd. Asterisk adv. Clearly, heavily, strongly, simply, generally. Normally, usually, automatically, not necessarily. This does not necessarily imply that children achieve better results in private schools. In no way they believe that. Submission in no way implies inferiority. Adverb plus imply seem to the letter seers to imply that the minister knew about the business deals. Intend to. Mean to. I never meant to imply any criticism. Take sth. To this state, an int should not be taken to imply that the Gov. Earnment is exonerated of all blame. At phrases express or implied, the express or implied terms of the contract. Import noun. Register trademark symbol adjective. Main, major foreign, overseas cheapen. Newell, the value of annual imports rose rapidly. Net, the UK's net imports of food total essential luxury ill. Legal agricultural, car, coal, energy, food, grain, oil, steel, etc. Register trademark symbol verb plus import boost, increase pressure on the gov. Earnment to stimulate the faltering economy and boost him. Ports curb, cut, reduce, restrict, discourage, control, block, prevent, stop, ban, prohibit, the govern. Meant decided to prohibit the import of toxic waste. Finance. Most of their oil revenues are used to finance imports of consumer and capital goods. Replace the Indus. Aims both to increase exports and replace imports. Asterisk import plus verb grow, increase, rise, drop, fall, be valued at STH. Total STH imports were valued at £516 mil. Lion last month. Account for STH imports of foodstuffs. Accounted for a small proportion of total imports. To import plus noun ban, control, restrictions, duty. Tariff price rising, import prices, license quota, a strict import quota was set for meat products. Penetration, greater import penetration of the domestic market. Register trademark symbol PrEP. Tilde from America has cut its oil imports from the Middle East by 73%. Tilde into special duties were imposed on imports into the Republic. Sent phrase is a ban / restriction on imports, the demand for imports, a fall / rise in imports. Note at percent, for more verbs. Import verb. Register trademark symbol ADV. Directly, illegally, legally, specially. Copyright symbol PrEP. From the stores, croissants are imported directly from France. Into these dogs are illegally imported into the country. To goods that are imported to Britain. Importance sound. Adjective. Cardinal, central, considerable, critical, crucial. Enormous, especial, extreme, fundamental, great, high. 399 Impotent. Immense, key, major, outstanding, overriding, overwhelming, paramount, particular, primary, prime, profound, real, special, supreme, tremendous, vital, first, greatest, highest, utmost. This information is of the first importance. It is of the utmost importance that you arrive on time. Growing, increasing, declining. The declining importance of manufacturing industry. Lesser, limited, marginal, minor, secondary, direct, general. Added, immediate, continued, forward / continuing, lasting. Equal, relative, intrinsic, obvious, perceived, differ. Ences in the perceived importance of the different subjects. In the curriculum, potential, public, international. National, practical, theoretical, symbolic. The syr. Beliek importance of iron in German culture. Archaeological, commercial, constitutional, cultural, ecologic. Economic, environmental, historical, legal, military. Political, social, strategic. At verb plus importance have. These finds have. Consider. Able, archaeological importance. Assume, take on. Childcare schemes take on an added importance at a time. of national recession. Grow in, increase in, rise in, decline in, diminish in, fall in. The overseas markets have now declined in importance. Attach, give sth, place to. What objectives do you attach most importance? Copyright symbol. The importance placed on cleanliness. Accept, acknowledge, appreciate, be aware of, grasp, realize, recognize, see. Understand. People were aware of the importance of working with nature. Demonstrate, illustrate, indicate. Point to, reflect, show, suggest. Figure 2.2 shows the relative importance of the different service industries. Assert, deny, confirm, draw attention to, emphasize, highlight, point up, promote, stress, underline. The manual stresses the importance of regular maintenance. Diminish, downplay, minimize, play down, underplay. She was inclined to play down the importance of her own role in the affair, exaggerate, overestimate, underestimate, undervalue. Don't underestimate the importance of neat presentation. Increase, reduce, consider, discuss, explain. Cast forward / throw doubt on, doubt, question. No one can seriously question the political importance of the environment. Forget, ignore, overlook. At, importance plus verb arise from sth, lie in sth. The town's importance lies in the richness and quality of its architecture. Dependent sth. At prep. Of. The railways were of crucial importance in opening up the American West. For an area of enormous importance. Far wildlife. To the importance to the country of a healthy economy. At, phrases in order of importance deal with the issues in order of importance. A matter of importance. Important. Adjective. At, verbs be, seem, become, remain, make sth. This is what makes our work so important. Believe sth, consider sth, deem sth, regard sth as, see sth as, think sth. These ideas are considered enormously important. Eadv. Critically, crucially, enormously, especially, extremely, hugely, most, particularly, really, terribly, very vitally. This is most important. You must deliver the letter. Tar Johnson himself increasingly, doubly, fairly, quite equally. These two factors are equally important. Internationally, regionally and internationally important. Cite for these rare birds economically, functionally, historically, politically, strategically, historically important. Buildings. Prep. For JT is important for you to understand this. 2. Spending time with my children is important to me. The work of the intelligence services was crucially important to victory in the war. Impose, verb. Eadv. Effectively, the terms of the contract were effective. Lie, imposed rather than agreed. Slmply. New technology cannot be used successfully if it is simply imposed on an unwilling workforce. Centrally as centrally imposed. School curriculum. Externally, the pressure of having to meet externally imposed targets. Artificially, motivation to learn must come from the child, it cannot be artificially imposed. Verb plus impose. Seek for, strive to, try to. At prep. On / upon. The government has imposed a ban on the sale of handguns. Imposition, noun. 1 act of imposing STH. Register trademark symbol verb plus imposition. Justify. Several reasons were put forward to justify the imposition of censorship. Oppose, resist, resent. Prep. Tilde on resisting the imposition of VAT on fuel. 2 unreasonable thing SB expects you to do. Adjective. Unacceptable, unwelcome. At prep. Tilde on she felt the journey to be an unwelcome position on her time. Impossible. Arge. 1 not possible. Register trademark symbol verbs appear, be, look, prove, seem, sound. Be. Come, remain, make STH, render STH. Darkness made it impossible to continue. Believe STH, consider STH, deem STH, find STH, regard STH as, see STH as, think STH. 7 found his offer impossible to resist. EADV. Absolutely, completely, quite, totally, utterly. Frankly, cooking for 40 would be frankly impossible without my new assistant. Just, simply, I'm really sorry. It's just impossible. By no means, far from, not al. Together a desirable and far from impossible objective ta. Achieve almost, more or less, near, nearly, next to. Nigh on, practically, virtually, well nigh. It was well nigh impossible for him to convince her that he was right. Pretty effectively, literally, apparently, seemingly. Theoretically, clearly, obviously, equally, both options. Or equally impossible. Generally, hitherto, previous. Lie with the new equipment we will be able to accomplish hitherto impossible tasks. Ultimately, economically, financially, logically, logistically, mathematically, politically, physically, scientifically, socially, technically. The high cost of childcare made returning to work economically impossible. Prep. For the situation is quite impossible for us. Oh, it's impossible for Meta say. Too bad-tempered, difficult to talk to / deal with. Adverbs be become find SB find her impossible. EADV. Bloody, ebu, really, absolutely, completely. Quite, totally. You can be absolutely impossible at times. Just. Impotence noun. At adjective. Total relative male political, sexual. Phrase is a feeling / sense of impotence. Violence may result from a sense of impotence. Impotent adjective. 1 without enough power / influence. Copyright symbol verbs be, feel, prove, remain, leave SB, make SB. Render SB. Companies are rendered impotent by all the rules and regulations. EADV. Completely, quite, totally, virtually, politically. At prep. Against, they were virtually impotent against the power of the large companies. 2 not capable of having sex. Adverbs be become leave SB, make SB. The operation left him impotent. EADV. Sexually. Impracticable. 400. Impracticable adjective. Verbs be, prove, seem, bacome, make STH, render STH. The damage it would cause makes the idea utterly practicable. Consider STH, find STH. This idea was considered completely impracticable. EADV. Highly, completely, quite, totally, utterly. Impractical adjective. 1 not sensible or reasonable. Verbs be, prove such a solution proved impractical. Become, make STH. The weight of the machine makes lift ing it impractical. Consider sth, deem sth, find sth, regard sth as they found his ideas impractical. Eadv. Highly, hopelessly the long flowing dress was highly impractical. Completely, downright, entirely. Quite, totally, wholly rather, somewhat fundamentally a fundamentally impractical design obviously. 2. Not good at everyday jobs. Adverbs be, seem. Eadv. Hopelessly he was hopelessly impractical when it came to planning new projects. Imprecise adjective. Verbs be, seem become. Eadv. Extremely, very fairly, rather, somewhat notoriously breach of the peace is a notoriously imprecise notion. Prep. About she was rather imprecise about the cost of the trip. Impress verb. Eadv. Really his work really impressed me. Verb plus impress be determined to, be keen to, hope to, want to attempt to, seek to, try to be designed to. Fail to the results failed to impress us. Prep. With she impressed us with both the depth and range of her knowledge. Phrase is an attempt /effort to impress SB, be easily impressed. J was young and easily impressed. Impressed adjective. Verbs be, look, seem, sound. Eadv. Deeply, enormously, especially, extremely. Greatly, immensely, mightily, much, overwhelmingly. Particularly, profoundly, really, terribly, tremendously. Very, much, less than, not overly. J was not overly impressed by the proposals. Fairly, mildly, quite enough. Sufficiently the prince was impressed enough to commission a portrait from the artist. Genuinely immediate. Lie, instantly favorably duly, suitably he mentioned a few famous acquaintances, and we were suitably impressed. Clearly, obviously. At prep. By the manager was favorably impressed by Joe's work. With he was very impressed with her house. Impression noun. One idea /feeling /opinion about sth. Adjective. Distinct, firm, strong main, overriding, over. Whelming convincing clear, vivid fleeting, vague. Accurate distorted, erroneous, false, mistaken, leading, spurious, wrong. Good. The village gives a good impression of what a medieval city would have looked like. Favorable negative opposite early. First, immediate, initial first impressions can be misleading. Final general, overall general, widespread. There is a widespread impression that schooling needs to be improved. Public personal, subjective. Verb plus impression form, gain, get, have, obtain. Receive. I got the distinct impression that you disliked her. Convey, create, give, SB, leave SB with, provide, SB. The book leaves you with a distorted impression of politics. Maintain. She was trying to maintain the impression that she was in control. Confirm. Heighten. Reinforce, strengthen. Avoid. JT was difficult to avoid the impression that he was assisting them for selfish reasons. Correct. J must correct a false impression that I gave you just now. Record. She recorded her impressions of the city in her diary. Impression plus verb count. When it comes to finding a partner, first impressions do count. Prep. Under a / the tilde. J was under the impression that You weren't coming until tomorrow. Tilde about I had the wrong impression about him. Tilde as to mistaken imprise. Science as to the strength of the market. To effect that an experience /person has on SB/STH. Adjective. Considerable, deep, powerful, profound, strong. Tremendous, superficial, abiding, indelible, lasting. Excellent, favorable, good, great. Bad, poor. Unfavorable phase, misleading, wrong, right. If you want to create the right impression, I suggest you wear a suit. First, immediate. The new striker failed to make an immediate impression on the team. Verb plus impression: create, leave, make. At prep. Tilde on / upon the day's events left a lasting impress. Shone on them. 3. Drawing. Adjective. Artists. Verb plus impression: issue. The police have issued an artist's impression of the attacker. 4. Amusing copy of SB. Sent. Adjective. Good, reasonable. Verb plus impression: do. He does some very good impressions of pop stars. 5. Mark left on an object. Verb plus impression: bear. The sealing wax bore the impression of a sailing ship. Impressionable arch. Verbs: be, seem. Adv. Highly, very. He is in a highly impressionable state. Impressive. Adjective. Verbs: be, look, seem, become, remain, make. Sth. The fact that he is so young makes his achievements even more impressive. Find. Sth. Eadv. Decidedly, enormously, extremely, highly. Hugely, immensely, mightily, most, particularly, really. Tremendously, truly, very. The new building looks most impressive. Far from, hardly, not unduly. He was far from impressive in his semi-final against Federer. Fairly. Pretty, quite, rather, undeniably, undoubtedly, suit. Ably. A large portico provides a suitably impressive trance to the chapel. Equally, similarly, the scenery to the north of the lake is equally impressive. Consistently. Technically, visually, the film is technically impressive, but lacks real excitement. Imprint. Noun. Adjective. Indelible, permanent, unmistakable. Adverb plus imprint: bear. The ceramics bore the imprint of Luca della Robbia. Leave, make. Glaciation has left a permanent imprint on the landscape. Figurative, the sinister atmosphere of the place left an indelible imprint on my memory. At prep. Tilde on / upon. Imprison. Verb. Copyright symbol. Adv. Virtually. Her fear virtually imprisoned her in her home, falsely, unlawfully, wrongfully, wrongly work. On behalf of people who have been wrongly imprisoned. Briefly, temporarily. 401. Impulse. Prep. For he was imprisoned for debt. He was imprisoned in a local castle. Imprisonment. Noun. Adjective. 6 months, 10 years, etc. Life. Indefinite. Immediate. False, unlawful, wrongful. Verb plus imprisonment: be liable to, face. The assay states that anyone committing the offense is liable to imprisonment. Copyright symbol: the coup leaders could face life imprisonment. Receive, suffer. Those who were captured suffered imprisonment. Be released from sentence. SB to imprisonment plus verb: be suspended for. STH. The Judge sentenced her to 6 months imprisonment, suspended for 15 months. E at prep. Tilde for imprisonment for illegal possession of weapons. E phrases, carry, a penalty of imprisonment. The offense carries a penalty of 2 years imprisonment. Impris. Onment without trial, appellate /sentence /term of impris. Onment, punishable by imprisonment of felony punish. Able by imprisonment. Improbable adjective. E verbs appear, be, look, seem, sound, become. Make sth. These new facts make the theory improbable. EADV. Extremely, highly, very, wildly or wildly improb. Able idea completely, quite not altogether fairly. Rather, slightly inherently, intrinsically there is nothing inherently improbable in the idea. Improper adjective. E verbs be, seem, consider sth, regard sth as, think. Sth she thought it quite improper for a woman to ride a motorbike. EADV. Highly, most entirely, quite. Impropriety noun. E register trademark symbol adjective. Gross constitutional. Law, sexual. Adverb plus impropriety. Commit. Several employees were suspended amid allegations that financial improprieties had been committed. Accuse SB of Parliament was accused of constitutional impropriety. Register trademark symbol phrase is a suggestion of impropriety. There is no suggestion of impropriety by the minister. Financial, procedural. Improve verb. EADV. Considerably, dramatically, greatly, immeasure. Ably, materially, radically, significantly, substantially. Vastly, markedly, noticeably, marginally, slightly. Rapidly, steadily. E-register trademark symbol verb plus improve. Continue to. The weather should continue to improve over the weekend. Strive to, try to. Trying to improve their working conditions. Help to be. Designed to. E-phrases aimed at improving sth. Measures aimed at improving government efficiency. An attempt /effort to improve sth. An incentive to improve sth. Workers need to be given an incentive to improve their performance. Much improved. We now offer a much improved service to our customers. Improvement noun. Asterisk register trademark symbol adjective. Big, considerable, enormous, great, huge. Marked, massive, material, radical, remarkable, signify. Cant, substantial, vast, marginal, minor, modest. Slight, small, noticeable, obvious, visible, actual. Definite, distinct, genuine, real, tangible, measurable. Dramatic, rapid, sharp, gradual, incremental, steady. Constant, continued, continuing, continuous, progressive. Sustained, long-term, short-term, temporary. Further, all-round, general, overall, important, not able, much needed, necessary, welcome, useful. Positive, recent, immediate, desired, expected, suggested. If suggested improvements are not carried out, we have the right to suspend the insurance cover, intended. Possible, potential, underlying. Their policies have resulted in a definite underlying improvement in the economy. Moral, economic, educational, environmental, health, safety, social, organizational, productivity, quality, service, technical, technological, agricultural, land, ground, home, housing, rail, road, school. The Club will spend £300,000 on ground improvements. Verb plus improvement be, constitute, reflect, repair. Sent the country's economic record since 1945 represents an improvement on the period between the world wars. Show exports have showed some improvement. Need. Require carry out, effect, make he made a steady improvement and was released within 10 days of admission. Lead to, produce, provide, result in, yield the drug produced an improvement in all but one case. Achieve. Bring about, secure steps taken to secure improvement. In pupils' attendance seek call for, demand recommend, suggest encourage, promote announce, report wholesalers reported an improvement in sales for the third quarter. Notice, see, witness with this exercise. Plan you will notice an enormous improvement in your stamina. Find no improvement was found after the 10th day of treatment. Improvement plus verb take place result from STH. Improvement plus noun program, scheme. The proposed road improvement scheme involves bypassing several villages. Work the improvement work to houses. Will create jobs. Prep. Tilde in the new factory brought a huge improvement in working conditions. Tilde on / upon these results are a distinct improvement on last year's. Tilde to several improvements were made to the design during its production run. Phrase is an area for / of improvement. The new assessment system could pinpoint areas for improvement within the company. Room / scope for improvement. Thereof age marks have risen, but there is still room for improvement. Signs of improvement. The economy is showing signs of improvement. Improvisation noun. Adjective. Spontaneous. Most of their music was spontaneous improvisation. Dramatic, musical jazz piano. Improvise verb. Adv. Hastily we hastily improvised a screen out of an old blanket. Verb plus improvise have to. There isn't much equipment. We're going to have to improvise. Impulse down. One sudden strong wish. Register trademark symbol adjective. Strong irresistible first, original my first impulse was to run away. Sudden basic instinctual. Natural repressed conflicting, contradictory, contrary aggressive, violent creative sexual. Verb plus impulse feel, have she felt a sudden impulse to look? I owe her left. Be subject to. We are all subject to aggressive impulses. Be driven by check, control, deny, fight, back forward / down, resist, restrain, stifle, suppress. He jot down an impulse to scream. Give in to, obey. Yield to. She gave into an impulse and took the money. Act on. Acting on impulse, he picked up the keys and slipped them into his pocket. Buy st on. Some people will buy a puppy on impulse without any idea of what is involved. Inability 402. At impulse plus verb arise. Impulses that are repeatedly denied can arise in other forms. Impulse plus noun. Buy, purchase the little black dog. Sign address had been an impulse by buying buyer. At prep. On, an, tilde and an impulse, I went into the shop and bought a box of chocolates, tilde towards basic impulses to wards things such as food and drink. To movement of energy. Adjective. Electrical, nerve / nervous. Verb plus impulse. Transmit. Nerve impulses are transmitted to the brain. Convert STH into, transform STH into. Radio waves are converted into electrical impulses. 3 STH that causes SB / STH to do STH. Adjective. Positive. Political, social. Impulse plus verb lead, SB / STH, to STH, prompt, SB / STH. To STH, sent. He impulse that prompted economic change. At prep. Tilde behind the impulse. Behind a concept. Tilde for the impulse for social reform. Tilde toward the political impulses. Towards joining a trade union. Inability. Noun. Adjective. Apparent. Complete, total. Chronic. The govern. Ment's chronic inability to face facts. Physical. Verb plus inability. Be / feel frustrated by. She felt increasingly frustrated by her inability to demonstrate her ideas. Overcome. He has to overcome his inability to assert himself. Inaccessible. Adjective. At verbs. Be, prove, seem. The mouth of the river proved inaccessible. Become. Remain. Make. STH, render. STH. A high wall made the building inaccessible. Adv. Very. Completely, entirely, quite, totally, utterly. Almost, practically, virtually. Largely. Rather. Effectively. Otherwise. At prep. By areas inaccessible. By read to. The hall is accessible. Tar. Wheelchair users. Inaccuracy. Noun. Adjective. Major, material, significant. Factual, historical. Verb plus inaccuracy. Contain. Be fraught with, be full of reference works on that country, when available. Are full of inaccuracies. Correct. I am writing to correct factual inaccuracies contained in your article of the 3rd of June. At prep. Tilde in inaccuracies in reporting. Inaccurate. Adjective. At verbs. Be, prove. Become. Adv. Extremely, grossly, hopelessly, seriously, terribly, very, wildly. A wildly inaccurate account of events. Quite, totally, wholly. A bit, rather, slightly, somewhat. These figures are somewhat inaccurate. Notoriously. Maps of the region are notoriously inaccurate. Historic. Lizt was good drama, but historically inaccurate. Inactive. Adjective. Verbs. Be, become, remain. Adv. Totally. He had been totally inactive for 2 weeks. Fairly, relatively. Physically, sexually. Economical. By, politically. Inactivity. Noun. Adjective. Relative. Her most brilliant work was done during several months of relative inactivity. Economic, polit. Eichel enforced. JT was good to be home again after the forced inactivity of the hospital bed. Phrase is a period of inactivity. The job entailed long periods of inactivity. Inadequacy. Noun. Adjective. Total. Fundamental. Glaring, obvious. Sonal. Sexual, social. Theoretical. At verb plus inadequacy. Demonstrate, expose, highlight, point out. Forward / to, reveal, show up. She rightly points to the inadequacy of the argument. Copyright symbol. The test soon revealed several inadequacies in the equipment. Realize, recognize, see. I now see the inadequacy of the explanation. Admit to. His advice was to be defensive and never admit to any inadequacy. Cover up, disguise, hide they possibly salsified the results to cover up the inadequacies of their theory. Overcome. Clear legislative reform is needed to overcome the inadequacies of the current situation. At inadequacy plus verb arise from STH, stem from STH. At prep. Tilde in inadequacies in educational facilities. Phrases a feeling forward / sense of inadequacy. Inadequate adjective. 1. Not good enough. Verbs appear, be, look, prove, seem, become. Consider STH, find STH, judge STH, regard STH as, think STH. These precautions have been judged inadequate. EADV. Deeply, grossly, hopelessly, ludicrously, pity. Fully, ridiculously, seriously, very, woefully. His wages were pitifully inadequate for the needs of his growing fam. Utterly. Completely, entirely, quite, totally, utterly, wholly. Increasingly, somewhat, clearly, manifestly, obviously, patently, plainly, curiously, notoriously. At prep. At people, despite their intelligence, are curiously inadequate at communicating with horses. For this putter is clearly inadequate for my needs. 2. Not able to deal with a situation. At verbs be, feel, seem, felt dreadfully inadequate. EADV. Deeply, dreadfully, hopelessly, very, quite, tot. Ally, wholly, rather generally, personally, professionally, sexually. The staff at the consulate seemed not only insensitive, but professionally inadequate. Prep. 2. She was inadequate to the demands that were made on her. Inadvisable adjective. At verbs be, seem, become, make STH her condition. Made surgery inadvisable. Feel STH, think STH. EADV. Highly, if was thought highly inadvisable for young women to go there alone. Inappropriate adjective. At verbs be, seem, become, make STH the size of the machines makes them inappropriate for domestic use. Consider STH, feel STH, judge STH, regard STH as, see STH as, think STH. I sent was felt inappropriate by some that such a serious occasion should include dancing. EADV. Highly, particularly, singularly, very. This treat meant was singularly inappropriate in her case. Completely, entirely, quite, totally, utterly, wholly. Increase. Ingly, somewhat, clearly, embarrassingly, grotesquely, culturally. At prep. For your bright red coat would be quite inappropriate for a funeral. To the existing library is totally inappropriate to our needs. Inattention, noun. Adjective. Momentary. At prep. Tilde to he was dismissed for inattention to his duty. Phrase is a moment of inattention, 1 moment of attention when driving could be fatal. Inaudible adjective. At verbs be, become. 403 Incident. EADV. Quite, totally, almost, practically, virtually. His voice was almost inaudible. Largely. At prep. The sound is inaudible to the human ear. Inaugurate verb. EADV. Formally, officially. The assembly was formally inaugurated on the 13th of December. Inauguration, sound. Adjective. Formal, presidential. Register, trademark, symbol, verb plus inauguration. Attend, mark a ceremony to Mark the inauguration of the President's third term in office. At inauguration plus verb be held, take place. Inauguration plus noun ceremony speech. Incapable adjective. Verbs appear, be, feel, prove, seem became. Make SB, render SB. The wine had made him incapable of thinking clearly. Adjudge SB, deem SB. EADV. Absolutely, completely, quite, totally, utterly. Wholly, almost, largely, clearly, inherently, constitutionally, temperamentally. She was constitutionally incapable of bad temper. Physically, he was apparently physically incapable of lowering his voice. Mentally. This type of arrangement remains valid even if you become mentally incapable. At prep of computers are incapable of creative thought. Incapacitate verb incapacitated. Register trademark symbol ADV. Severely, totally. By this time my father was taught. Ally, incapacitated by his illness. Temporarily, mental. Lie, physically. Incarnation, noun. Adjective. Current, latest, modern, new, present, figurative. In its new incarnation, the car has a mere rounded body shape. Last, earlier, previous, future. At prep. Tilde as her previous incarnation as a Norse explorer. Incense, noun. Adjective. Fragrant. Verb plus incense, burn. Incense plus noun, stick burner. Phrases ascent / smell of incense. Incentive, noun. Adjective. Big, considerable, great, massive, powerful. Strong, adequate, sufficient, main, major, added. Additional, extra, more, less, real, direct, the most. Direct financial incentive to prevent rubbish is to charge people by the amount of rubbish they put out. Important. Positive, special, commercial, economic, financial. Fiscal, monetary, cash price, tax, sales, work. Government. Verb plus incentive, act as, be. He argues that the free supply of skilled labor will act as an incentive for employees to be more diligent. Have she had the added incentive of being within reach of the world record? Need, give. SB /STH, offer, SB /STH, provide, SB /STH with, create. The government has created tax incentives to encourage investment. Increase, reduce, undermine, high tax. Asian rates have undermined work incentives. Remove. Incentive plus noun, program, scheme, system. The company operates a share incentive scheme for its workers. Payment. At prep. Tilde to an incentive to investment. Phrases have every incentive, the absence of pen. Alties for anti-competitive behavior means that firms have every incentive to engage in price fixing. A lack of incentive, low levels of profitability mean there is a lack of incentive to undertake new investment. Incest, noun. Adjective. Brother, sister, father, daughter, etc. Verb plus incest, criminalize, forbid, prohibit, taboos. Forbidding incest. Incest plus noun, survivor, victim, taboo. Prep. Tilde between incest, between brother and sister. Equals note at crime, for more verbs. Inch, noun. Note at measure. Incidence, noun. At adjective. Great, high, there is a greater incidence of cancer in the families of radiation workers. Low, in Creased / increasing, rising actual overall annual. Recorded the highest recorded incidence of air pollution. Register trademark symbol verb plus incidence have, show the country had the lowest incidence of AIDS cases proportional to its population. Copyright symbol the medical histories of our patients show a high incidence of past diseases. Increase, raise, reduce. Find they found an increased incidence of childhood leukemia in some areas. Measure compare we paired the incidence of coronary heart disease and total mortality. Analyze, consider, investigate, explain. The lack of vitamins may explain the higher incidence of heart disease. Incidence plus verb increase, decrease, fall. Incidence plus noun rate an incidence rate of 4 or 5 per 10,000 of the population. Prep. Tilde among the report analyses the incidence of cancer among people aged 0 to 24. Tilde in the study noted an increased incidence of heart disease in women. Phrase is a decrease / an increase / a variation in the incidence of STH. Incident noun. Adjective. Major, serious, little, minor, small, trivial. For the after nearly falling twice, she managed to make it to the top of the cliff without further incident. Whole he came to regret the whale incident. Actual, real / real life. The story is based on an actual incident. Alleged reported recorded latest, recent past bad, horrif. I see, horrifying, nasty, terrible, ugly, unpleasant. Unsavory some of the worst incidents of urban violence. Violent, fatal, tragic, dramatic, controversial, fam. Aus regrettable, unfortunate, embarrassing, bizarre. Curious, mysterious, strange, unusual, amusing. Related, separate. The police said that TWA men had been arrested after the match in unrelated incidents. Isolated. It is feared that the attack may not have been an isolated incident. Scattered incidents of violence across the country. Domestic international border talks between the neighboring countries were called AFF following a border incident. Racial diplomatic. An error in the translation nearly caused a diplomatic incident. Rarest nuclear bomb / bombing, shooting, stabbing. Pollution off the ball, sport. She received a serious jaw injury in an off-the-ball incident. Register trademark symbol verb plus incident cause, provoke. Be responsible for. The group is believed to have been responsible for several terrorist incidents. Be involved in. The hot-headed tennis star became involved in an incident with the umpire. Deal with, handle. The incident was extremely well handled. Avoid, prevent, regret. See, witness. Recall, remember. He recalled a similar incident 14 months earlier. Forget, describe, recount. She described the incident as outrageous. Copyright symbol. They all laughed as he recounted the amusing incident. Discuss, talk about, play down. The government's desire to play down the incident. Report. Incidental 404. The pedestrian who had nearly been run over reported the incident to the police. Investigate. Be hurt in, be in. Urate in, be killed in. Pass, off, without, proceed with. Out, tar car place without the demonstration passed with. Out incident. Register trademark symbol incident plus verb happen, occur, take place als. From / out of STH, incidents arising out of an industrial dispute involve SB / STH, a minor incident involving a pet. Rolten can cause STH, lead to STH, spark STH, off, the incident sparked off a riot which lasted 3 days. Incident plus noun room. An incident room was set up at a police station near the site of the crash. Prep. Following an / the tilde he was asked to leave the club. Following an incident at a training camp. In anith tilde 3. Soldiers were wounded in the incident. Over and / the tilde she was never disciplined over the incident. Without tilde the patrol had covered 200 miles without incident. Incidental large. Verbs become consider STH, declare STH. Deem STH. The fact that the concert made a profit was considered incidental. EADV. Completely, entirely, purely. Any resemblance of a character in this book to a living person is purely incidental. Merely information skills are not merely incidental to the curriculum but central to it. Almost seemingly. At prep. Told's just a risk incidental to the job. Incision noun. Copyright symbol adjective. Deep smale, tiny abdominal, etc. Surgical. At verb plus incision make the surgeon made a small incision in the patient's cornea. Incite verb. EADV. Deliberately. At prep. To deliberately inciting the crowd to violence. Inclination noun. Adjective. Strong slight J did not feel the slightest inclination to hurry. True natural, own, personal. The king's own inclination was always towards a pro-French policy. Homosexual, sexual, artistic, political. Verb plus inclination feel, have, show, lack, curb. Hopes of advancement in the company may curb one inclination to deviate from the requirements of superiors. Follow in matters of dress. She followed her personal inclinations rather than fashion. At prep. By tilde he is a teacher by occupation but a philosopher by inclination. Tilde for an inclination for war. Tilde to wards she has no inclination towards mysticism. Phrase is the time nor / or the inclination. I have neither the time nor the inclination to play stupid games. Incline verb. 1 bend forward. EADV. Slightly. Luke inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Graciously, politely. To lean forward / slope. Register trademark symbol ADV. Gently, steeply. At prep. Towards the land. Inclined gently towards the shore. Inclined edge. One wanting to do STH. Verbs be, feel, seem J only right when I feel inclined to. There's time for a swim if you feel so inclined. EADV. Strongly, very, rather to, rather inclined to wait a few days before deciding. Favorably. Copyright symbol prep. Towards advertising aims to make people aware of a product and favorably inclined towards it. To tending forward / likely to do STH. Verbs appear, be, seem, become, grow. EADV. Strongly, very, increasingly, a bit, half, a little. Rather, slightly 27 half inclined to believe you. Oh she's they're inclined to become impatient. Naturally criminal. Lie, liberally, mystically, romantically, suicidally the club was a notorious hangout for the criminally inclined. At prep. 2. Formal, people who are naturally inclined to melancholy. Phrases that way inclined, informal, what's that? The Model Railway Journal. I didn't know you were that way inclined, equals interested in model railways. 3. Having a natural ability for STH. Verbs appear, be, seem. EADV. Academically, artistically, musically children. Who or academically inclined. Inclusion noun. Adjective. Possible. We welcome readers' letters for possible inclusion on this page. Verb plus inclusion. Be worthy of, justify, merit, war. Rand. Some words are too infrequent to be worthy of inclusion. Shown in the dictionary. Be eligible for, be suitable for. Qualify for. All work by current students is eligible for inclusion in the journal. Be unsuitable for. Be available for. Consider. STH for, welcome. STH for welcome, AC. Except the rebels refused to accept the inclusion of representatives of the existing regime in the negotiations. They tried to prevent the inclusion of any wording in the statement that would cause offense. Prep. 4. An article for inclusion in the newsletter. Phrases. Criteria for inclusion. There are strict criteria for inclusion in the competition. Inclusive adjective. Verbs. Be. EADV. Fully. A fully inclusive price. At prep. Of the charge is inclusive of food. Phrases. All inclusive. The price is all inclusive. Income noun. Adjective. Above average, high, large. Sufficient of a age. Average incomes are rising more slowly. Below average, low, meager, small. Rising. Additional. They hope that the lottery will provide additional income for charities. Total. Future. Permanent, secure. Steady. Annual, monthly, weekly. National. Per capita. The average per capita income. Personal, private. He has a large private income on top of what he earns as a teacher. Family, household. Gross, pre-tax. Taxable, after tax, net, post-tax. Disposable. Real. Earned, unearned money. The money incomes of individuals. Retirement. Capital, fee, foreign, investment. Verb plus income. Have received. She received an income for life as a result of her father's will. Earn, Gina. Provide, SB with, financial assets. Have the advantage of earning income. Copyright symbol. The return on your investment can provide you with regular income. Boost, increase. Supplement. Ways of boosting your retirement income. She supplements her income by doing an evening job. Dues exceed. For 2001, expenditure exceeded income by £10,000. Dependent. Live. Own. A large number of families in the area are living on below average incomes. Redis. Tribute. They aim to redistribute income from the rich to the poor. Treat. STH as interest is treated as income for tax purposes. At income plus verb. Arise, from STH, come from STH, derive from STH. If a person's income arises in the UK, it is subject to UK income tax. A lot of our income comes from bank interest. Grow, increase, rise. Drop, fall. Seed. STH. Income plus noun bracket, group, level. Elderly people. 405. Inconvenience. Often belong to a low income group. Distribution, redis. Tribution incomes policy. There are internal disputes over the party's incomes policy. Support a single mother of 3, she relies on income support. Statement a com. Penis income statement tax. E-prep. On until many families on a low income are dependent on state support. Tilde from income from tourism. E-phrase is the distribution / redistribution of income, a drop in income and expenditure. Every company must keep control of its income and expenditure. Income per capita / head. Real income per head of population was at a low point 5 years ago. A source of income equals note at percent, for more verbs. Equals special page at business. Incompatibility noun. E adjective. Basic inherent mutual. The mutual incompatibility of socialist and capitalist economic systems. E verb plus incompatibility demonstrate the disastrous merger demonstrated the incompatibility of the two companies. At prep. Tilde between incompatibility between systems has been a major problem for video users. Tilde with critics of the new machine point to its incompatibility with other products on the market. At phrases grounds of incompatibility for divorce was sought and granted on grounds of incompatibility. Incompatible arg. E verbs appear, be, prove, seem, become, consider. Sth, ceases. Eadv. Completely, entirely, quite, totally, wholly in. Increasingly by no means, not entirely, not necessarily. Skepticism and trust are not necessarily incompatible. Largely, somewhat, apparently, seemingly, potent. Entirely, simply, basically, fundamentally, clearly. Mutually, the two systems are mutually incompatible. E at prep. With this behavior is completely incompatible. With his role as a teacher. Incompetence noun. E at adjective. Gross, monumental, sheer, alleged, econom. IC, professional, technical, government, managerial. Police. At verb plus incompetence display. He displayed his incompetence by turning in a report that was full of errors. Tolerate. J will not tolerate your incompetence any longer. Accuse. SB /STH of, allege, be dismissed for. Register trademark symbol prep, tilde at / in incompetence in writing. Tilde on the part of. Several officers had alleged incompetence on the part of the general. Incompetent arg. At verbs appear, be adjudge. SB /STH, consider. SB /STH. No, my boss considers me incompetent. Eadv. Grossly, hopelessly, singularly, a grossly income. Petant piece of reporting. Completely, totally, utterly. Managerially, socially, technically, mentally. At prep. At he is utterly incompetent at his job. Incomplete adjective. Copyright symbol verbs. Be Ramal. Her collection remained incomplete. Leave. Sth. The building was left incomplete. Eadv. Seriously, very, woefully. Any view of Shostakovich is seriously incomplete without knowledge of these recordings. Somewhat inevitably, necessarily, we begin with a brief and necessarily incomplete review of UK statistics. Unfortunately. Incomprehensible adjective. At verbs. Be, seen Ramal. Find. Sth. She found his AC. Sent. Virtually incomprehensible. Eadv. Completely, quite, totally, utterly, almost, near. virtually largely pretty. At prep. To Latin verse remained completely incomprehensible to me. Inconceivable adjective. Verbs appear, seem become find sth she. Found the idea quite inconceivable. Copyright symbol adv. Quite, totally, utterly, wholly almost, practical. Virtually. At prep. To the thought of leaving her family was inconceivable to her. Inconclusive adjective. Copyright symbol verbs prove remain. Eadv. Largely fairly, rather, somewhat apparently. Ultimately curiously curiously inconclusive finish. To the symphony. Incongruous adjective. At verbs look, seem finds. Eadv. Entirely, utterly doubly a little, rather, some. What I found the scene somewhat incongruous. Inconsistency noun. Adjective. Serious glaring apparent internal research. Us have found that internal inconsistencies in hospital case notes are common. Logical. At verb plus inconsistency contain be filled with the. Script is filled with logical inconsistencies. Lead to, result in the lack of a clear set of competition rules resulted in inconsistency in the awarding of prizes. Find, see. Spot the program has found an inconsistency in the data base files. Copyright symbol she was quick to spot the inconsistencies between his two reports. Point out, reveal commentators have pointed out the inconsistencies in the government's financial policy. Resolve the amendment will remove the inconsistency between the two laws. At inconsistency plus verb emerge creep into sth inconsistencies began to creep into his testimony. At prep, tilde in inconsistencies in the evidence. Inconsistent verbs appear, seem. Eadv. Highly, very quite, totally, wholly notnesses. Sorely rather, somewhat apparently clearly, plain. Internally, logically her argument is internally consistent. Mutually the two accounts are mutually inconsistent. Copyright symbol prep. In the company is inconsistent in the way it disciplines staff with his statement was inconsistent with other accounts of the events. Incontinence noun. Adjective. Fecal, urinary stress. Adverb plus incontinence suffer from. Incontinence plus noun pad. Inconvenience noun. Adjective. Considerable, great, serious minor public. The rail strike is likely to cause considerable public inconvenience. Administrative. Adverb plus inconvenience have, suffer avoid chose a different route to avoid the inconvenience of going through the town center. Cause, SB, put SB to J don't want to put you to any inconvenience. Minimize, save. SB, you could have fetched me from the airport and saved inconvenience 406. Me the inconvenience of having to take the bus. Apoto. Jize 4, regret this shop is closed today for staff training. We regret any inconvenience caused. At inconvenience plus verb arise from sth inconveni. Ence arising from errors in the timetable. Prep. Tilde to every effort will be made to minimize inconvenience to our customers while work is in progress. At phrases with a minimum of inconvenience the club management will try to ensure that the building work is carried out with the minimum of inconvenience to guests. Inconvenience verb. Register trademark symbol at ADV. Greatly, the general public has been greatly inconvenienced by this strike. Inconvenient adjective. Verbs be, prove, become, find, sth. EADV. Extremely, highly, most, terribly, very. She called at a most inconvenient time. A bit, rather, somewhat. Politically, further environmental legislation could be politically inconvenient for the government. Prep. Forward, this afternoon be inconvenient for you. To this is a time of the evening that is inconvenient to many viewers. Incorporate verb. EADV. Fully, largely, clearly, expressly. These conditions must be expressly incorporated into the contract of employment. Properly, gradually, quickly, eventually, finally, easily, readily. These new features can easily be incorporated. Neatly, effectively, satisfactorily, successfully, necessarily, forcibly. The countries which Stalin forcibly incorporated into the Soviet Empire. Register trademark symbol PREP. As in 1940 the area was incorporated as part of the City of London. In the data is now incorporated in the total figures. Into we can incorporate this information into our report. Within results are incorporated within person. Analyzed medical records. Incorrect adjective. Adverbs be, prove, considereth. EADV. Quite, totally, clearly, obviously, simply. That statement is simply incorrect. Factually, grammatically, politically, technically, a factually incorrect statement. Increase noun. Adjective. Big, considerable, dramatic, enormous, exponential, huge, large, major, marked, massive, signify. Cant, substantial, vast, moderate, modest, small, parent, rapid, sharp, gradual, steady, fivefold, tenfold, etc. 10%, etc. Net, overall, across the board. The pay rise represented an across-the-board increase of between 9% for the highest paid and 32% for the lowest paid worker. Annual, monthly, etc. Dividend, fair pay, price, rent, salary, tax, temperature, wage. Register trademark symbol verb plus increase experience. See, show many parts of the country have experienced an increase in UN employment. Copyright symbol this year saw an increase in the number of job applicants. Profits show a steady increase. Enjoy. The country is enjoying the biggest increase in business confidence for years. Achieve, we achieved a small increase in profits of £3.257. Bring, about, cause, lead to. Result in intensive farming has brought about an increase in outbreaks of food poisoning. Copyright symbol the war resulted in a massive increase in government spending. Reflect, rep. Resent, entail, involve, mean the measures to improve. The health service will involve an increase in government spending. Announce, report the company reported a 9.5% increase in third quarter losses. At increase plus verb occur. At prep. On the tilde burglaries in the area are on the increase. Tilde backslash in there has been an increase in demand for 2-bedroom flats. Tilde on forward slash over the figures show a sharp Crease on last year's turnover. Tilde to a dividend increase to 11.4 pence. Phrases arate of increase. Increase verb. EADV. Considerably, dramatically, enormously, great. Lie, significantly, substantially, slightly, gradually. Rapidly, sharply, steeply, steadily, twofold, threefold, etc. Sales increased almost fourfold in this period. Adverb plus increase be expected to, be likely to do. Demand is expected to increase over the next decade. At prep. By the budget has increased by more than a third. In the last year. From, into increase in amount /num. Per /price /size to last month the reward was increased. From £20,000 to £40,000. With disability increases with age. Incredible adjective. 1. Impossible to believe. Adverbs be, seem, sound, find, sthi, find this quite incredible. ADV. Really, truly, absolutely, quite, just, simply, almost. At prep. 2. It seems incredible to me that we didn't think of this before. 2. Extremely good / extremely large. Adverbs be look, smell, taste, find, sth. EADV. Really, truly, absolutely, quite, just, simply. Pretty, you're pretty incredible, Belinda. Indebted adjective. 1. Feeling grateful to SB. Verbs be, feel, remain. EADV. Deeply, greatly, much, profoundly. Prep. To I am deeply indebted to all the doctors and nurses we treated me. 2. Owing money to SB. Verbs be, remain. EADV. Heavily, highly, severely, the company is heavily indebted. Copyright symbol, highly indebted countries. Copyright symbol, prep. 2. Indebted to the bank. Indecency, noun. Adjective. Gross public. Copyright symbol, phrase is an act of indecency. Equals note at crime, verbs. Indecent adjective. 1. Involving naked people, sex, etc. Copyright symbol, verbs be, class sth as, consider sth, regard sth as. Think sth, photographs that are classed as indecent. EADV. Grossly, positively, that skirt of hers is positively indecent. 2. Not morally right. Verbs be, seem. EADV. Positively, the rush to get hold of their father's money seemed positively indecent. Almost she started a new relationship with almost indecent haste. Indefensible adjective. Adverbs be, finds such behavior indefensible. At ADV. Total immorally, politically ZE would be morally indefensible for her to desert her father now. Independence zone. Adjective. Considerable, great, complete, full, total. Relative, the council's relative independence of the government means it can negotiate its own agreements. Nomin. 407. Indication. Al genuine, real, true, de facto or quitains de facto in. Dependence from the King of France continued / continue. Ing, growing hard, one lacal, national, academic, economic, editorial, financial, judicial, personal, polit. Ical, professional. Copyright symbol, quant. Degree, measure. Verb plus independence, have, young people have more independence these days. / enjoy, value I. value my independence too much to get married. Dis. Play, sure she displayed independence of judgment in choosing a career quite different from that of her parents. Assert Edward Iti tried to assert his independence of the regime at court. Achieve, gain, win Mexico achieved in dependence from Spain in 1821. Bring about the need to bring independence toth country copyright symbol a colonial crisis which brought about independence declare, proclaim en. Sure, maintain, preserve, retain, sustain the army is committed to ensuring the independence of the country. Give up, lose she doesn't want to lose her hard-won independence. Regain, restore encourage, promote parents should encourage independence in their children. Undermine economic aid tends to undermine the national independence of third world countries. Seek call for. Demand vote for, give SB/STH, grant SB/STH recognize they have agreed to recognize the breakaway republic's independence. At independence plus verb come independence came to the British colonial territories in Africa in the late 50s and early 60s. Independence plus noun day celebrate lands. Movement struggle. Prep. At tilde Namibia became a full member of the UN at independence. Tilde from independence from Spain tilde of the Church's independence of the state copyright symbol independence of mind. Phrases a declaration of independence, a lack of independence, the loss of independence, a sign / symbol of independence. The car became a symbol of independence. The struggle for independence, a war of independence. The American War of Independence. Independent adjective. One not needing other people. Copyright symbol verbs be, feel, seem, became remain make SB. Traveling in Asia has made her a lot more independent. Sent ADV. Fiercely, sturdily, very many disabled people are fiercely independent. Completely fairly, pretty, quite. Economically, financially. Prep. Of by the age of 18 he was completely independent of his parents. To not influenced or controlled by anyone else. Copyright symbol verbs be become remain make STH, declare. STH in 1961 the country was declared independent. EADV. Completely, entirely, fully, genuinely, quite, tot. Ally, truly, wholly almost, fairly, largely, virtually increasingly effectively, essentially the country has pursued an effectively independent line on military issues. Nominally, supposedly newly independent countries politically. At prep. From the country became fully independent from France in 1960. Of an organization that is independent of the government. Indestructible adjective. Verbs be, prove, seem. EADV. Completely almost, virtually their shells are so hard they are virtually indestructible. Seemingly. Index noun. One list of names / topics in a book. Adjective. Comprehensive, complete detailed general. Alphabetical. At verb plus index appear in, be in although the book was devoted to cancer, the word cancer did not even appear in the index. Consult, lack, sth up, in why don't you look up her name in the index. Compile. Index plus verb give sth, list STH. The index only gives the main towns. Prep. ENA / the tilde JS. There any reference to it in the index. Tilde to it's a general index toth whole work. 2 ordered record of books / files. Copyright symbol adjective. Subject, title card computer, computerized. Verb plus index have, keep. We keep a card index of all the titles on the shelves. Compile, create, consult, look. STH up, in, search. Look up the wasteland in the index. Copyright symbol. Search the index to find the address of the data file. Index plus noun card. Prep. ENA / the tilde cards in a card index. 3 system showing the level of STH, measure of STH. Adjective. Guard, reliable, sensitive, high law, weight. Official general. A general index calculated from death and population information wherein the world. Index fell 3.1%. Cost of living, market, retail price for TUS, share, stock, Dow Jones, FTSE SE 100, ATC. Copyright symbol. Verb plus index have. Those who lived in the inner cities had a high index of deprivation. Use, STH as, the test results were used as an index of language proficiency. Compile, construct, create, calculate, compute. The index was calculated with a computer. Publish. The retail price index is published monthly. Drag, drive, push. Take. A wave of frenzied buying pushed the index up 136.2 points. Index plus verb measure. STH. An index designed to measure monthly changes in the volume of industrial production. Be based on STH. An index based on incidents causing a loss of production. Be linked to STH. The increase in our standard rates will be linked to the retail price index. Cover. STH. An index covering some 1700 companies. Epen close, end the 100 shares index. Class dawn 15 points. Prep. In and / THA tilde dividends on shares in the index and / the tilde people dealing in options on the FTSE SE 100 index. Sent phrases. A drop / falling an index. A 28.2 point drop in the FTSE SE 100 index. Changes in an index, an increase in an index, as measured by an index. Inflation, as measured by the retail price index, is expected to drop. Note at %, for more verbs. Indicate verb. EADV. Clearly not necessarily. Expense does not necessarily indicate worth. At verb plus indicate appear to, seem to. These facts would seem to indicate that the family was wealthy. B. Used to symbols are used to indicate the facilities available at each hotel. At prep. To these figures indicate to me that the company is in serious trouble. Indication noun. Adjective. Firm, good, great, strong, accurate, reliable. True, clear, definite, sure, important, useful, value. Able, sufficient, approximate, broad, fair, general. Reasonable, rough, simple, positive, initial, prelim. Innery, outward, visual, visible. Rising interest rates were an outward indication of the change in government attitude to economic controls. Copyright symbol. Some car alarms have no visual indication that they are in operation. Verb plus indication. B. Constitute, serve as. The popularity of the government building project served as an Indication of public support. Have. A government spokes person said they had no indication who was responsible for the attack. Give, SB, provide, SB with, his early successes gave some indication of his ability. Get, receive. Find, see. The researchers say they can find no indication that television has harmful physical effects on children. Indicative 408. Regard STH as, see STH as, take STH as. The comments made by management may be taken as an indication of how they felt about their workers. At indication plus verb show STH, suggest STH. Indications show that at least 2000 more businesses will go bankrupt before the end of the year. At prep. Amid soft amid indications of growing disorder in the capital, the president is to make a speech on television tonight. As to he gave us no indication as to what was the matter. To this is an indication to drivers who break the law that they will be punished. At phrases, all, the indications are that all the indications are that she will make a full recovery. There is every indication that there's every indication that the operation has been a success. Indicative adjective. Verbs be. Consider STH, interpret STH as, regard STH as, see STH as, take STH as. The rise in unemployment is seen as indicative of a new economic recession. EADV. Clearly, not necessarily recurrent dreams are not necessarily indicative of psychological problems. Prep. Of. Indicator noun. One sign showing what STH is like. At adjective. Good, reliable, sure. Poor, unreliable. Level of education is actually quite a poor indicator of ability to run a business well. Sensitive. Crude, partial, rough. Simple. Key, leading, main, major. Important, signify. Cant. Useful, valuable. Economic, financial, perform. Ants, social, socio-economic performance indicators, such as language and numeracy skills. Verb plus indicator be, serve as. These warts can serve as an indicator of other infections. Provide, SB. With, regard STH as, see STH as, take STH as. Gold prices are often seen as an indicator of inflation. Use, STH as. Develop. It is still difficult to develop indicators for many concepts used in social science. Indicator plus verb show STH, suggest STH. Economic indicators suggest that a recovery is on the way. At prep. For an indicator for the presence of minerals. Indictment noun. One sign that STH is bad / wrong. Adjective. Powerful. Damning, scathing, terrible. Her speech was a scathing indictment of the government's cordon crime. Sad. To accusing SB of a crime. At adjective. Criminal. Fresh. At verb plus indictment. Issue, bring. A New York jury brought criminal indictments against the founder of the organization. Be charged on, be convicted on, be tried on. Plead, not guilty to. At indictment plus verb charge, SB / STH with STH, an indictment charging theft. Register trademark symbol. Prep. The / 2 men were named in the indictment. On at trial. On indictment against. They issued an indictment against them. tilde for she was convicted on an indictment for conspiracy. Indifference noun. Adjective. Complete, supreme, total, certain, growing. Studied, apparent, feigned, pretended, seeming. Bland, casual, callous, cold, cool, cruel, public. Register, trademark, symbol, verb plus indifference, feel, express, show. She showed total indifference to his fate. Affect, assume. Feign, pretend. He feigned indifference to criticism of his work. Regard SB/STH with the more recent members of staff. Regard the change in corporate culture with a certain indifference. Treat SB/STH with, be met with stables. Landscapes met with indifference when they were just exhibited. Be resigned to. The president is resigned to public indifference to his latest initiative. Prep. With until Ellis spoke with a casual indifference that he did not feel. Tilde to / towards his indifference to wards art. Register, trademark, symbol, phrase is an attitude of indifference. She adopted an attitude of supreme indifference. A matter of indifference. It's a matter of indifference to me whether he goes or not. Indifferent adjective. 1. Not interested. Adverbs appear, be, feel, seem, sound. He appeared different to her suffering. Become, remain. Eadv. Completely, quite, totally, almost. Pat sounded almost indifferent. Largely, apparently, coldly. Prep. About most staff were indifferent about the plans. To he was coldly indifferent to other people. 2. Of low quality. Verbs be. Eadv. Very, we enjoyed the day, in spite of very indifferent weather. Rather, a rather indifferent performance. At phrases good, bad and indifferent. The festival has the usual mix of films, good, bad and indifferent. Indigenous adjective. Verbs be. At adv. Truly, examples of truly indigenous music. At prep. To Thetri is indigenous to China. Indigestion noun. Register, trademark, symbol, adjective. Serious, severe, acute, chronic, slight. Verb plus indigestion, get, have, suffer from, give. SB rich food always gives me indigestion. At indigestion plus noun, tablet. Equals, special page. At illness. Indignant adjective. Sent verbs be, feel, look, seem, sound, become, grow. Wax, she waxes righteously indignant if anyone tries to contradict her. Make SB. Adv. Extremely, fiercely, highly, very. He deserves to be thrashed. She protested, fiercely indignant. Almost. Mildly, quite, rather, justly, righteously. Prep. About / over. She became rather indignant over suggestions that she had lied. At they were quite indignant at his remarks. Indignation noun. Adjective. Considerable, great, hlgh. His response was one of high indignation. Widespread public moral, right. Smock. Register, trademark, symbol, verb plus indignation. Be filled with, be full of, feel. They were full of righteous indignation at the thought of being cheated. Express, show, blush / burn / flush with. Quiver / shudder / tremble with. His plump face flushed with indignation. Bertha's voice quivered with indignation. Arouse, cause, provoke. Indignation plus verb grow, rise / indignation grew as More nightclubs opened. She could feel her indignation rising. Prep. In tilde she turned to him in indignation. With tilde he refused it with some indignation. Tilde about / at / over the government expressed its indignation over the way the incident had been handled. Tilde against public indignation. Against the government. Indiscretion noun. Adjective. Serious minor, slight, small personal. Paul. Article youthful, dietary, sexual. 409 Industry. Verb plus indiscretion commit he had committed a minor sexual indiscretion. Regret I instantly regretted my indiscretion and asked her to keep the news to herself. Report he had never forgiven her for reporting his indiscretion in front of his friends. Indispensable adjective. Verbs be, prove become make sb / sth he had. Saran made himself indispensable. Consider sb / sth. Eadv. Absolutely almost, virtually. Prep. For written sources are considered virtually indispensable for today's history teaching. In these drugs are almost indispensable in the fight against the disease. 2. Skills which turned out to be indispensable to her career. Individual noun. Adjective. Outstanding, talented, key, powerful, creative. Average, ordinary. Their research shows that the average individual watches around 3.5 hours of television per day. Private, he was carrying out his functions as a trustee in the course of his business, rather than as a private individual. / single particular, certain. The motives influencing a particular individual may change from time to time. Autonomous, independent. His philosophy is about becoming aware of oneself as an autonomous individual. Isolated society does not consist of isolated individuals, but people in a network of relationships. Unique. She saw the artist as a unique individual, possessing a heightened awareness of reality. Like-minded, a group of like-minded individuals named the book recommends that you sign yours sincerely if you are sending the letter to a named individual. Qualified, we welcome applications from suitably qualified individuals. Human, we know that all human individuals are unique. Verb and individual. Treat SB as the teacher should treat each pupil as an individual. Individual plus verb vary. Although individuals vary widely, the bones of the average female skeleton are small and lighter than the mate. Register trademark symbol. Individual plus noun level. His writings are concerned with religious phenomena at the individual level. Phrases any / no / one individual, no single individual had done so much for the development of the motor vehicle. Concern for the individual, the freedom of the individual. The issue of the freedom of the individual versus the intervention of the state. A group of individuals. She had taken a group of individuals and made them into a superb team. The individual concerned. It's up to the individual concerned to contact the police. The needs of the individual. Each course has to be tailored to the needs of the individual. Respect for the individual, vary from individual to individual. Eating habits are born to vary from individual to individual. Individuality noun. Adjective. Human. verb plus individuality have each song has its own individuality. Express, reflect, show clothes that reflect your individuality. Give sth the small items of hand crafted furniture give individuality to the room. Recognize this book will help ya recognize your individuality. Retain lose. Phrase is a feeling / sense of individuality, the suppression of individuality becoming part of a team should not mean the suppression of individuality. Inducement noun. Adjective. Big, massive, powerful, strong, sufficient. Extra, further positive cash, financial. Register trademark symbol verb plus inducement offer, SB /STH as, provide. SB /STH as, the higher payments were offered as an inducement. Receive. Prep. Tilde for the reduced tax is a major inducement for first-time buyers. Tilde to an inducement to crime and violence. Copyright symbol inducements to employees. Indulge verb. Sent verb plus indulge be able to, be free to, can. Copyright symbol prep. She was free to indulge in a little romantic day. Dreaming. With for a special treat indulge yourself with one of these luxury flavors of ice cream. Indulgence zone. One having whatever you want. Adjective. Excessive personal. Indulgence sexual. At prep. Tilde she allowed herself only a few moments in indulgence in self-pity. Phrase is a life of indulgence. To sth you allow yourself. Adjective. Expensive, private, small. Sent verb plus indulgence allow yourself as a relief from walk she allowed herself a few small indulgences. 3. Acceptance of change to the normal way of doing sth. Verb plus indulgence ask, beg, request he begged. The audience's indulgence to read some passages from his latest book. Grant, law, show, SB, he attacked the indulgence shown to religious dissenters. Self guilty of self. Industrial action noun. Adjective. Continuing unlawful. Verb plus industrial action take threaten call. For vote for start step up the union is considering stepping up its industrial action. Suspend stop. Take part in, be / become involved in his research indicates an increase in the number of women involved in industrial action. Support. Prep. Tilde against the union is threatening industrial action against the company. Tilde by industrial action by rail. Way workers tilde in support of industrial action in support of demands for a 10% salary adjustment tilde over to take industrial action of pay. Industrialist noun. Adjective. Leading, prominent, top local wealthy. Industry noun. Adjective. Thriving important, key, major, fastest, grow. In declining modern traditional cottage weave. And knitting are traditional cottage industries. Domestic, international, local, national private, private. Ist government owned, nationalized, state run. Heavy light strategic industries such as the extraction of oil and natural gas manufacturing, so vice the shift away from manufacturing to service industry. Try labor-intensive high-tech / high technology. Building, construction engineering shipbuilding. Chemical, coal, electricity, energy, gas, mining, nuclear, oil, petrochemical, agricultural, fishing, food, timber, pharmaceutical, automobile, automotive, car, motor, computer, electronics, textiles, advertising, ants, entertainment, film, music / record, catering, hospitality, hotel, leisure, tourist. Verb plus industry: assist, develop, encourage, help. Stimulate: the government decided to encourage tries based on biotechnology. Government measures to stimulate new industry. Running down the new clear industry will result in heavy job losses. Damage: they claim that a commercial part would damage the local tourist industry. Cripple, destroy, ruin, nationalize, privatize, regulate, protect. Trade barriers erected to protect domestic industry. Subsidies: the state's timber industry is heavily subsidized. Interfere in / with the inedible. 410. Government has interfered in industry, with disastrous inequality. Noun. Results, by attempting to alter economic trends. Be involved in / with more than 140,000 people are directly involved in the industry. Enter, go into students' training. To enter the catering industry. Copyright symbol: she decided to leave teaching and go into industry. Industry plus verb: develop, grow up, spring up in the favorable economic environment. New light tries are constantly springing up. Boom, expand, grow. The tourist industry is still expanding rapidly. Decline, shrink, close down, disappear when the railway disappeared, other industries associated with it closed down. Compete, produce, industry plus noun leader standard: they hope that the disk drive will become an industry standard. Prep, in / within ~jn. The computer industry, change comes about very rapidly. Phrase is a captain of industry, commerce and industry. The banks lend money to commerce and industry. Regulation of an industry, proposals for regulation of the water industry. The revival of an industry, the revival of the British film industry, a sector of industry, trade and industry. The Department of Trade and Industry. Inedible adjective. Verbs: be, look, become, make, these chemistry equals make the fruit inedible. Copyright symbol: ADV. Totally: the food was totally inedible. Almost. Ineffective adjective. Verbs: be, prove, seen, these policies have proved effective. Become, make, render, the contract was rendered ineffective by this careless wording. EADV. Highly, singularly, very, completely, entirely, totally, wholly, largely, pretty, rather, relatively, somewhat, apparently, politically. At prep. Against these weapons are totally ineffective. Against tanks. In chemicals that are very ineffective in killing weeds. Inefficiency noun. Adjective. Gross, inherent, bureaucratic, economic, managerial. Verb plus inefficiency: cause, create, lead to, make. For conflict between management and workers, makes for inefficiency in the workplace. Minimize, reduce, over. Come, root out, we need to root out inefficiencies in the production process. Inefficiency plus verb: arise. This type of inefficiency arises because workers and management are ill-equipped. Inefficient adjective. Verbs: be, seem, become. EADV. extremely, grossly, highly, hopelessly, terribly. Very quite, rather, relatively, somewhat generally. Potentially, inherently notoriously economically. An economically inefficient system. Ineligible arg. Register trademark symbol verbs be become make SB/STH consider SB/STH. Declare SB/STH, deem SB/STH the country had been declared ineligible for World Bank lending. Copyright symbol prep. For the new rules have made thousands more people ineligible for legal aid. Inept adjective. Copyright symbol verbs be, prove become. Register trademark symbol ADV. Very quite rather politically, socially JT. Would be politically inept to cut these training programs now. At prep. At he was rather inept at word games. Adjective. Considerable, great, marked, substantial JN. Equalities of income would lead to even greater inequalities in access to healthcare. Real growing, increased / increasing, global, regional class, econom. IC, educational, gender, income, pay, racial, sex / sexual. Social, socio-economic, structural. Verb plus inequality cause, create, lead to the introduction of school fees would create inequality between schools, maintain, perpetuate. Many sociologists have regarded education as central in perpetuating inequality. Reinforce sex inequality in pay reinforces class inequality. Increase reduce remove they can build at more harmonious society once inequality and exploit. Area removed. Rectify, redress. The country has had some success in redressing racial inequalities. At inequality plus verb exist inequalities that exist in wealth and income, arise from STH, be based on STH in. Equalities based on racism and social class persist, remain even in the age of compulsory school. Inequalities have remained. Increase decline. At prep, tilde between economic inequality between men and women tilde in gender inequality in education. At phrases inequalities of opportunity / power / wealth. A pattern of inequality. Inert adjective. Verbs be lie, remain become. Adv. Completely she lay completely inert on her bed. Relatively chemically inert radioactive. Waste. Inertia noun. Adjective. Sheer bureaucratic, institutional, organizational, political. Copyright symbol verb plus inertia lapse into she lapsed into inertia. And lay there as if asleep. Overcome the forces for change in the government are not sufficient to overcome bureaucratic inertia. Copyright symbol prep. Out of tilde he stayed where he was, not because he really wanted to, but out of inertia. Through tilde projects were frequently abandoned through sheer inertia. Phrases a state of inertia. Inevitability noun. Adjective. Terrible, tragic ascertain historical. Copyright symbol verb plus inevitability have accept she was learning to accept the inevitability of death. Copyright symbol prep. Tilde about the tragedy had a certain inevitability about it. Copyright symbol phrases 8 feeling / sense of inevitability. Inevitable adjective. Asterisk register trademark symbol verbs appear, be, look, seem become make STH. The scandal made her resignation inevitable. regard. Sth as, csth as they came to see defeat as inevitable. Eadv. Absolutely, quite almost, virtually apparent. Lie, seemingly probably historically, politically. Phrases boto the inevitable she bowed to the inevit. Able, equals accepted a situation in which she had no choice. And resigned. Inexhaustible large. Verbs be, seem her energy seemed inexhaustible. At adv. Virtually apparently, seemingly. Inexpensive adjective. Register trademark symbol verbs be. Eadv. Very comparatively, fairly, quite, reasonably. Relatively paper is relatively inexpensive here. 411 Inferiority. Inexperience noun. Adjective. Relative youthful political. Adverb plus inexperience reveal, show she showed her. Inexperience by asking lots of trivial questions. Be down. To the team's defensive errors were down to, equals a result of their inexperience. Put sth down to he put his miss. Takes down to, equals believed they were caused by his inexperience. Inexperience plus verb show her inexperience in Paul. Itix did not show as she debated with the other candidates. Asterisk at prep. Because of / from / through tilde they made mistakes. Through inexperience. Tilde in inexperience in teaching. Inexperienced adjective. Copyright symbol verbs be, feel, seem. Eadv. Hopelessly, very totally he was unqualified. And totally inexperienced. Relatively she was still a relatively inexperienced pilot. Politically, sexually. At prep. In she was inexperienced in teaching art. With men who are inexperienced with children. Phrases young and inexperienced. Inexplicable age. Verbs be seem remain find sth. Asterisk register trademark symbol adv. Completely, quite, totally their actions are completely inexplicable. Apparently otherwise this the or he makes sense of an otherwise inexplicable phenomenon. Infancy noun. Adjective. Early the vaccination is given in early infancy. Adverb plus infancy survive, beyond, their first child. Did not survive infancy. Die in she died in infancy. Prep. During / in tilde deaths during infancy have fallen dramatically in the last 100 years. Figurative, the new company is still in its infancy. From infancy to late childhood since, SBs, tilde since her infancy she has been a healthy baby. Throughout, SBs, tilde he was ill many times throughout his infancy. Infant noun. Adjective. Young he is studying hearing in very young in. Chance. Newborn unborn stillborn preterm, pre. Mature jaundice in premature infants full term. Healthy, normal jow birth weight human a book on in. Intellectual development in the human infant female. Male screaming, sleeping Marjorie looked down at the sleeping infant in her arms. At infant plus noun death, mortality countries with high infant mortality child, daughter, son. At phrases sudden infant death syndrome. Infected adjective. At verbs be become, get. At adv. Badly, heavily chronically. At prep. With patients who are infected with this virus. Infection noun. Adjective. Heavy, nasty, serious, severe mild, minor. Moderate, acute chronic recurrent further primary, secondary if the primary infection is not treated. Further outbreaks may occur. New. Over 90% of all new infections occur in the developing world. Rare bacter, eel, fungal, viral chest, ear, etc. Respiratory, urinary, etc. Herpes, HIV, etc. Adverb plus infection have, suffer, from, his suffering. From an acute infection of the lower respiratory tract. Be at risk from / of, be prone / susceptible / vulnerable to. Goats appear to be more susceptible to the infection than sheep. Be exposed to vaccination is essential to protect people exposed to hepatitis B infection. Acquire, catch, contract, develop, get. She's always getting chest infections. Pass, on, spread, transmit. The infection is passed on through the horse feed. Carry almost all, i.e. sheep on the farm carried the infection. Guard against. Protect SB /STH from, to protect the body from infection. Avoid, prevent, combat, fight. The virus affects the body's immune system so that it cannot fight infection. Fight off, kill. Normally, white blood cells fight off and kill infections. Recover from, leave / make SB susceptible to, leave / make SB vulnerable to. Die from / of diagnose, SB with, treat, SB for. Infection plus verb develop, occur. An infection that occurs in swans spread. They want to prevent the infection spreading to other parts of the body. Cause STH, result in STH. Heavy to infections may result in pneumonia. At prep. In tilde in acute infections of the urinary tract. The patient may suffer severe pain. Tilde by infection of people by the virus. Tilde from infection from sewage water. Tilde through infection through unsafe sex. Tilde with infection with bacteria. At phrase is a cause of infection, the onset of infection. The drug must be taken from the onset of the infection. Resistance to infection. Taking vitamin C builds up your resistance to infection. A risk of infection, a site of infection. Medical, the urethra was the primary site of infection. A source of infection. We are trying to trace the source of infection. The spread of infection. Special page at illness. Infectious adjective. Copyright symbol. Verbs be, remain. EADV. Highly, very, potentially. Infer verb. At ADV. Reasonably. At verb plus infer can / could, be possible to, be diffy. Cult to, be hard to. It is difficult to infer anything from such scanty evidence. Be reasonable to, be wrong to. Prep. From this study we can reasonably infer that this behavior is inherited. Inference noun. At adjective. Fair, logical, reasonable, obvious. Register trademark symbol. Verb plus inference. Draw, make. At inference plus verb. Be based on STH. Inferences based on their answers to a number of set questions. Prep. Tilde about. In the absence of detailed documentary evidence, we can only make inferences about known religion. Tilde from. The virtue of data depends on our skill in drawing inferences from it. Inferior noun. Adjective. Intellectual, social. Register trademark symbol verb plus inferior consider SB she considered every one her intellectual inferior. Inferior CQJ. Adverbs be, feel, seem her obvious popularity made me. Jeet inferior consider SB/STH, regard SB/STH as, see. SB/STH as women are often regarded as inferior. ADV. Decidedly, distinctly, greatly, markedly, sonify. Cantly, vastly, very slightly, somewhat demon. Strably intrinsically intellectually, morally, social. Lie, technically. At prep. In these later paintings are slightly inferior in value. To his later work was vastly inferior to his early work. Inferiority noun. At adjective. Moral, racial, social the myth of racial inferiority. Numerical the invading force, conscious of their number. Equal inferiority at sea, decided on an airborne attack. Infertility 412. Verb plus inferiority except. At inferiority plus noun complex he had an inferiority complex about his looks. At prep. Tilde to she accepted her inferiority to her rivals. Asterisk phrase is a feeling / sense of inferiority, a position of inferiority, a sign of inferiority using a false accent over. The phone is a sign of inferiority. Infertility noun. Adjective. Female, male. Verb plus infertility cause, lead to treat. At infertility plus noun clinic, treatment. Infested arch. Verbs be become. Adv. Badly, heavily the building was heavily infested with cockroaches. Prep. With. Infiltration noun. At adjective. Large-scale communist, right-wing, etc. Verb plus infiltration reduce prevent. Prep. Tilde by the police tried to prevent infiltration by drug traffickers. Tilde into the infiltration of rain into the soil. Infinite adjective. Verbs be become. Adv. Almost, practically, virtually and almost infinite. Variety of colors apparently potentially. Infinitive noun. Adjective. Bare modal verbs generally take the bare infinitive. Perfect you use have to form the perfect infinitive. A verb. Passive split the use of the split infinitive is now generally acceptable. Verb plus infinitive form take split. Infinity noun. One endless space / time. Verb plus infinity extend into / to, stretch into / to the. Theoretically, a line can extend into infinity. At prep. At tilde parallel lines meet at infinity. / into tilde in this. Whether the cliff face was a foggy drop into infinity. To number larger than any other. At verb plus infinity approach, tend to / towards as x-ap. Approaches infinity y approaches 0. At prep. At tilde the usual convention is to choose the refer. Ends point at infinity. Infirm adjective. Verbs be become. Adv. Mentally, physically. Infirmity zone. At adjective. Mental, physical increasing. Phrases age and infirmity, literary, those incapable of supporting themselves by reason of age and infirmity. Inflamed adjective. Verbs be become, get. Adv. Highly, severely, very her joints are severely inflamed. further acutely chronically. Inflammable adjective. Adverbs be. Eadv. Highly, very. These gases are highly inflammable. Inflammation noun. Adjective. Painful, severe, mid-acute. Colonic, intestinal, etc. Adverb plus inflammation. Reduce. Steroids often help reduce the inflammation and itching in the skin. Prep. Tilde of inflammation of the stomach. Phrases. Signs of inflammation. Chronic. Inflate verb. Eadv. Fully, partially. At prep. With the balloon was kept fully inflated with hydrogen. Inflated arch. Verbs be. Eadv. Greatly, grossly, hugely, vastly, artificially. Falsely. The prices of meals are often artificially inflated. Inflation noun. Adjective. High-low, moderate, zero, galloping, _ra. Jing, rampant, rising, runaway, soaring, spiraling, un. Controllable double-digit, equals 10% or more. Consumer price, price, wage. Domestic. Verb plus inflation. Cause, fuel, push up, rouse. Beat, bring down, / under control, check, combat, con. Troy, curb, cut, fight, get down, / under control, keep down, keep in check, keep under control, reduce. Paul. ISIS tar beat inflation. It is vital that inflation is kept in check. Keep pace with. Wages are not keeping pace with inflation. Inflation plus verb be up, be down. Inflation is down to its lowest level in 3 years. Exceed. Reach. Inflation reached a monthly rate of 5%. Average. Be at run at stand at. Inflation is running at 4%. Edge up, go up, increase, rise, fall, go down. Slow. Inflation has slowed to 7%. Erode. Savings eroded by inflation. Inflation plus noun. Figures, rate. An inflation rate of 2% forecast, target. Cent. Phrase is the battle / fight against inflation, a drop / fall. In inflation, an increase / RLSE. In inflation, an increase in inflation to 3.5%, a rate of inflation. Inflexible adjective. Adverbs be, prove, seem. The rules seemed arbitrary and inflexible. Become, remain. Eadv. Highly, very, completely, totally. 7 year period is not totally inflexible. Rather, relatively, some. What. She's a good teacher, but she can be rather inflexible. Inflict verb. Adv. Deliberately. When someone deliberately inflicts damage, it is a matter for the police. Maliciously, gently, both. Law. He was charged with maliciously inflict in grievous bodily harm. At prep. On / upon. They inflicted a humiliating defeat on their rivals. Influence noun. One effect. SB / STH has power to control. SB / STH. Adjective. Big, considerable, enormous, great, significant. Growing. Chief, dominant, major, overwhelming. Powerful, profound, strong. He had a profound influence on modern poets. Important, crucial, decisive. Undue, law. The court found that the bank exerted undue influence over Mrs. Black in getting her to sign the contract. Beneficial, positive. Adverse, corrupting, destructive, disruptive, evil, negative, stabilizing, steadying, calming, restraining, civilizing, direct, pervasive, wide, external, outside the religious community, wished. 413 Information. To be independent of outside influence. Foreign, cultural, economic, genetic, political. Verb plus influence, have, give. SB her wealth gave her influence over affairs of state. Exercise, exert, use. Wield, can you use your influence with the director to get me a part in the film? Drug cartels wielded enormous influence in the city. Extant, the unions have been able to extend their influence over all industries. Be under the court was told that he was under the influence of alcohol when he committed the offense. Come forward / fall under, she came under the influence of Sartre at this period. Be in dependent of, show. Spanish architecture shows Moorish influence. Attribute sth to much of his writing can be attributed to the influence of Freud. At influence plus verb, extend, their influence extended as far as China. At prep. Under the tilde, the town grew under the influence of colonialism. Tilde, from, there was no influence from outside. Tilde, in, she has a certain amount of influence in the way things are organized. Tilde, on, / upon, they were a major influence upon the development of the sport. Tilde, over, I have absolutely no influence over him. Tilde, WLTH, Queen Isabella was urged to use her influence with the French monarch. Phrases, a sphere of influence, Rome's sphere of influence extended across Europe, North Africa and the Middle East. Bring your influence to bear on SB /STH, the king tried to bring his influence to bear on, tried to influence the parliament. Under the influence of alcohol / drink, he was arrested. Far, driving under the influence. 2 SB /STH, that affects the way SB behaves / thinks. Adjective. Big, considerable, great, significant, and major, overwhelming, powerful, profound, strong. Important, early. Who were your early influences? Influences at the start of your career. Formative, the massive intellect of his mother had been a formative influence from his earliest years. Diverse, he is a writer of Indian descent and draws upon diverse cultural influences. Outside, parents often seek to shelter their children from outside influences, good, adverse, bad, corrupt, destructive, disruptive, harmful, negative. Stabilizing, steadying, calming, restraining, civilizing. Environmental, genetic, artistic, cultural, music. Adverb plus influence, be, represent the legacy of an ancient Rome, represented the overwhelming influence on Romanesque architecture. Have, the band had many influences. Be exposed to, a study of children exposed to different cultural influences, draw from /on /upon. At influence plus verb, be at work, there were a number of influences at work in Gaudy's architecture. At prep. Tilde, on, she's by far the biggest influence on my writing. Influence, verb. Eadv. Considerably, deeply, enormously, greatly, heavily, powerfully, profoundly, strongly. This book influenced her profoundly, increasingly, largely, main. Lie, primarily partly, slightly directly, indirectly pres. Sure from industry bosses has directly influenced government policy. Clearly, obviously, undoubtedly active. Lie critically, crucially, decisively, significantly inevitably positively actions that positively influence health. Adversely unduly try to be aware of external factors which may unduly influence your judgment. Verb plus influence seem to attempt to, seek to. Try to seeking to influence university appointments. At prep. In her parents tried to influence her in her choice of university. Copyright symbol phrases be easily / readily influenced. He was naive and easily influenced by his friends. Influential act. Verbs be, prove, become. Eadv. Deeply, enormously, especially, extraordinarily. Extremely, highly, hugely, immensely, particularly, real. Lie, very. This was a highly influential work. As a writer. She was hugely influential. Increasingly fairly, quite. Widely politically. At prep. In the group was influential in setting up the new schools. Influenza noun. At quant. Attack, bout. Verb plus influenza have, suffer from catch. Contract. At influenza plus noun epidemic virus. Special page at illness. Influx noun. Adjective. Great, huge, large, massive, vast, small, new. Sudden, continual, steady, daily. The daily influx of sightseers to the city. At verb plus influx have, receive. The hotel has received a large influx of guests. Prevent. The country sealed its borders to prevent the influx of illegal immigrants. Cope with. They didn't know how they were going to cope with the sudden influx of refugees. At prep, tilde into / to a massive influx of foreign tourists into London. Inform verb. Register trademark symbol ADV. Merely, simply. I am not advising you. I am merely informing you of the situation. Regularly, immediately. Officially, personally, kindly, politely. Next time you decide to take some action, kindly inform me. Bluntly, I word do it. She informed him bluntly. Coldly, coolly. Verb plus inform. Be pleased to, regret to, regret to. Inform you that you have been unsuccessful in your plea. Cation. Be required to. The clinic is required to inform the patient about possible alternative treatments. At prep. About efforts to inform young people about the dangers of drugs. Of we will immediately inform you of any changes to the program. Informal adjective. Register trademark symbol. Verbs be, become, remain. Register trademark symbol ADV. Extremely, highly, very, fairly, quite, rather. Relatively. Our meetings are relatively informal. Purely. These meetings should remain purely informal, with no obligation on either side. Cheerfully, delightfully. Information noun. Adjective. Accurate, correct, precise or false. It is alleged that he gave false information to the tax authorities. Relevant, useful, valuable, useless, available. Further information is available on request. Missing, fresh, new, latest, up to date. The latest information on lung conditions. Additional, extra, further, general. Information about the company as a whole. Basic. Information like date of birth, doctor's name and phone number background detailed factual classified. Confidential, secret price sensitive. There are legal constraints on the use of price sensitive information. Bibliographic, economic, educational, financial, social, technological, etc. Copyright symbol quant. Item, piece. An interesting piece of information. Bit, fragment, nugget, scrap, snippet. She let slip a few nuggets of information about herself. Mine, wealth. This book is a mine of information on the Romans. Adverb plus information contain have. Do you have the information I need? Retain, store. James is able to retain an enormous amount of factual information in his head. Copyright symbol. Database systems that process and store information. Need, require, ask for, request, look for, seek. Informative. 414. Find, gain, get, obtain information gained from research. Collect, gather. The police are still questioning witnesses and gathering information. Receive, dig up. Have you dug up any further information on the suspect? Extract, retrieve. The difficulties of extracting information from government officials. Copyright symbol. Software that retrieves information from a variety of different sources. Access, portable. Computers are good for accessing information while traveling. Download, disclose, give, impart, make available. Provide, SB with, supply, SB with, a court order. Prevent an ex-employee from disclosing confidential information. Leak, someone leaked information to the press. Pass on, they passed on information about the crime to the police. Circulate, disseminate, an organization that collects and disseminates information about women in SCI. Exchange, the French and British police will exchange information on wanted criminals. Withhold it. Was improper of the broker to withhold the information from the stock exchange. Cover up, suppress, collate. Organize, check, analyze, present. The way you present the information is important. Publish, act on, go on. At the moment we've very little information to go on. At, information plus verb relate to STH. Information relating to the social background of the child lead to the reward for information leading to an arrest. At, information plus noun. Service bureau, desk of vice, center, source, system, processing. Register, trademark symbol. Prep. According to tilde. According to information archived by the police, the terrorists have left the country. 4. SB's tilde. This leaflet is produced for the information of our customers. Tilde. About, / concerning, / on, / regarding financial information concerning a company. At, phrases. Access to information, the exchange of information, the flow of information to improve the flow of information within the company. A lack of information, a request for information, a source of information. Informative, adjective. Adverbs. Be, prove, find, STH. Asterisk, register, trademark symbol. ADV. Extremely, highly, most, particularly, very. 1. Fully, the survey proved most informative. Quite. Copyright symbol. Prep. About, the book is extremely informative about life in Roman times. Informed, adjective. Adverbs. Be, keep, SB. EADV. Closely, well, the kids are much better informed than I was at their age. Fully, properly, consumers must be fully informed of the services available. Adequately. Reasonably J. Offer my observations as those of an interest. Ed. And reasonably informed member of the general public. Badly, ill, poorly reliably J. Am reliably informed that there are plans to close this school. Politically apolitical. Lie informed public theoretically informed. Research. At prep. About they were poorly informed about their rights. Of we will keep you informed of any developments. On keep me informed on progress. Inform a noun. Adjective. Police he later became a police informer. At verb plus informer become, turn one of the gang. Members had turned informer. At phrase is a network of informers. Infrequent adjective. Asterisk verbs be become. Eadv. Very comparatively, foully, rather, relatively. Disturbances are relatively infrequent in British prisons. Infringement noun. Adjective. Serious minor clear alleged possible. Copyright, patent, trademark. Verb plus infringement be, constitute the commit. T ruled that the U.S. ban constituted an infringement of free trade. Commit sympathy for people who commit minor infringements under difficult circumstances. Phrase is an infringement of copyright / the law. Ingenious adjective. Verbs be, sound the ideo sounds quite ingenious. Eadv. Extremely, highly, most, quite, very most in. Genius device. Ingenuity sound. Register trademark symbol adjective. Considerable, great intellectual, technical. Human. Quant. Amount, degree getting out of this mess was going to require a fair degree of ingenuity. At verb plus ingenuity have someone who has the ingenuity to solve problems apply, use there is always a solution, so long as you are prepared to use your ingenuity. Display, show the children showed a lot of ingenuity. Admire call for, need, require, take considerable ingenuity is needed to minimize costs. 9. It didn't take much ingenuity to transform the door into a table. Register trademark symbol prep. With tilde they adapted the available materials with great ingenuity, tilde in we have to admire his ingenuity in redesigning the machinery. Ingrained adjective. Asterisk verbs be become remain. Eadv. Deeply prejudice remains deeply ingrained in many organizations. Copyright symbol prep. Ingredient noun. One thing from which STH is made. Adjective. Excellent, good feat always pays to use the best ingredients when cooking. Main, major, principal the principal ingredient of smog important, vital secret, SPE. Seal J basic common active salicylic acid, the active ingredient in aspirin remaining add all the remaining ingredients and bring to the boil. Fresh natural arty. Official exotic dry use a spoon to mix the dry ingredients. Raw food. Verb plus ingredient use I only use natural ingredients. Add, pour in / on / over mix the marinade ingredients and pour over the goose. Blend, combine, mix, stir in, blend all the ingredients together in a bowl. Phrases a list of ingredients all food products should carry a list of ingredients on the packet. Equals special page at food. 2 thing / quality necessary to make STH successful. Adjective. Crucial, essential, fundamental, important, key. Vital hard work is a vital ingredient for success. Main. Major, principal basic, necessary forecasting is a basic ingredient of business planning. Right the little. Town has all the right ingredients for a murder mystery. Magalk, secret, special added / additional, extra. Missing. Verb plus ingredient have the Australian team had. The added ingredient of perseverance. Provide, supply. She hopes the change of career will supply the missing ingredient in her life, excitement. At prep. Tilde for tolerance is an essential ingredient for a happy marriage. Tilde in individualism has been the secret ingredient in developing his chain of fashion stores. At phrase is an ingredient for success. 415 Initiative. Inhabitant noun. Adjective. Local old. He is Brixham's oldest inhabitant. Younger present, permanent. Early. The islands. Earliest inhabitants came from India. Original Indie. Genus, native rural, village human. Register trademark symbol verb plus inhabitant have. London has over 7 million inhabitants. Inhabitant plus verb live. 77% of the inhabitants lived in the countryside. Copyright symbol prep of / with tilde towns of about 10,000 inhabitants. Inhale verb. Eadv. Deeply sharply. Janet inhaled sharply when she saw him. Slowly. Inherit verb. Register trademark symbol verb plus inherit stand to. He stood to inherit, equals was likely to inherit, property worth £5 million. At prep. From. She inherited some money from her mother. Register trademark symbol phrases be genetically inherited. How many of these traits are genetically inherited? Inheritance noun. 1 money / property. Copyright symbol adjective. Large small rightful, iterary. He accused his younger brother of trying to steal his rightful inheritance. Shed. Register trademark symbol verb plus inheritance leave. SB. She left him an inheritance of £100,000. Come into, enter, into / on / upon, zit. Irari, receive. When he was 21 he came into a large inheritance. Claim. When his father died, he returned to land to claim his inheritance. Renounce. Challenge. Jealous relatives tried to challenge her inheritance. Steal. Restore. SB2, the Earl of Arundel's heir was restored to his inheritance and granted the lordship of Chick. Divide. The inheritance was divided equally among 8. The sons share in, under their law, all children shared in the inheritance. Copyright symbol inheritance plus noun tax law. Prep. Tilde by the system involved inheritance by the eldest son. Tilde through inheritance through marriage. To sth from the past / your family. Prep. Common. A common inheritance of language and culture. Cultural. Genetic, physical. Classical. The influence of the classical inheritance equals the culture of ancient Greece and Rome on Renaissance thought. Inhibit verb. Eadv. Seriously, severely, significantly. Alcohol signify. Cantly inhibits the action of the drug. Completely. Slightly. Verb plus inhibit tend to a large service sector and a small manufacturing sector would tend to inhibit growth. In the economy. At prep. From the fear of dismissal inhibited employees. From raising problems. Inhibited arg. Copyright symbol verbs be, feel become. EADV. Very rather, slightly emotionally. At prep. About he was rather inhibited about discussing. Politics, by she felt very inhibited by her own lack of experience. From no one should feel inhibited from taking part in the show. Inhibition noun. Register trademark symbol verb plus inhibition have, no, show, no, get rid of, lose, overcome the children, at first shy, soon lost their inhibitions. E-prep, without tilde young children will participate in a drama class without inhibition. Tilde about they had no inhibitions about voicing their feelings. Tilde against an inhibition against certain behavior. Inhuman adjective. Register trademark symbol verbs be consider sth, regard sth as we regard their treatment of the prisoners as inhuman. EADV. Positively what she proposes is positively inhuman. Totally, utterly almost. Initial noun. Copyright symbol verb plus initial have the two authors have the same initials. Be / become known by she's always been known by her initials. Use bear, carry a stone over the door bears the initials R.P, which stand for Ralph. Pigott. Carve, embroider, engrave, STH with, mark. STH with, monogram STH with, put, sign, stamp, STH with, write. He carved his girlfriend's initials in the rock. 0. Now that she was managing director she could put the tiles MD after her name. E initial plus verb stand first. Register trademark symbol prep. Tilde for when writing. If you use initials for a long name, make sure you spell out the name at least once. Initiate verb. E at ADV. Formally the enquiry was formally initiated last month. Initiation noun. E at initiation plus noun ceremony, rite, ritual a 7 initiation ceremony for new members of the organization. E-prep. Tilde into JT was my initiation into the world of high fashion. Register trademark symbol phrase is a ceremony / rite of innate lat long. Initiative noun. One new plan. E adjective. Fresh, new fresh initiatives to find a peaceful end to the conflict. Pioneering initiatives in bioengineering. Current, latest, recent, important, major, welcome, successful, practical, exciting. Private, cooperative, joint, international, local, national, regional, government, business, diplomatic. Economic, education / educational, environmental, marketing, peace, policy, political, research, training. Equant. Range, series. Adverb plus initiative. Undertake the research. Initiative is being undertaken by a group of environmentalists. Pian develop, announce, introduce, launch, set up, start. The government has launched a new policy. Initiative. Be / become involved in. 10 schools have been involved in the initiative. Lead, approve, reject. The peace initiative was rejected out of hand. Sponsor. Peace initiative sponsored by the Organization of African Unity. Endorse, support. The committee endorsed an initiative by the chairman to enter discussion about a POS. Sybil merger. Welcome, we welcome the government's initiative to help the homeless. Praise, encourage. Register trademark symbol initiative plus verb be aimed at STH, be designed to a local initiative aimed at economic regeneration. Copyright symbol an initiative designed to promote collaborative research. Involve STH, relate to STH founder. The initiative founded because there was no market interest in redevelopment. At prep. Against a new initiative against car theft. By the latest initiative by the UN Secretary General. For an initiative for peace and human rights. On the government's major new initiative on crime. Equals, special page at business. 2. Ability to decide / act independently. Adjective, considerable, great, rare, individual, personal. Injection 416. Private jet is a very hierarchical company and there's little place for individual initiative. Entrepreneurial. Adverb plus initiative. Have he had the initiative to ask what time the last train left? Display, show act / work. On your own, use he acted on his own initiative and wasn't following orders. Oh, don't ask me what you should do all the time, use your initiative. Lack encourage. Promote stifle. Raising taxes on small businesses will stifle initiative. At prep. On SB's / the project was set up on the initiative of a local landowner. In some scientists show little initiative in applying their knowledge. Sent phrase is a lack of initiative, on your own. Lative in an unprecedented action, the army, on its own initiative, arrested 7 civilians. 3. The initiative opportunity to gain an advantage. Adverb plus initiative. Have held after their latest set back. The rebel forces no longer hold the initiative. Gain. Seize, take. Regain. In the second half Manchester United regained the initiative. Toes. At initiative plus verb comes from SB / STH, lie with SB. The initiative to reopen negotiations came from Moscow. At prep. In she took the initiative in asking the board to conduct an enquiry. Injection noun. 1. Act of injecting SB. Adjective. Intramuscular, intravenous antitetanus / tet. Anus, flu, pain-killing insulin, penicillin, etc. Booster. Can I bring my dog in for his booster injection? Lethal. In some U.S. states execution is by lethal injection. Regular. Daily. Copyright symbol verb plus injection. Have he had to have a tetanus injection after injuring himself with a shovel? Administer. Give SB, perform. They gave her an injection to stop the pain. Receive. The rats received a daily injection of the drug. At prep. By the best treatment is antibiotics, preferably by injection. Against an injection against whooping cough. Far injections for diabetes. In into an injection into the vein. With both groups received a second injection with the same solution. 2. Money. At adjective. Massive, substantial, much needed capital. Cash. An undisclosed buyer will provide a much needed cash injection for the fragile balance sheet. Verb plus injection. Need, require. Give STH, provide. STH with, receive. At prep. From a cash injection from the Belgian state. Into a 7 injection of cash into the economy. Copyright symbol phrase is an injection of capital /cash /money/re. Sources: the company had reached the size where it needed an injection of capital. Injunction noun. 1. Court order. At adjective. Interim, preliminary, temporary, permanent. Court. Copyright symbol verb plus injunction apply for, seek, get, obtain. Take out, when she took out an injunction to prevent the press publishing the information. Grant, SB, issue. Ratus, SB/STH, various 7 application to court to varian. Injunction lift. It was agreed that the temporary injunction shall be lifted. Upheld, overturn, ignore. Injunction plus verb order STH, require STH, ban. STH, bar STH, forbid STH, prohibit STH, restrain SB/STH. The court upheld an injunction barring protesters from blocking access to the company. An injunction restraining the disclosure of company secrets prevent STH. At prep, against / and they got an interim injunction against the union. Phrase is a breach of an injunction. 2. Warning / order from SB in authority. Adjective. Stern. Verb plus injunction follow, obey the rank and file. Members will follow the injunction of the party leadership. Ignore. Injure verb. 1. Harm yourself / SB physically. EADV. Badly, seriously, severely, slightly, accident. Tally insurance to cover you in case one of your employees accidentally injures someone deliberately. 2. Damage SB's reputation, pride, etc. Sent ADV. Seriously, severely. This incident could seriously injure the company's reputation. Verb plus injure be calculated to, be likely to espionage activity which was likely to injure the national interest. Injure doge. Adverbs be, lie. He could have been lying injured on the moors after a fall from his horse. Get. EADV. Badly, critically, gravely, seriously, severely. Badly injured ankle. Several people were seriously injured. Slightly. A slightly injured arm fatally. Injury noun. Adjective. Appalling, bad, horrendous, major, nasty, IOUs, severe, terrible, crippling, fatal. Multiple X. Tensive minor, slight, superficial, old, nagging, niggling, recurring, long-term, permanent. Researchers have determined that heading a football can cause permanent injury. Accidental, internal, visible, facial. Head, knee, leg, spinal, etc. Sparts, industrial, bod. Ali, emotional, personal, law. At quant. Run, series, spate. He missed most of the season with a spate of injuries. Sent verb plus injury. Do yourself, incur, pick up, receive. Suffer. Do yourself an injury riding that old bike. She picked up an injury during the quarter-final. Risk. The doctor said he would risk serious injury if he were to fall again. Cause, SB/STH, inflict. The car turned right over, causing severe injury to the driver. Oh, please help me. Before our dogs inflict serious injury on each other. Carry, have, nurse, suffer from. She has replaced him in the team while he nurses a shoulder injury. Be prone to. Feign. He was accused of feigning injury. Aggravate. He Aggravated a neck injury while playing for Derby County. Diaphragm / of the inquest heard that he died from multiple injuries. Evade, escape stretching exercises can help avoid injury. Oh, fortunately, the passengers escaped serious injury. Overcame, shake AFF she has failed to shake off her stomach injury. Recover from deal with, trial, be treated for finger injuries should be dealt with immediately. Oh, he is still being treated for injuries to his legs. Go off with he went off, equals off the playing field, with an injury. In the second half be out with she is out, equals out of the competition / team, for 6 weeks with a hamstring injury. Pull out because of / due to / with he pulled out with, equals. Decided not to compete because of, an injury at the last moment. Be back after / from, come back from, return. After / from she should be back from injury. Have SB. Back after India had wicket keeper more back after injury. Injury plus verb happen, tell SB, occur this type of injury could happen to any player at any time. Result from STH injuries resulting from exposure to harmful substances heel dog SB / STH, hamper SB / STH, trouble SB. Her athletics career has been dagged by injury. Sideline SB both defenders have been sidelined by injury. Force SB tar the knee injury forced him to give up playing at the age of 23. Arise from / out of, law, personal injuries arise. Ing from negligence. 417 Innovation. Injury plus noun problems. The term has a lot of injury problems. Time they scored 2 goals in injury time. Equals time added at the end of a game because the game has been interrupted by injured players needing treatment. Register trademark symbol prep. Because of tilde she's unable to play because of injury. Through tilde he has pulled out of the match through injury. With tilde she slumped to the floor with injuries to her back and neck. Without tilde a step-by-step guide to lifting. Without injury tilde from injuries from the fire tilde to. Register trademark symbol phrases add insult to injury. It adds insult to injury, equals. It make things worse, that banks are allowed to increase their charges without our knowledge or consent. A clown. For injury, a claim for personal injury. A risk of injury. There is a real risk of injury in sports such as climbing. Injustice noun. Adjective. Cruel, grave, great, gross, terrible. Perceived. Racial, satial. Register trademark symbol verb plus injustice explains, suffer he suffered the injustice of being punished for a crime which he did not commit. Regard STH as the trial was regarded as the greatest injustice of the post-war criminal justice system. Cause, law, commit, do, SB / yourself, she remains adamant that an injustice was done. Copyright symbol we may have been doing him an injustice, equals criticizing him unfairly. This work is good. Expose a novel that sets out to expose so. Seal injustice fight against, protest against, speak out against, struggle against, work against. She was AC. Claimed for speaking out against injustice. Correct. Remedy people who work hard to correct society's injustices. Stop. Register trademark symbol prep. tilde be affirable injustice by the police tilde to it would been injustice to the man to imprison him for life. E phrases the injustice of it all she was overwhelmed by the injustice of it all, equals of the situation. A sense of injustice, a victim of injustice. Ink noun. Register trademark symbol adjective. Wet be careful. The ink is still wet. Colored. India / Indian indelible, permanent, waterproof wash. Able invisible printing. Register trademark symbol verb plus ink use. Most people now use ballpoints rather than ink. Write in he wrote very neatly in blue ink. Spill. E at 1 nk plus verb dry alpha the ink to dry. Smudge. The drawback of this printer is that the ink tends to smudge. Asterisk ink plus noun blot, spot, pen cartridge. We need to replace the ink cartridge in the printer. Drawing. Register trademark symbol prep. In tilde there were several alterations in ink. E phrases pen and ink, a pen and ink drawing. Inkling noun. Register trademark symbol adjective. First, the first inkling we had of Cliff's problem was when he didn't come to work. Faintest, slightest, we didn't have the slightest inkling of the dramatic news we were about to hear. E verb plus inkling have, no, get, give, sb, she never gave us any inkling of what she was planning. At prep tilde of. Inmate noun. Asterisk adjective. Fellow former inmate of Gloucester Jail. Young male, female camp, prison. Register trademark symbol verb plus inmate move, transfer. The inmates were moved to an undisclosed location. E inmate plus verb escape. Register trademark symbol inmate plus noun population. Register trademark symbol prep. Among tilde drug and alcohol misuse among inmates. Innocence noun. One being not guilty of a crime, etc. Register trademark symbol adjective. Total. Register trademark symbol verb plus innocence declare, proclaim. The prisoners passionately proclaimed their innocence in front of the jury. Claim. She claimed total innocence of all charges. Protest. Hayes has protested his innocence throughout the case. Demonstrate, establish, prove, be convinced of. The solicitors were convinced of his innocence and urged him to appeal the conviction. Register trademark symbol phrases. In all innocence I asked her the question. In all innocence I didn't know it was going to upset her. The presumption of innocence, jaw. 2 lack of knowledge / experience. Asterisk adjective. Childlike, wide-eyed, lost, injured. She replied to her father's accusations in tones of injured innocence. Apparent mock. Register trademark symbol verb plus innocence lose. He had lost the innocence of childhood. Retain. Take advantage of. She had taken advantage of his innocence. Prep. In your tilde. In his innocence he had allowed the salesman in to discuss vacuum cleaners with tilde. He grinned with apparent innocence. Tilde about. There is an innocence about the story. Register trademark symbol phrases. An air of innocence. There was a touching air of innocence about the boy. A look of innocence. The picture of innocence. You cheated. I what? Asked David. The picture of innocence equals pretending to look innocent. A state of innocence. Innocent adjective. 1 not guilty. E verbs be, plead. He pleaded innocent to the charges. Believe. Sb, presume SBJ had always believed her innocent. Copyright symbol. The accused person should always be presumed innocent until proved guilty. Declare SB, find SB, prove SB. The court found her innocent of the crime. Register trademark symbol ADV. Completely, entirely, totally, wholly. E-prep. Of am totally innocent of this crime. To not intended / intending to cause harm. Asterisk verbs be, lock, play, seem, sound. Stop playing innocent and answer my questions, please. At ADV. Very all, altogether, perfectly she tried to sound. Al innocent as she asked the question. Oh, the circumstance could be altogether innocent, but suspicions have been raised. Relatively, apparently, seemingly. 3. With no experience of the world. Register trademark symbol verbs be, seem she was 16 and sweetly innocent. Register trademark symbol ADV. Remarkably, very, sweetly, strangely, the strangely innocent world of her childhood sexually. Innocuous adjective. Asterisk verbs appear, be, look, seem. EADV. Perfectly, totally, wholly. His comment seemed perfectly innocuous. Fairly, pretty, quite, relatively. The liquid looked fairly innocuous. Enough. The question appeared innocuous enough, but I still did not trust her. Apparently, seemingly. Innovation noun. 1. Introduction of new ideas. Register trademark symbol adjective. Constant, continuous, successful, cultural, educational, industrial, scientific, technical, technological, design, policy, product. Industries where constant product innovation is a criterion for survival. Register trademark symbol verb plus innovation. Encourage, facilitate, foster, stimulate, stifle. Too strict a regulatory system. Vital, stifle. Innovation. Asterisk innovation plus verb occur. May occur directly in the factory. Asterisk innovation plus noun process. Technical innovation. Input 418. E-prep. Tilde in innovation in engineering. At phrases scope for innovation. 2. New idea. Register trademark symbol adjective. Great, major, important, significant, success. Full, welcome, interesting, latest, new, recent. SCI. Scientific, technical, technological. E at verb plus innovation. Come up with. She believed she had come up with one of the greatest innovations of modern times. Introduce. Many innovations were introduced by the 1919 Act. Design, develop technological innovations designed to save energy. E innovation plus verb occur. Copyright symbol prep. Tilde by mathematical astronomy was the great innovation by the Greeks of the 5th century BC. Tilde \n innovations in machinery and instruments. Input noun. 1 of time / knowledge / ideas. E adjective. Considerable, great, important, major, significant. Substantial, additional, direct, regular, local. Specialist, technical. E verb plus input have, need, get, receive, provide. Constructive criticism which provided an input into the school's decision-making process. E at prep. Tilde by the report contains a substantial input by the police. Tilde from input from various interested parties. Tilde in. They all had same input in the discussion. tilde into her input. Into the survey tilde on the union would like more input on redundancies. Tilde to an additional input to market analysis. 2 for a computer. Adjective. Data user keyboard computer. Copyright symbol verb plus input require early computers required. Input in the form of punched cards. Accept the software. Will accept input from a variety of other programs. Process JT may be beyond the capability of the hardware to process the input. Be used as / for decision tabbies can be used as computer input. Check your input and make sure you have selected only one item. Input plus noun data file field, form, screen. The cursor is positioned on the first input field of the page. Device an input device such as a keyboard. At prep. Tilde for inputs for the printers. Tilde from input from a mouse. Tilde to input to a computer database. Phrases input and output. Inquest noun. Adjective. Full fresh coroners. Adverb plus inquest conduct, hold order the court. Ordered a fresh inquest into the tragedy. Open adjourn. Attend. Inquest plus verb open here sth an elderly woman. Froze tar death, an inquest heard yesterday. Decide sth. Find sth an inquest found that the deceased had died of a drugs overdose. Return a verdict. The inquest returned a verdict of accidental death. Copyright symbol inquest plus noun jury verdict. At prep. At a / the tilde a verdict of suicide was recorded at the inquest. Tilde into an inquest into the team's poor perform. Ants tilde on an inquest on 3 fishermen. Inquire, inquiry. See enquire, enquiry. Inquisitive adjective. Adverbs appear, be seen become. Adv. Highly, very a highly inquisitive mind naturally. Children are naturally inquisitive. Incurably. Register trademark symbol prep. About we try not to be too inquisitive about what he's doing. Insane adjective. 1 mentally ill / crazy. Copyright symbol verbs be, look become, go. He later became insane and was confined to an asylum. Copyright symbol he went almost insane when he heard that his daughter had died. Drive SB. You're driving me nearly insane with that noise. Certify. SB. Declare SB. In 1975 she was certified clinically insane and sent to a menial hospital. EADV. Completely, totally, almost, nearly, a little. Dangerously, clinically, criminally. He is criminally insane, unable to stop himself attacking women. 2 very stupid / dangerous. Verbs be seem. It seems insane to cut the budget now. EADV. Quite, totally. The whole idea is quite insane. Insanity noun. Adjective. Total. Adverb plus insanity. Plead at the murder trial, he pleaded insanity. Inscribe verb. At ADV. Personally, the volume had been personally inscribed by the author. Suitably, he sent me a number of his books, all suitably inscribed. At prep. On her name was inscribed on the watch. With. The watch was inscribed with her name. Inscription noun. Register trademark symbol adjective. Faded famous dedicator. Funerary, mima. Jail, monumental Greek, Latin, etc. Verb plus inscription bear, carry, have the moan you. meant carries the inscription, to the fallen into world. Was. Carve, engraven inscription carved in the stone. Inscription plus verb bear sth, read sth, record sth. Say sth, show sth, tell sbsth. The inscription bears the date 1655. Copyright symbol. The simple inscription on her grave reads, "She sleeps in peace." Insect noun. Adjective. Flying, winged, aquatic, beneficial, unfortunate. Nili, pesticides kill off beneficial insects as well as harm. Full ones. Harmful, poisonous, social insects, such as ants, live in large colonies. Register trademark symbol quant. Swarm. At insect plus verb buzz. An insect was buzzing around the room. Fly crawl swarm bore. Insects had bored deep into the wood. Bite, sting. Register trademark symbol insect plus noun attack. The wood should be treated against insect attack. Bite eggs, larva pests. Gar. Genus welcome birds as they control insect pests. Repel. Lent, spray, species world. Wasps are the master build ers of the insect world. Insecure adjective. One not safe. Register trademark symbol verbs appear, be, look, seem, become, remain. Eadv. Extremely, very, increasingly, a little, rather. Somewhat financially. Men who are worried about losing their jobs and becoming financially insecure. Too anxious. Verbs be, feel, become, grow. Eadv. Deeply, extremely, profoundly, really, very, increasingly, a bit, a little, quite, rather, basically, no. Notoriously at star who ts notoriously insecure about her looks. At prep. About he / felt a bit insecure about being left alone. Insecurity noun. Register trademark symbol adjective. Deep, great, growing, increased, general. The 419 inspection. Prime Minister spoke of the general insecurity in the country, economic, emotional, financial, job. Copyright symbol prep. Tilde about her insecurities about her abilities. At phrases a feeling / sense of insecurity. Insensitive adjective. One not knowing or caring how SBLs feels. Copyright symbol verbs appear, be, seem, become, grow, make, SB. Think SBJ don't want to be thought insensitive, but Edo. Think we should go ahead despite the accident. Eadv. Extremely, highly, incredibly, remarkably, very. Totally, a bit, rather, somewhat. At prep. 2 years of abuse at boarding school had made him insensitive to others' suffering. 2 not able to feel / be influenced by sth. Verbs be, remain. Eadv. Completely. Relatively. At prep. To the machine is relatively insensitive to changes in the atmosphere. Totally, almost, largely, fairly. Insensitivity noun. Adjective. Complete, crass. Copyright symbol verb plus insensitivity display, show. Prep. Tilde to / towards the government has shown complete insensitivity to the refugees. Inseparable adjective. At verbs be, seem. At adv. Absolutely, quite, almost, practically, virtually. The 2 brothers are almost inseparable. Effectively. At prep. From religion is inseparable from politics. Insert verb. Eadv. carefully, gently. Prep. Between the English translation is inserted between the lines of text. In / into fine needles are gently inserted into the patient's skin. Through a probe was insert. Ed through his mouth. Insight noun. Adjective. Considerable, great, real, significant, deep. Detailed, brief, good, remarkable. The objective of the research is to gain a better insight into labor market processes. Penetrating, profound, revealing, illuminating. Crucial, important, invaluable, valuable, useful, fascinating, interesting, startling, fresh, new, original. Unlike Freud's original insights into the working of the mind, rare, clear, basic, direct. The research will provide direct insight into molecular mechanisms. For the sufficient individual, personal, critical, historical, theoretical. At quant. Flash. With a flash of insight, she found the solution to the problem. Degree. At verb plus insight. Have the experienced specialist has professional skills and insight. Be lacking in, lack. Show, allow, SB, afford, SB, give, SB, offer, SB, provide, SB with, produce, yield, gal, get, obtal, apply. Teachers have to apply in the classroom the insights that they gain in educational courses. Prep. About Schopenhauer's insight about music. Into a fresh insight into Picasso's mind. As, to an insight as to how the gene works. Copyright symbol. Phrases. A lack of insight. Insignificance noun. Adjective. Comparative, relative. At verb plus insignificance. Pale into, fade into her achievements. Fade into insignificance beside those of her sisters. Insignificant adjective. Copyright symbol. Verbs appear, be, feel, look, seem. He made her feel insignificant. Become, remain, consider. An event that was considered insignificant. Eadv. Very, completely, quite, almost. Comparative. Lie, fairly, rather, relatively, apparently, seemingly. Statistically. These results are statistically insignificant. Socially. Insinuation noun. At adjective. Veiled. At verb plus insinuation. Make, resent. I deeply resent the insinuation that I'm only interested in the money. At prep. About why did you make those veiled insinuations about me? Against insinuations against the UN. Successful candidate. Insist verb. Eadv. Firmly, strongly, stubbornly. He stubbornly insisted on doing it all himself. Absolutely. I'm paying for this. No, I absolutely insist. Gently, quietly. He quietly but firmly insisted. Always, repeatedly. Still, she still insists. Her critics are wrong. Rightly. People rightly insist on being treated as individuals. Verb plus insist. Continue to try to be entitled to. Employers are entitled to insist that employees ignore the terms of their agreement. At prep. On / upon. He insists on speaking to. You personally. Insistence noun. Adjective. Strict, gentle. Earlier, previous. At verb plus insistence. Abandon, drop. The union has dropped its earlier insistence that workers should receive bonus payments. At prep. At / on SB's at the insistence of his father, he bought himself a new suit. By insistence by the govern. Meant that 25% of all household waste be recycled. On / upon an insistence upon the highest standards of grammatical correctness. Insistent adjective. Register trademark symbol verbs be become, grow remain. EADV. Extremely, most, very. She was most insistent that we shouldn't leave the door unlocked. Fairly, quite. At prep. About. She was insistent about inviting him. On / upon. He was insistent on a format written agreement. Insoluble adjective. One that cannot be solved / explained. Verbs be seem remain. Register trademark symbol ADV. Absolutely, almost, apparently, seemingly. Too impossible to dissolve in a liquid. Copyright symbol verbs be. EADV. Highly, practically, virtually. E-prep. In these chemicals are practically insoluble in water. Inspect verb. EADV. Carefully, closely, thoroughly, regularly. Register trademark symbol verb plus inspect. Allow SB to be entitled to. Each party in the case is entitled to inspect the documents held by the other. Copyright symbol prep. For he inspected the water tank carefully for cracks. Inspection noun. Adjective. Careful, close, detailed, thorough, full, brief. Cursory, routine, frequent, regular, annual, daily. ATC. Surprise. A surprise inspection of the premises by the inspector. 420. Health inspector. Preliminary. The records are open to public inspection. Independent. International. They have refused to allow international inspection of their nuclear facilities. Physical, visual safety. Medical, on-site, site following an on-site inspection. The surveyor prepared a written report on the property. At verb plus inspection be available for, be open for / to. Be subject to. A company's accounting records must be open for inspection at all times. Nursing agencies are subject to inspection by the health authority. Bear, later. He knew that his motives would not bear too close an inspection, equals that his motives were not good. Carry out. Conduct, make. The architect is carrying out a thorough inspection of the building. Allow pass. The hotel passed its annual inspection. Fail. At inspection plus verb reveal show suggest. Closer inspection of the vase revealed it to be a fake. Take place. At inspection plus noun visit report team hatch. Panel. At prep. For he held out the saucepan for inspection. On / upon the report seemed impressive at first, but on closer inspection there were several inaccuracies. By an inspection of the troops by the commander-in-chief. At phrases. At of inspection the head went on a tour. Inspection of all the classrooms. Inspector noun. One official who inspects. Register trademark symbol adjective. Chief, principal, deputy, local, independent. Official government, ministry, RSPCA, UN / United Nations, etc. Building, factory, health and safety. Planning, public, health, school, tax, ticket, weapons. UN weapons inspectors. At verb plus inspector calling. The school inspectors were called in. Inspector plus verb being charge of the inspector. In charge of producing the report. Look at STH report. On, STH. At prep. Tilde of an inspector of prisons. Noted job. 2 police officer. Register trademark symbol adjective. Police chief, detective. Centered phrases. The rank of inspector. Inspiration noun. Register trademark symbol adjective. Great, sheer direct. His wife was the direct inspiration for the main character in the book. Sudden. Fresh, artistic, creative, poetic, divine. At quant. Flash, moment. In a flash of sheer inspiration, I decided to paint the whole house white. Register trademark symbol. Verb plus inspiration. Derive, draw, find, gal, get. Oh, take. The movement draws much of its inspiration from the Greek philosophers. Copyright symbol. Many of us found inspiration in her teaching. Copyright symbol. Where did you get the inspiration? Saw the book. Copyright symbol. Her latest book owes its inspiration to childhood memories. Give SB, provide, SB with, look for. Seek. He peered into his glass, as if seeking inspiration. There. Be lacking, in, lack. Inspiration plus verb come, from STH, one day the inspiration just came. Copyright symbol. Her inspiration comes from Asia. At prep. Tilde behind. He was the inspiration behind last week's victory. Tilde for. The sea has provided an inspiration for many of his paintings. To. She's been a great inspiration to me. Phrase is a source of inspiration. Inspired adjective. Verbs be, feel, seem, become. Adv. Divinely inspired wisdom. Ideological lie. Politically inspired violence. Inspiring adjective. At verbs be, seem. None of the leaders seems very inspiring. Find STH/SB. People find her inspiring. At ADV. Deeply, really, very. A very inspiring sight. Far from, hardly, less than, not particularly. A pile of ironing is hardly inspiring. Instability noun. Adjective. Increased, growing, increasing, continuing. Inherent, internal, economic, financial, political, so. Clal. Emotional, mental. Register trademark symbol. Quant. Degree. The increased inflation will inject a degree of instability into the economy. Register trademark symbol. Verb plus instability. Cause, create. Racism causes political instability and violence. Avoid. The law was introduced to avoid instability during the transition. At instability plus verb arise, occur. Instability may arise at times of change. At phrase is a period of instability. A long period of economic instability. A source of instability. Install verb. Adv. Properly, safely. Make sure the equipment is properly installed. Copyright symbol, figurative. She saw her guests safely installed in their rooms and then went downstairs. Easily. The loft ladder is easily installed. Successfully. Professionally. A professionally installed alarm will cost from about £500. Register trademark symbol. Verb plus install. Be easy to, be simple to. The switches are cheap to buy and easy to install. At phrases newly / recently installed. A recently installed swimming pool. Installment noun. 1 regular payment. Adjective. Fixed. A loan repaid in annual installments. First, initial. Second, third, etc. Final, last. Next, annual, monthly, weekly, quarterly. Adverb plus installment pay, off, pay, sth, by / in, pay. Sth off in she sold the car before she had paid the install. Ments. Copyright symbol the tenants agreed to pay AFF the arrears in install. Ments. Repay, sth, by / in. Installment plus verb be / become due, be payable. By / in the next installment is not due until July. At installment plus noun payment plan. Offer an installment plan. At prep. By tilde the amounts are repayable by installment. In tilde repayment is in 10 installments. 2 part of a story. Adjective. First, second, etc. Final, last, daily, weekly. Next. Adverb plus installment publish, sth in, the screw tap. Letters were published in installments from May to November 1941. At prep. Tilde in the final installment in the trilogy. Terms we. Instance noun. At adjective. Countless, innumerable, numerous occasion. Al, rare isolated, any, given, particular, specific for. The information is required to determine the correct and swear in any given instance. Extreme striking clause. This is a classic instance of Dostoevsky's writing opera. Etting on 2 levels. Verb plus instance give, provide North America pro. Vide is the most striking instance of European settlement on a grand scale. Cite, sth as, take experts cite the country. As an instance where human rights violations could lead to international intervention. To take a particular instance of this problem. Recall I cannot recall any other stance in modern times in which a huge and mighty state crumbled to dust. 421 Instruction. Instance plus verb occur an instance of this controversy occurred last year. Show sth this instance shows how important it is to check that the machine is working properly before you use it. Prep. For tilde, equals for example, murder, petty theft and tax evasion, for instance, all have different motives and consequences. In tilde in one instance, several people had their mobile phones stolen. Copyright symbol it is not always helpful to draw analogies between sexism and racism, but in this instance, it is useful. Tilde of this is an instance of his general attitude to his employees. Register trademark symbol phrases in the first instance, formal, in the first instance, a letter from your employer may be all you need. Instant noun. One short period of time. Adjective. Brief, fleeting for a brief instant, I thought she was going to fall. 1. Single his news was too important and to be contained for a single instant longer. Adverb plus instant pause for he paused for an instant before continuing. Prep. For an tilde just for an instant I thought he was going to refuse. In an tilde it was all over in an instant. Tilde after / before she woke up in the instant before the phone rang. 2 single point in time. Adjective. Any, given, any, one. Any given instant the distribution of molecular speeds is always constant under the same conditions. He took out his keys to lock the door. At that very instant the door flew open and a man ran into the room. At prep. At. The bomb could go off at any instant. Instant age. Adverbs be. EADV. Almost, his response was almost instant. Instantaneous adjective. Verbs be, her death was almost instantaneous. Registered trademark symbol ADV. Almost, virtually. Instinct noun. Registered trademark symbol adjective. Deep, powerful, strong gut first, initial his. Just instinct was to run away from danger. Good, ing against her better instincts, she ran back into the burning house to save some of her jewelry. Oh, he had an unerring instinct for when people were lying to him. Basic natural primitive creative aggraze. Civ, competitive maternal, mothering, protective. Fighting, hunting, killer, predatory, often figurative, he plays well but lacks that killer instinct that wins matches. Survival herd. What makes all these people come to the club? In my view it's the herd instinct. Sexual busyness, commercial, political, animal, human. Copyright symbol verb plus instinct have lack, develop in negotiate. In you have to develop an instinct for when to be tough. And when to make a deal. Follow, go on, obey, rely on. Trust. Why don't you just follow your natural instincts? Ignore, suppress, satisfy, appeal to. They accused the campaign of appealing to the electorate's baser instincts. Share. Both superpowers shared the same instinct for self-preservation. Instinct plus verb tell SBSTH. Her instinct told her that she was being followed. Guide. SB. Artists have to learn to be guided by their instincts. Take over. Her instincts took over and she dived on the escaping thief. Be right / wrong. Pew trusted my instincts in the past and they've usually been right. At prep. By babies know by instinct who their mother is. On I acted purely on instinct, for he's got an instinct for survival in a tough job. Instinctive adjective. Register trademark symbol verbs be, seem, become. EADV. Totally purely, my reaction was purely instinct. I've almost. Institute noun. Adjective. Professional, independent government. International, national, economic, education, educational, research, scientific, technical. Adverb plus institute. Establish, found, set up, open. Belong to. She belongs to the Chartered Institute of Man. Agement. Join. Institute plus verb find. STH. The Environmental Research Institute found that the global average temperature had risen by 1.2 degrees Celsius. Claim. STH. Say. STH. The institute says that an unidentified virus is to blame for the syndrome. Publish. STH. Provide. STH. An institute providing opportunities to veterinary graduates. Prep. At an / the she used to give lectures at the Annex Institute. In / within an / the he is a key figure in the Institute of Mathematics. For the International Institute for Economic Development. Of. Phrase is a founder of an institute, a member of an institute. Equals, note at organization. Institution noun. One large organization. Adjective. Central, major. Parliament remains the central in Statute of the Constitution of the United Kingdom. S. Established existing. They argue for the reform of existing political institutions. Traditional public-private. Government, governmental, state international, national local democratic academic, administrative. Charitable, cultural, economic, educational, financial. Legal, landing, political, religious, research cultural institutions such as the Danish Institute. E-Prep. At a / the a course at an institution of higher edu. Cation in / within / examination procedures within educational institutions. Equals, note at organization, for verbs. 2 building for people with special needs. Adjective. Mental, penal. Copyright symbol verb plus institution be admitted to, be placed in. Many people with dementia would rather remain at home than be placed in an institution. Be kept in. E-Prep. At / in / patients in mental institutions / for an institution for mentally ill offenders. 3 Custom. Adjective. National Fish and Chips became a national institution in Britain. Cultural, economic, legal, political, religious, social cultural institutions such as religious and legal codes. Instruct verb. Adv. Carefully, explicitly, specifically. You were explicitly instructed to wait here. Register trademark symbol phrases as instructed, took the pills as instructed. Instruction noun. 1 Instructions, information on how to do st. Adjective. Comprehensive, full, adequate, clear, explicit. Detailed, precise, specific, step-by-step, complex. Simple, general, special, careful, printed, verbal. Written packet, technical, safety, operating. Cooking. Washing, manufacturers. Register trademark symbol quant. List, series, set. E-verb plus instructions read. You should always read the instructions on medicines thoroughly. Understand. Follow these fondant decorations are easy to master if you follow our simple step-by-step instructions. Give, SB. Instructive 422. Leave, SB. Supply. He gave her detailed instructions on the procedure to be followed. Copyright symbol. Instructions supplied with a product. Repeat. Come with. Did it come with any instructions about assembling it? Instructions plus verb. Tell, SBSTH. Instructions that tell you where everything goes. Instruction plus noun. Book / booklet, leaflet, manual. That to refer to the instruction booklet. E-Prep. According to the microwave ovens should be serviced according to the manufacturer's instructions. In accordance with the in the it tells you in the instructions not to let the machine get too hot. About, as to. The organizer will give instructions as to what to do. On. Instructions on how to use the photocopier. Phrases follow, SB's, instructions to the letter. The jockey followed his trainer's instructions to the letter, equals fall. Load them in every detail. 2 Instructions STH that SB tells / permits you to do. Adjective. Clear, explicit, express, specific, firm, strict. 7. Have strict instructions not to let anyone else in. Direct. Special, fresh, new, further, final, written. Verb plus instructions be under, have act on / under. She is acting under direct instructions from the President. Carry out, comply with, follow, obey. Failure to obey a policeman's instructions may amount to an offense. Disobey, ignore, wait, for, he remained under cover and waited further instructions from headquarters. Accept, solicitors may not accept instructions in cases where they would have a conflict of interests. Receive, give, SB, issue, leave, SB, send, SB. The government has issued specific instructions on reducing waste. Disposal. Bark, out, shout, yell. The director sat in his chair barking instructions at the cast. Repeat. Prep. According to the we acted according to the instructions we received. In accordance with the on SB's she was released on instruction from the Foreign Ministry. Under SB /STH's under Charlemagne's instructions, many classical texts were recopied. With /with out they were not empowered to negotiate without instructions. Trom, to an instruction to Lieutenant General Goff from General Clark. Phrases carry out / follow / obey, SB's instructions to the letter, equals follow them in every detail. 3. In a computer register trademark symbol quant series, set. Verb plus instruction carry out, execute. The chip runs at speeds of up to 100 MHz and executes 2 instructions per clock cycle. 4. Teaching. At adjective. Proper, formal, informal, advanced, basic. Further, individual, individualized, practical, professional, technical, moral, religious. Flying. At quant. Course. At verb plus instruction get, have, receive. She had no formal instruction in music. Need. Offer, SB. The Cleveland clog dancers were on hand to offer instruction on the important steps. Give, SB. Provide, SB. With at prep. For the of the information is for the instruction of passengers. Under drivers. Under instruction by. The 2-day course features instruction by leading professionals and academics. In he claimed that he was not capable of giving instruction in poetry. On basic instruction on using the internet. At phrase is a medium of instruction. The medium of instruction throughout the course is English. Instructive adjective. At verbs be. Adv. Extremely, highly, most, particularly, very. JT was a most instructive day. Quite. Instructor noun. Adjective. Qualified, trained, experienced, chief, senior. Driving, flying, parachute, riding, ski, swimming, etc. Instructor plus verb teach. SB /STH. Equals, note at job. Instrument noun. One tool for a particular task. Adjective. Precision, sophisticated, reliable, crude. Blunt. The autopsy revealed that the deceased had been hit with a blunt instrument. Copyright symbol, figurative, even though it was a somewhat blunt instrument, equals not very precise. Our questionnaire provided us with some interesting ideas. Sharp, small, delicate, appropriate. Research. J. Drawing, measuring, writing. Astronomical, flight, flying. Mathematical, medical, navigation, navigatlonal. Optical, scientific, surgical cockpit. Register trademark symbol quant. Set a set of mathematical instruments. Verb plus instrument use. All pupils should learn to use drawing instruments. Check, read to read the instruments and make a note of the wind speed and direction. Design, develop, devise, invent, build, make. All the instruments are made from glass capillary tubing. Instrument plus verb measure. An instrument that measures light intensity. Instrument plus noun. Check, the pilot did his instrument checks and taxied towards the runway. Maker panel. There was a warning light flashing on the instrument panel. Phrase is an instrument of torture. Medieval instruments of torture such as the rack and the wheel. 2. For playing music. Adjective. Musical, beautiful, fine, classical, modern. Period Baroque music played on period instruments. Solo orchestral, brass, keyboard, percussion. String /stringed, wind, woodwind, acoustic, electric. Electronic. Verb plus instrument play, on, she plays 3 music. Al instruments. Copyright symbol. The score was written to be played. Owner. Keyboard instrument. Learn how to play tune. Ensure the instrument is tuned to concert pitch. Make an instrument made by a woman guitar maker in Canada. Instrument plus verb sound. The instrument sounds like acetlo. Instrument plus noun equals special page at music. 3. SB/STH used to make STH happen. Adjective. Chief, key, main, major, prime, principal, good. Great. They agreed that the UN was the best instrument for reaching agreement. Ideal, important, valuable. Powerful, useful, effective, flexible. Mere. Some cynics say that sport is a mere instrument of capitalist domination. Chosen. The despot claimed to be the chosen instrument of divine providence. Divine, political. Verb plus instrument. Perceive. SB/STH as, regard. SB/STH as, see. SB/STH as, view. SB/STH as, they saw crim. Enact law as an instrument for improving public morals. Use SB/STH as, make. SB/STH. Prep. Tilde. For criminal law is not the best instrument for dealing with family matters. Tilde. Of she was accused of making a public service an instrument of private advantage. Maker. Instrumental. Adjective. 1. Important in making STH happen. Register trademark symbol. Verbs be, become. EADV. Highly, largely, partly. At prep. In. They were highly instrumental in bringing the business to Newtown. 2. Being only a means to an end. Verbs be. EADV. Very, purely, merely, essentially. 423. Intake. Insufficient. Adjective. Verbs be, prove. EADV. Quite, wholly, simply, clearly. At prep. For the resources available are quite insufficient for the task. Insulated. Adj. 1. Protected against the cold, sound, etc. Adverbs be. EADV. Wall. Badly, palely, heavily, properly. Prep. Against. The laboratory was well insulated against all outside noise. With the hot water tank should be insulated with proper insulating materials. 2. Protected from unpleasant experiences. EADV. Completely, fully, largely. E-prep. From the community was totally insulated from the outside world. Insult noun. E-adjective. Bad, terrible, one of the worst insults you can throw at somebody. Ultimate, whatever you do, don't call a railway enthusiast a train spotter, it's the ultimate insult. Calculated, deliberate, personal. E-verb plus insult. Hurl, offer, literary, shout, throw. They were hurling insults at the police. Copyright symbol. The king is UN likely to forgive the insult offered to his ambassador. Mean STH as I don't mean this as an insult, but I think the team would play better without you. Take STH as J meant it as a bit of constructive advice, but he took it as a personal insult. Endure, suffer. Foreigners have to suffer constant insults from the local population. Exchange, frayed. The two groups of fans exchanged insults. E-insult plus verb fly. Insults were flying back and forth. E-at prep. Tilde to it was an insult to his wife. E-phrases. Add insult to injury. Only 300 people came to the natch, and to add insult to injury equals to make things worse. The floodlights went out during the second half. An insult to your intelligence. The questions were a real insult to our intelligence equals because they were too easy. Insult was E at ADV. Publicly, he was dismissed for publicly insulting prominent politicians. E-phrases. Be /feel deeply insulted. J felt deeply insult ed that she hadn't asked me to the meeting. Insulting arch. Register trademark symbol. Verbs. Be, seem, sound became find. STH, regard. STH as, find it insulting to be spoken to in that way. EADV. Highly, very quite foul must he made the question sound almost insulting. A little, rather, vaguely. Deliberately. Her tone was deliberately insulting. At prep. To his opinions are highly insulting to women. Insurance noun. E adjective. Fully, comprehensive, adequate, additional. Long-term, short-term, national, social, state. Personal, private, commercial, compulsory, voluntary. Life, health, medical, animal, car, home, house, household, marine, motor, travel, accident, fire, legal. Expenses, unemployment, civil liability, liability, professional indemnity, public liability, third-party general, special. Register trademark symbol. Verb plus insurance. Have, maintain. Have you got fully comprehensive insurance? Copyright symbol, formal. The company maintains liability insurance for its directors and officers. Apply for, arrange, buy, get, obtain, purchase, take out. The contract requires me to arrange my own insurance. Copyright symbol. The travel agent recommended that I take out travel insurance. Sell, pay. I haven't paid the insurance yet this month. Claim, an, she set fire to her house and then claimed insurance. Copyright symbol. We claimed for the car repairs on the insurance. Offer, SB, provide, SB with. Register trademark symbol. Insurance plus verb cover. SB /STH, pay for. STH does. Your personal accident insurance cover mountain rescue. Copyright symbol. Millions of people in the US are not covered by health insurance. Copyright symbol. The insurance will pay for the damage. Insurance plus noun cover, insurance cover for bodily injury to third parties, policy a personal insurance pool. IC scheme, a national insurance scheme, contribute. TN, payment, premium, a monthly insurance premium. Costs, rising insurance costs, claim many, pay 8 he. Bought a new suit out of the insurance money. Broking. Services, business, industry, market, sector com. Penny, firm, fund, group agent, broker, salesman. Underwriter, certificate. At prep. Tilde, against more people are taking out insurance. Against the high cost of dental care. Tilde, for compulsory insurance for personal injury to employees. Tilde, on the court. Heard that he stood to gain millions in insurance on his wife. Tilde, with her insurances with general accident. Phrase is a certificate of insurance, a contract of insurance, a period of insurance. If you make more than 2 claims in any period of insurance, you may lose your no claim bonus. Insured, adjective. Verbs be. EADV. Fully, adequately, inadequately, privately. There is evidence that privately insured patients are offered a higher level of care. PrEP. Against, your video is not insured against accidental damage. For, I was not adequately insured for the damage my tenants caused. Insurmountable, adjective. Verbs appear, be, prove, seem, the age barrier app. Paired, insurmountable. Become, remain. EADV. Nearly, virtually, apparently, seemingly. They were now faced with seemingly insurmountable technical problems. Insurrection, noun. Adjective. Armed, years of discontent turned into armed insurrection. Popular, there was a popular insurrection against the police. Verb plus insurrection, plan, plot, they were accused of plotting insurrection against the government. Lead. Launch, crush, put down. At prep. Tilde, against insurrection, against the monarchy. Intact, adjective. Adverbs appear, be, remain, stay, survive, the build. Survived, almost intact. Emerge, a hero who always escaped by the skin of his teeth, emerging miraculously intact after each cliff-hanging episode. Find STH, we found the tomb perfectly intact. Keep STH, maintain STH, serve STH, the collection should be kept completely intact. Leave STH at group of old army buildings that had been left largely intact. EADV. Remarkably, substantially, very much, the actor of the original house is very much intact. Completely, entirely, perfectly, wholly, almost, nearly, virtually, basically, essentially, largely, more or less, fairly, reasonably, relatively, apparently. Still, the mill machinery is still intact. Miraculously. Intake, noun. 1 amount of food / drink taken into the body. Adjective. High, moderate, value, increased, full. Good, excessive, adequate, balanced, normal. Integrate, 424. Average, recommended, daily, regular, dietary, nutritional, calorie, alcohol, calcium, energy, fat, fiber, fluid, food, oxygen, protein, salt, sugar, water. Adverb plus intake have, make sure you have a balanced intake of vitamins A, B, can, D. Maintain, you should maintain a low intake of fat. Increase, raise, control. Watch, you need to watch your alcohol intake. cut, cut. Down, on, limit, lower, reduce, restrict. One of the best ways to get to your ideal size is to cut fat intake right down. 2 Number of students in a year. Adjective. High-low new annual graduate, student. Verb plus intake have the school has an annual intake of 20 to 30. Cut, reduce, increase. 3 Where liquid /air enters a machine. Adjective. Air, water pump. Verb plus intake clog, up, algae has clogged the intake to the water turbine. 4 Of breath. Adjective. Harsh, sharp. She gave a sharp intake of breath. Asterisk verb plus intake give. Phrases an intake of breath. Integrate verb. 1 Combine 2 things. EADV. Closely, tightly, well. They called for the defense system to be more closely integrated. Completely, fully. Seamlessly, thoroughly, properly, successfully. The department has successfully integrated new ideas into the traditional course structure. Prep. Into the results should be integrated into the final report. With this, computer program can be integrated with existing programs. At phrases highly integrated, equals with many different parts working successfully together, a highly integrated approach to planning. Poorly integrated. 2 Mix with other people. EADV. Well, the lower primary pupils are well integrated into the life of the school. Completely, fully, quickly. Prep. Into they soon became fully integrated into the local community. With they didn't integrate with the other children. Integration noun. Adjective. True, complete, full, close, seamless. For the greater, improved, increased, rapid, economic, monetary, political, racial, social. We are working to bring about closer political integration in the EU. Internal systems, computing. Quant. Degree, level. Verb plus integration. Accleave, bring about. Excel. Irrit, encourage, facilitate, promote, speed up, stimulate. Measures to promote the social integration of mentally handicapped people require lead to. Prep. Tilde between integration between research and higher education. Tilde backslash into the integration of disabled pupils into the general education system. Tilde with he called for greater integration with Europe. Tilde within economic integration within the 3 communities. Phrase is a move towards integration, a move towards greater internal integration in Europe, a need for integration, a process of integration. Integrity noun. Adjective. Great, high, absolute, complete, personal, artistic, financial, moral, political, professional. Phys. Equal, structural, territorial. The country is fighting to preserve its territorial integrity. Data, computing. Verb plus integrity. Have her photography had great artistic integrity. Lack, lose, restore. The minister promised to restore the honesty and integrity of the government. Ensure, it's up to the user to ensure the integrity of the data they enter. Maintain, retain. We all have an interest in maintaining the integrity of the ecosystem. Defend, preserve, safeguard, threaten. The project threat ends the integrity of one of the world's most important wetlands. Compromise, impair, undermine. I would never Do anything to compromise the integrity of the company. Destroy nuclear weapons have the capability to destroy the physical integrity of the planet. Question she cues. Shouldn't his integrity as a counselor. E-prep. With tilde the code calls on members to behave with integrity at all times. E-phrase is an attack on SB/STH's integrity, a challenge/threat to SB/STH's integrity. Intellect noun. E adjective. Brilliant, considerable, formidable, keen, powerful, superior, sharp eye emitted, low, weak creative, rational, scientific human. E verb plus intellect have she has a formidable intel. Lect. Exercise he enjoyed exercising his intellect in analyzing the controversies of his day. Intelligence noun. I ability to understand. E adjective. Acute, considerable, great, high writer with an acute intelligence copyright symbol. This essay shows considerable intelligence. Quick average, normal, limited, low in. Native human artificial computer scientists. Study artificial intelligence. Register trademark symbol verb plus intelligence have at least he had the intelligence to turn off the gas. Demonstrate, show use. Register trademark symbol intelligence plus noun test. 2 information. Register trademark symbol adjective. Secret we've obtained secret intelligence about enemy plans. Reliable military intelligence is gathered using sophisticated technology. Criminal. E verb plus intelligence collect, gather. Register trademark symbol intelligence plus noun agency, service he works for the French intelligence service. Officer gathering. His unit was responsible for intelligence gathering in North Africa. Report operation. Intelligent age. E verbs be look, seem. EADV. Extremely, highly, incredibly, most, remarkably. Very a highly intelligent woman fairly, quite, reason. Ably he should be able to solve the problem. His reason. Ably intelligent. Obviously seemingly. Intelligible arge. Register trademark symbol verbs be become make sth they do their best to make science intelligible to young children. Find sth she found his motives perfectly intelligible. EADV. Perfectly easily, immediately, readily bear. Lie, scarcely his reply was barely intelligible. Mutually. Czech and Slovak are separate languages but they are mutually intelligible. E-prep. Do we need an explanation that is readily intelligible to ordinary people? Intend verb. Copyright symbol ADV. She fully intends to continue her sporting career once she has recovered from her injuries. / clearly. Originally he had intended to stay in the country for only a year or two. E-prep. Fault was thought that the bomb might have been intended for a visiting MP. Intense adjective. Register trademark symbol verbs be become remain. 425 interest. Copyright symbol ADV. Extremely, incredibly, particularly, really, very. Fairly, pretty, quite. Intensify verb. EADV. Greatly sharply the fighting in the area has intensified sharply. Further. Adverb plus intensify appear to, seem to the extreme. Cold seemed, if anything, to intensify. Tan to be likely. To serve to the reforms served only to intensify the misery of the poorer peasants. Intensity noun. Adjective. High, lower band of light with high intensity. Fierce, great, the sun beat down with fierce intensity. He studied the report with great intensity. Emotional. Passionate. Adverb plus intensity decrease, in, reduce, in, grow. In, increase, in, her headaches started to increase in. Tensity. Vary in. Register trademark symbol prep. In tilde the pain was growing in intensity. Intensive adjective. Verbs be. EADV. Highly, very highly intensive courses for business and professional people increasingly. Register trademark symbol phrases. Labor intensive rice production is very low. Hour intensive equals requires a lot of labor. Intent adjective. One determined to do sth. Adverbs appear, be, seem. EADV, apparently, seemingly, clearly, evidently, obviously they are clearly intent on maintaining standards. Prep. On / upon he was intent on murder. To concentrating on sth. Verbs be become. EADV. Very suddenly her gaze was suddenly intent. At prep. On she was very intent on her work. Intention noun. Adjective. Original. My original intention was to study all morning, but this turned out to be impractical. Declared, stated, firm, general, deliberate. Verb plus intention. I have no intention of changing jobs. Announce, declare, state. The council has announced its intention to crack down on parking offences. Prep. With a / the tilde of I went to the bank with the intention of getting some traveller's checks. Tilde behind the general intention behind the project is a good one. Tilde by the intention by the local authority to build 2000 new houses is unrealistic. Tilde in his intention in inviting us to dinner was to persuade us to back his project. Phrase is good / the best intentions. T was done with the best intentions. I assure you have every / no intention of doing sth. We have every intention of winning the next election. Make your intention clear. He didn't make his intentions clear in his letter. Interact verb. One have an effect on each other. EADV. Closely, directly. Prep. With this hormone interacts closely with other hormones in the body. To mix with other people. EADV. Well, socially. At prep. With he interacts very well with other children. Interaction noun. Adjective. Complex, informal, social, human, face-to-face, group, classroom. At interaction plus noun processes. The interaction processes of chimpanzees. At prep. Tilde among formal interaction among employees is seen as part of the ongoing training process. Tilde between. The complex interaction between animals and their environment. Tilde with what is her interaction with her boss like. Tilde within interaction within the group. Phrases patterns of interaction. Specific patterns of interaction in the family have been observed. Interactive adjective. Copyright symbol. Verbs be become. EADV. Highly, fully. The program is fully interactive. Interchangeable adjective. Copyright symbol. Verbs be seem become. EADV. Fully, totally, almost, virtually. at prep. With these parts are fully interchangeable with those in other machines. Intercom noun. Intercom plus verb buzz sound. At intercom plus noun system. Prep. On the tilde J spoke to her on the intercom and said, "I'd call round later." Over the tilde Mr. Jack's arrival was announced over the intercom. Intercourse noun. 1 sex. Register trademark symbol adjective. Sexual heterosexual, homosexual anal, vaginal non-consensual unlawful. Copyright symbol verb plus intercourse engage in, have, indulge in. She never had sexual intercourse before she was married. Consent to the judge asked if she had consented to intercourse. Copyright symbol intercourse plus verb occur, take place. He admitted that intercourse had taken place. Prep, tilde between intercourse between consenting adults. Tilde with he accused her of intercourse with another man. To exchange of ideas, feelings, etc. Adjective. Social life is a pleasant blend of work and social intercourse. Interest noun. 1 desire to learn / hear more about SB / STH. Adjective. Avid, burning, close, considerable, consuming. Deep, great, intense, keen, lively, passionate, strong. The police were starting to take a close interest in the penis activities. Copyright symbol. She always had a great interest in the supernatural. Particular growing, increasing slight. He's never shown the slightest interest in football. General, widespread, worldwide, serious, genown. Abiding, lifelong, passing, renewed, added, ill. Watch the program with added interest. Now I know you're in it. Active, passive, polite. He showed a polite interest in her story. Personal media. The event attracted a lot of media interest. Register trademark symbol verb plus interest. Have events, express, show. Take. My cousin expressed an interest in seeing where I work. Feign, simulate. She feigned interest in a magazine article to avoid meeting the man's stare. Lose, arouse. Attract, awaken, catch, drum up, excite, generate, kin. DLE, spark, stimulate, stir up, whip up a sticker on a bag. Caught my interest. The government failed to drum up any public interest in the referendum. Copyright symbol. A childhood joke. Nay sparked his lifelong interest in railways. Develop. While in prison he developed an interest in art. Main. Time, sustain. Despite intensive publicity, Channel 4 failed to maintain interest in its expensive new show. Revive. Interest plus verb grow. Flag, wane. The children's interest began to flag after an hour of the lesson. Interest 426. Prep. For / out of tilde PM asking purely out of interest. With tilde they listened with interest. Tilde among to stimulate. Interest among teachers. Tilde from growing interest from younger members. Tilde in she took an active interest in their welfare. 2 quality that attracts attention. Adjective. Great, particular. Her comments are of particular interest. Tome. Broad, general, wide. Architectural, artistic, historic. / historical, scientific. Academic. Since the championship has already been decided, this match is of purely academic interest. Human. A plot devoid of human Interest love Angelina Jolie supplies the love interest in the film. At verb plus interest be of his books are of no interest to Meetle. Hold no their conversation held no interest for me. Add bushes that flower in winter will add interest to your garden. Supply. At interest plus verb lie in the interest of the painting. Lies in its unusual use of color. At prep. Of tilde a building of great architectural interest. 3 Sth you enjoy doing / learning about. Adjective. Diverse, varied, wide-ranging private. Artistic, musical, it. At verb plus interest have share pursue he wanted. Time to pursue his many and varied musical interests. Money earned from investments. At adjective. Annual, monthly, it. Compound, simple. At verb plus interest earn, make, receive pay. Charge. Interest plus verb accrue, bear. At interest plus noun rate payment charge. At prep. Tilde on to pay interest on a loan. Phrase is a rate of interest a mortgage with a fixed / flexible rate of interest. 5 benefits that STH has for SB. Adjective. Best it's not in your best interests to let your boss know you're looking for a new job. Selfish mon, mutual, competing, contradictory long-term. Short-term narrow sectional interests direct. Lawyers have a direct financial interest in the outcome of the debate. Paramount, vital vested national, pub. Lig class, sectional foreign, outside economic, financial, political, strategic, etc. At verb plus interest defend, guard, look after, protect. Safeguard act in, advance, champion, further, promote, serve he claimed to be acting in the public interest. Represent act against, jeopardize, threaten. Interest plus verb lie einst be at stake. Interest plus noun group various interest groups have expressed their opposition to the policy. Prep. Against SB /STH as tilde, S, the solicitor refused to act against his client's interests. Contrary to SB /STH as tilde the union refused to support proposals that it saw as contrary to the interests of its members. In SB /STH as tilde, S, new work practices were introduced in the interests of efficiency. Of tilde. We met to discuss matters of common interest. Out of tilde he was obviously acting purely out of selfish interest. Phrase is a conflict of interests. One member of the planning committee had a conflict of interests as he lived near the proposed motorway. Have SB's best interests at heart. Although he was sometimes too strict with his children, he had their best interests at heart. 6 Legal right to share in profits. Adjective. Powerful controlling, majority minority. Joint banking, business, commercial, shipping. At verb plus interest have he has controlling interests in several ventures. Sell. Prep. Tilde in. Interest verb. Adv. Greatly, particularly, really, very much it ts this aspect of the work that really interests me. Sent verb plus interest she tried to interest the dir. Actor in her scheme. Interested adjective. Verbs appear, be, feel, look, seem, sound become. She got very interested in politics. Remain get SB. We need to get more young people interested in the sport. Keep SB. You need to keep your audience interested. EADV. Deeply, especially, extremely, greatly, intense. Lie, keenly, more than a little, most, particularly, passion. Etly, really, seriously, specially, terribly, very, much. Ben must have been more than a little interested in the POS. Ability to have pursued it so far genuinely, truly in. Increasingly not at all, not in the least bit, not in the least, not remotely. He's not in the least bit interested in girls. Only half, not much, not very. Carrie was only half interested in the conversation. Fairly, mildly, quite. Vaguely. Just why do you ask? I'm just interested. That's all. Enough, sufficiently. I wasn't interested enough in the argument to take sides one way or the other. Chiefly, mainly, primarily, principally, always, long. I am always interested in how differently people can look at the same event. O'Cheris had long been interested in architecture. Still, no longer potentially, apparently, reportedly, clearly, obviously, actively as a landowner. He was actively interested in agricultural improvements. Professionally. At prep. She's always been interested in other people. Interesting adjective. At verbs appear, be, look, seem, sound, become, get. Make STH find SB /STH will find her ideas really interesting. EADV. Deeply, especially, extraordinarily, extremely. Highly, immensely, incredibly, intensely, most, particularly, really, terribly, very, equally, doubly, fairly. Mildly, pretty, quite, rather, enough, sufficiently. Some topics appeared interesting enough to require more detailed information. Potentially, inherently, intrinsic. Ally, in itself this subject is intrinsically interesting and worthy of study in its own right. Always, it was always interesting to hear his stories. Architecturally, geologically, historically, sociologically, architecturally. Interesting buildings. E-prep. For it's not very interesting for visitors. To how can we make the subject more interesting to young people? Interfere verb. E at ADV. Seriously, emotional problems can seriously interfere with a student's work. Directly, the judge cannot interfere directly in these proceedings. Not likely, the court will not likely interfere while an interim order is in place. Register trademark symbol verb plus interfere. Have a right to. Britain has no right to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. Try and /to if I'll try and interfere in my life, PLL leave. B. Reluctant to. The courts are reluctant to interfere in these matters. At prep. In outsiders interfering in local politics with you. Mustn't interfere with her work. Interference noun. E adjective. Undue, unwarranted, gross. I will not tolerate such gross interference. Bureaucratic, government. Political, state. External, outside. Copyright symbol verb plus interference. Avoid, prevent. The law is signed to prevent interference by local police. Tolerate. Brook no. My boss said she would brook no interference from other departments. At prep. Without J told her I wanted to make decisions without interference from her. tilde in political interference. Inth legal process tilde with interference with proper medical procedures. 427 interrupt. Interim noun. Interim plus noun period. The value of the property almost doubled during the interim period. Measure. Agreement, arrangement, payment, award, damages. The injured passenger received an interim award of £50,000 damages. Profits figures, results report. Government. Prep. In the tilde her job was done by her deputy in the interim before she returned to work. Phrases on an interim basis. The company uses the agency when a vacancy needs to be filled on an interim basis. Interior noun. Adjective. Original. The original interior of the hotel has been replaced. Dark, dim, gloomy, shadowy, spacious. Interior plus noun. Decorator, designer. Prep. Inth tilde. There is ample space in the interior of the car. Interlude noun. Adjective. Brief, romantic, peaceful, pleasant, musical. A musical interlude between the acts of the play. At prep. Tilde between. A peaceful interlude between periods of intense activity. Tilde in he'd had twa romantic interludes in a rather lonely life. Tilde of interludes of calm. Intermediary noun. Adjective. Financial. Verb plus intermediary actors. Prep. Through an tilde. They were approached indirectly through an intermediary. Via an tilde. The product is then sold to the end user via an intermediary. Tilde between. She agreed to act as intermediary between the two tribes. Interminable adjective. Adverbs. Seem. The journey seemed interminable. Adv. Seemingly. For several. Seemingly interminable seconds. Now one spake. Internet noun. Adjective. Wireless. Verb plus internet access. Go on, use. She likes to go on the internet in the evenings. Internet plus noun. Site, website, portal, bulletin board, chat room, magazine, auction, broadcast, LLNK. Thousands logged on to view the live internet broadcast of the concert. The auction was held in Paris with an internet link to New York. Cafe. Travelers can check their email at the internet cafe in the square. Domain. Regis. Tearing an internet domain name is now an essential part of setting up a company. Access, usage, use, unlimited. ed/unmetered internet access connection abroad. Band / high-speed internet connection. Search engine. Service, provider, customer, user, traffic. The laying of fast networks carry internet traffic. Brand, group. Services. Arm, division, operation, subsidiary. The bank's internet arm. Entrepreneur, analyst, expert. Banking, betting, dating, shopping. Bank, bookie / bookmaker, business, company, firm, retailer, startup. Venture industry, sector. Fraud, security. Econ. OMI file software for downloading internet files. Image software technology. Age issues facing the music industry in the internet age. Boom, revolution. Many of the sites launched at the peak of the internet boom have now disappeared. Prep. On the tilde. More and more people are shopping on the internet. Special page at computer. Interpret verb. Adv. Correctly, rightly, wrongly, differently, differ. End. People might interpret events differently. Clearly. Broadly, liberally the term business is here interpreted broadly to include AI types of organization in the public and private sectors. The strictness of the rules, even when liberally interpreted, has the effect of restricting innovation. Narrowly, restrictively, strictly literally. Metaphorically, it is context and convention that determine whether a term will be interpreted literally or metaphorically. Easily, readily, these figures cannot be easily interpreted. Cautiously, these results must be interpreted cautiously. Verb plus interpret, be difficult to, be hard to, be able / unable to, seek to, try to, we ale seek tar interpret what we hear and what we read. At prep, as her message was interpreted as a warning to the general. Phrases be variously interpreted, as sth, the figure of the ancient mariner has been variously interpreted, equals interpreted in various different ways. Be widely interpreted as sth, her resignation has been widely interpreted as an admission of her guilt. Interpretation noun. Adjective. Correct, right, true, valid, erroneous, false, wrong, plausible, reasonable, simplistic, literal, narrow, strict, free, generous, liberal, loose, wide, alter, native, competing, conflicting, different, diverse, multiple, at verb plus interpretation give sth, make in practice. This law is often given a wide interpretation by the police. Scientists made an interpretation based on the data of AI. Able. Be open to the wording of this section of the contract is open to interpretation. Phrases put an interpretation on sth if is possible to put an entirely different interpretation on her behavior. Interpreter noun. Verb plus interpreter, actors speak through through an interpreter. A Japanese fisherman gave his account of the tidal wave. At prep. For Susan acted as interpreter for us. Note at job. Interrelated adjective. Verbs be. Eadv. Closely, the two problems are closely interrelated. Copyright symbol prep. With feminist ideas are interrelated with philosophical ideas. Interrogation noun. Adjective, police further. Verb plus interrogation, conduct. The interrogation was conducted by senior police officers. At interrogation plus noun, cell, room, methods, procedures, techniques. Prep. During she revealed the name of her accomplice. During interrogation. Under interrogation, he refused to say anything at first. Copyright symbol phrases power / powers of interrogation. The commit has no power of interrogation. Interrupt verb. Eadv. Impatiently, rudely. What was I saying before we were so rudely interrupted? Harshly, sharply. Don't talk like that. He interrupted harshly. Brutally, cruelly, violently. Their luncheon was brutally interrupted by gunfire. Abruptly, suddenly, temporarily, constantly, repeatedly. The morning's work was constantly interrupted by phone calls. Occasionally, periodically. Interruption 428. Verb plus interrupt. Be sorry to. I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's a telephone call for you. Not dare to. It was all irrelevant, but I didn't dare interrupt him in mid-flow. Prep. with J thought it better not to interrupt her with any comment. At phrases get interrupted, J didn't manage to finish the report. Kept getting interrupted. Interruption noun. E adjective. Brief, minor, short, temporary. The game continued after a short interruption because of rain. Major. Constant, endless, repeated. J found it hard to work with all the noise and constant interruptions. E verb plus interruption. Ignore. He ignored her interruption and carried on talking. E prep. Without tilde. Can J please have this conversation on the phone without interruptions? Tilde from. He continued speaking despite regular interruptions from the opposition. Tilde to the birth of her son was a minor interruption to her career. Interval noun. E adjective. Brief, short. She ruled for 10 years, except for a brief interval. Long, WLDE. You are advised to leave a wide interval before you have your next child. Decent. E at prep. At tilde s. At intervals a bell rings and workers stop for a drink. Tilde between. The intervals between his various illnesses grew shorter and shorter. E at phrases. At fixed / frequent / periodic / regular intervals. Trains run at fixed intervals. Oh, he returned home during the day at regular intervals. At hourly / weekly / fortnight. Lie / monthly, etc. Intervals. Meetings are held at monthly intervals. Intervene verb. EADV. Actively, directly, personally, decisively. F. Effectively, successfully, militarily. Intervening militarily. Will not bring peace. Register trademark symbol. Verb plus intervene. Be forced to, have to. Eventually. The army was forced to intervene. Be reluctant to. Be powerless to. Local people feel strongly about the proposed development but are virtually powerless to intervene. Have the power to, have the right to. Refuse to. The UN refused to intervene. E prep. Against. They would not intervene against the rebels themselves. Between. She went over to intervene. Between the two men. In. She was reluctant to intervene in a private dispute. On behalf of, with. To intervene with the authorities on the prisoner's behalf. Intervene verb. 1. Become involved in a situation. EADV. Actively, directly, personally, decisively. F. Effectively, successfully, militarily. Intervening militarily. Will not bring peace. At verb plus intervene. Be forced to, have to. Eventually. The army was forced to intervene. Be reluctant to. Be powerless to. Local people feel strongly about the proposed development but are virtually powerless to intervene. Have the power to, have the right to. Our government has no right to intervene. Refuse to. The UN refused to intervene. At prep, against. They would not intervene against the rebels themselves. Between. She went over to intervene. Between the two men. In. She was reluctant to intervene in what was essentially a private dispute. On behalf of the king. Intervened personally on behalf of the children. With. To intervene with the authorities on the prisoner's behalf. Intervention noun. E adjective. Direct intervention to stop abuses of the EN. Environment. Active, decisive, forceful. Early, immediate. Timely. A full-scale riot was prevented by the timely intervention of the police. Effective, successful. Limit. Ed personal the Emperor's personal intervention gov. Ernment, ministerial, official, state external, foreign. Outside armed, military we would resist any armed intervention from outside in our country's affairs. Po. Lice judicial, legal medical, surgical economic. Political, social, divine, human the king saw this Vic. Tory as the direct result of divine intervention. Sent verb plus intervention make a forceful. Intervention in a dispute call for, demand the prime minister was always demanding active intervention early on. Resist. Prep. Tilde against armed intervention against the rebels. Tilde by intervention by a senior judge tilde trom he was furious at this intervention from the press. Tilde in the government's intervention in the dispute tilde on behalf of state intervention on behalf of the British film industry. Register trademark symbol phrase is the power / right of intervention. Interview noun. Adjective. Face-to-face telephone group in depth. Police a police interview with suspected terrorists news. Paper, press, radio, television job, VE got a job view tomorrow. Sent verb plus interview carry out, conduct, do, hold the. Survey team carried out over 200 interviews with retired people. Do, give, SB, grant, SB, he's a very private man. And rarely does interviews. Attend, be called for, have. Interview plus noun board, panel techniques. Procedure. Prep, in and / the tilde he said in an interview that he wanted to get married. Tilde about the Prime Minister gave the paper an interview about his musical tastes. Tilde between an interview between the French Foreign Minister and the President of Egypt tilde for an interview for the post of sales manager tilde with he had an interview with United Biscuits. Own interview with the Vietnamese leader. Phrase is a round of interviews we're about to start. The second round of interviews for the post. Interview noun. Adjective. Clever, experienced, good, skilled, trained. Radio, television / TV. Intestine noun. Adjective. Large, small. Prep. Along the tilde, in the tilde bacteria in the small intestine through the tilde. Copyright symbol phrase is the wall of the intestine. Intimacy noun. Adjective. Genuine, real, true close, deep, great forced emotional, physical, sexual. Adverb plus intimacy be capable of she isn't capable of. Real intimacy. Enjoy, formal, he enjoys an intimacy with the Prime Minister. Create, promote, develop. Destroy the noise destroyed the intimacy of their conversation. Sense I sensed a close intimacy between them. Register trademark symbol intimacy plus verb develop. Prep. Tilde between the intimacy created between student and teacher tilde with a writer must develop an intimacy with the subject at hand. Phrase is fear of intimacy he was prevented from declaring his love by his fear of intimacy. A feeling / sense of intimacy. 429 Intrusive. Intimidate verb. Verb plus intimidate trito. Prep. Into the police had tried to intimidate him into signing a confession. Register trademark symbol phrase is an attempt to intimidate SB, be easily intimidated he was not a man to be easily intimidated. Feel. Intimidated. She did not feel intimidated by him. Intimidation noun. Adjective. Physical, verbal police. Verb plus intimidation. Be subjected to, experience, face, suffer. Workers were subjected to intimidation as they crossed the picket line. Prep. Tilde against intimidation. Against trade unions. Tilde by. Workers continue to enter the plant despite intimidation by mass pickets. Tilde from fear of intimidation. From paramilitary organizations. Phrase is an act of intimidation, a campaign of intimidation. Intolerable act. Verbs be, prove, seem, become, make. The constant pain made her life intolerable. Consider. Find. Lind his rudeness intolerable. Adv. Absolutely, quite, increasingly, almost, near. Lie. The job placed almost intolerable pressure on her. Register. Trademark symbol. Prep. To. The situation had become intolerable to him. Intolerance noun. 1. Lack of tolerance. Adjective. Racial, religious. Register. Trademark symbol. Verb plus intolerance. Display, show. At prep. Tilde of the town began to show increasing intolerance of immigrants. Tilde to the professor's intolerance to any views other than his own. Tilde towards the intolerance of local residents towards refugees. 2. Inability to digest certain substances. Adjective. Food. Glucose, lactose, etc. Prep. Tilde of intolerance of potatoes. Tilde to an intolerance to milk products. Intolerant adjective. Verbs be, become. Adv. Deeply, extremely, highly, very, utterly. Register. Trademark symbol. Prep. Of. They are deeply intolerant of all opposition. Intonation noun. Adjective. Falling, flat, rising. The rising intonation at the end of spoken questions. Foreign. He speaks excellent Spanish, but with a distinctly foreign intonation. Intonation plus noun pattern. Intricacy noun. Adverb plus intricacy. Learn, master, understand. I've never mastered the intricacies of cricket. Guide. /steer SB. Through, steer SB through. Intricatage. Verbs be. Adv. Amazingly, extraordinarily, extremely, highly. Very. An amazingly intricate structure. Quite. Intrigue noun. Adjective. International, political court. A tale of treachery and court intrigue. Verb plus intrigue. Carry on, engage in. Register. Trademark symbol. Prep. Tilde against the Prime Minister. Engaged in political intrigues against the king. Phrases or bot of intrigue. Intriguing arch. Adverbs be, sound. It all sounds very intriguing. Find. Found the story rather intriguing. Adv. Extraordinarily, extremely, highly, most, very. Quite, rather. Introduce. Verb. 1. Tell people SB's name. #adv. Formally, properly. We have met before, but we haven't been formally introduced. Verb plus introduce. Allow me to, can, let me, may let me introduce myself. Oh mate, introduce my wife, Sarah. Prep. As he introduced me as a new member of the company. To. She introduced me to her neighbors. To. Start using / doing st for the first time. At adv. Gradually, rapidly. Adverb plus introduce. Intend to, plan to, want to. The Local council plans to introduce new regulations on parking. Attempt to try tar. She attempted in vain to introduce some order into the classroom. E-prep. Into new technology is rapidly being introduced into factories. E-phrases newly / recently introduced. These measures have only been recently introduced. Introduction noun. 1. First use. E. Adjective. Early, gradual, recent, widespread. E-prep. Tilde into the gradual introduction of modern farming methods into traditional societies. 2. First part of a book / talk. E. Adjective. Brief, short. He began with a brief introduction. E-prep. In and / the tilde. His mother is mentioned in the intro. Introduction. Tilde to the introduction to her latest book. 3. Book for studying a subject. E. Adjective. Excellent, general, useful. It serves as an excellent introduction to 19th century painting. E-prep, tilde to. 4. Telling people each other's names. E. Adjective. Formal. Adverb plus introduction make. I can never remember names, so I don't like to make the introductions. Register trademark symbol. Phrase is a letter of introduction. He gave me letter of introduction to the manager. Intruder noun. E. Sent adjective. Unwanted, unwelcome. Masked. Register trademark symbol. Verb plus intruder. Catch, disturb, find, startle, surprise. He surprised a masked intruder in the kitchen. Deter. Keep away / out. Dogs can deter unwelcome intruders. Tackle. He was stabbed when he tackled an intruder armed with a knife. Repel. Staff were instructed to repel intruders with physical force, if need be. E. Intruder plus verb. Break into, force their way into. Intruders had forced their way into the house. E. Intruder plus noun. Alarm. At prep. Against tilde s. Security measures against intruders. Intrusion noun. Adjective. Media, press. Unnecessary, unwanted, unwarranted, unwelcome. Register trademark symbol. Verb plus intrusion. Resent. E-prep. Tilde in. J really resented his intrusion in a family matter. Tilde into media. Intrusion into the lives of celebrities. Tilde on / upon an unwarranted intrusion upon the singers. Privacy. Intrusive adjective. E. Verbs be, prove, seem, become, find. Sth. Intuition 430. EADV. Extremely, very, increasingly, rather, some. What visually planning permission was refused on the grounds that the proposed building would be visually intrusive. Intuition noun. E. Adjective. Feminine, women's. Her feminine intuition told her that he was unhappy. E. Quant. Flash. JT came upon him in a flash of intuition. E. Verb plus intuition. Have. She had an intuition that her mother wasn't very well. Rely on, trust, use. She learned to trust her intuitions about other people's motives. E. Intuition plus verb. Suggest. Sth. Tell. Sbsth. Intuition told me we were going in the wrong direction. E. Prep. By tilde. By intuition, he sensed what was wrong. Tilde about an intuition about where to find wild strawberries. Tilde behind the intuition behind her theory. Intuitive adjective. E. Verbs be. EADV. Extremely, highly, very. A highly intuitive thinker. Purely, almost, fairly, quite. Invalid adjective. E at verbs be became make sth, render sth this ac. Tion would render the agreement invalid. Consider sth. Declare sth, deem sth, regard sth as the contract was declared invalid. Invaluable adjective. E verbs be, prove, become remain, make sb/sth. His knowledge of the area made him invaluable. Find sth. You will I find their help absolutely invaluable. EADV. Absolutely, quite. E-prep. For this technology is invaluable for pupils with poor sight, to your support has been invaluable to us. Invasion noun. E at adjective. Full-scale military latest reports are of a full-scale military invasion. E verb plus invasion carry out, launch, mount repel. Repulse counter, resist. E phrases an invasion of privacy having all those photographers in the house was a terrible invasion of privacy. Fear of invasion, a threat of invasion. Invent verb. E phrases newly invented using the then newly invent. Ed automatic rifle. Invention noun. One new thing. E adjective. Latest, new modern brilliant, ingenious, one. Full successful. E verb plus invention come up with, design patent. Register he failed to patent his invention and never made a penny from it. Too untrue story. E adjective. Pure most of what he says is pure invention. E phrases power / powers of invention his powers of invention are somewhat limited. Inventive adjective. E verbs be. EADV. Brilliantly, highly, very quite. Inventory noun. E adjective. Complete, comprehensive, detailed, full. E verb plus inventory compile, draw up, make, produce, take the manager is compiling an inventory of all the hotel furniture. Lists then. E inventory plus verb list sth the inventory lists many rare items. Prep. In and / the tilde there were no forks in the inventory. On and / the tilde that lamp isn't listed on the inventory. Invest verb. EADV. Heavily the company invested heavily in new technology. Directly if you invest directly in the stock market. Potential profits are greater, but so are potential losses. Carefully, safely, wisely tax-free we can invest your money tax-free abroad. Abroad, overseas. E verb plus invest be willing to are you willing to invest the time and effort necessary to make the scheme work. Look to, plan to, seek to investors looking to invest in U.S. companies decide to rush to when exchange controls were lifted Swedes rushed to invest abroad. Fail to the industry has failed to invest in new product development. E at prep. In encouraging people to invest in pension plans. With her savings are invested with a building society. Investigate verb. EADV. Carefully, closely, extensively, fully, proper. Lie, thoroughly the allegations have not yet been properly investigated. Further actively. E verb plus investigate ask SB to, be called into police have been called in to investigate the complaints. Agree to, pledge to, promise to the company has pledged to investigate claims that its products are unsafe. Aim to. Be designed to, seek to. Investigation noun. E adjective. Careful, close, detailed, extensive the author IT's conducted an extensive investigation into his tax affairs. Full, thorough criminal, murder, police SCI. Entific government. Verb plus investigation carry out, conduct, pursue. Police are still pursuing their investigations. Launch. Head, lead complete. Investigation plus verb reveal STH, show STH closer. Investigation showed this idea to be untenable. At prep. On tilde on investigation, the noise turned out to be only a door banging. Under tilde the singer is currently under investigation for possessing illegal drugs. Tilde into police. Have launched an investigation into the allegations. Phrase is the subject of an investigation. The matter is the subject of a police investigation, and we have been advised not to comment. Investment noun. Adjective. Good, excellent, profitable, sound, successful. Wise, worthwhile. Bad, poor, unwise. He lost a lot of money through poor investments. High risk, risky. Speculative. Safe. Considerable, enormous, great. Heavy, high, huge, large, large scale, major, massive. Significant, sizable, substantial. The president has called for massive investment to rebuild the country's economy. Low, modest, small, inadequate. The country's infrastructure is crumbling because of inadequate investment. Maximum, minimum. Additional, extra, further. Gross, net. Overall. New, necessary. Strategic. Direct. Domestic, local. Cross-border, foreign, international, inward, offshore, outside, overseas. Long term, short term. Initial, original. An initial investment of 35 million. Capital, financial. Business, industrial. Infrastructural, manufacturing. Government, public. Public sector, state. Corporate, institutional, private. Private sector. Private investment in the health service. Personal, had made a personal investment in time and energy. Emotional. Parents. Emotional investment in their children. Involvement. At quant. Level, rate. Verb plus investment. Make. Attract, encourage. Promote, stimulate. A business plan to encourage new investment. Increase. Cut. Recoup. It took 2 years before I recouped my investment. Realize. She felt the time was right to realize her investment, and sold all her shares. Spread. When buying shares, it's wise to spread your investment over several companies. Protect. At investment plus verb. Increase, rise, fall. At investment plus noun. Funds. Levels, rates. Inadequate. Investment levels. Scheme. Decision. Company, trust. At prep. A's and tilde J don't really like modern art, but I bought it as an investment. Tilde from investment. From American pension funds. Tilde in investment in local industry. At phrase is a loss on an investment. Losses made on investments in stocks and bonds. A profit / return on an investment. LM hoping for a good return on my investment. And special page. At business. Investor. Noun. Adjective. Big, large, major. Ordinary, small. Many. Ordinary investors stunned to lose money in this affair. Potential. Prospective, would be. Business, institutional. Personal, private. Domestic, local. Foreign, international. Inward, outside, overseas. At verb plus investor. Attract, encourage. A stable firm is more likely to attract potential investors. Advise. Advice, ing investors where to put their money. Investor plus verb by STH, invest in STH. Investors will be able to buy the shares from next week. Sell STH. At investor plus noun confidence, the need to restore in investor confidence protection. At prep. Tilde in investors in plantation forestry copyright symbol, figurative. Encouraging companies to become investors in people. Invincible large. Verbs be, feel, look, seem, become, make be a se. Crit weapon that will make us invincible. Eadv. Almost, virtually, apparently, seemingly. Invisible age. Verbs be, become, remain, make sb /sth, render. sb /sth. He wished that he could make himself invisible. Copyright symbol. It's interesting how women are rendered invisible in these statistics. Register trademark symbol ADV. Altogether, completely, totally, almost, nearly. Practically, virtually, largely, effectively. At prep. To infrared light is invisible to the human eye. Invitation noun. At adjective. Kind, formal, open, we have an open invitation to use their holiday cottage whenever we like. Copyright symbol, figurative. An unlocked door is an open invitation to any burglar. Dinner, party, wedding. Register trademark symbol, verb plus invitation, get, have, receive, accept. Take sb up on, take up, we'd love to take up your invitation to visit you sometime. Decline, refuse, turn down, I must sadly decline your generous invitation. Extend. Formal, issue, send, send out. At prep. At SB's tilde, he is here to give a concert at the invitation of the British Council. By tilde, membership of the club is by invitation only. From tilde, we got a wedding invitation. From Shashi and Len. To tilde, have you received your invitation to the exhibition? Copyright symbol, the head extended an invitation to all parents to come and see the school. Invite verb. 1. Ask SB to do STH. EADV. Formally, officially, cordially, kindly, warmly. You are cordially invited to attend the annual parish meeting. Copyright symbol, she very kindly invited me to lunch. Personally. Along, around, /round, over, back, in, out, they've invited us over for a drink. Z. At prep. Into, as a child I was allowed to play in the garden. At the manor, but I never got invited into the house. Let's invite them all for dinner. To thank you for inviting me to the meeting. To encourage STH. At ADV. Positively, the hype and fervor surrounding the event positively invited skepticism. At verb plus invite, seem to the film seems to invite comparison with the Italian job. Inviting adjective. At verbs be, look, sound. EADV. Very hardly, not particularly, the house, with its boarded up windows, was hardly inviting. Quite. Invoice noun. Adjective. Original final, please pay the final invoice within 2 weeks. Tax, VAT, the seller has to issue a tax invoice. Register trademark symbol, verb plus invoice, issue, raise, send, get, receive. Pay. Invoice plus noun, price, value, the shipping costs can be as high as 50% of the invoice value of the goods. Involve verb. I make see necessary. EADV. Ordinarily, typically, usually inventions typically. Involve minor improvements in technology. Inevitably. Necessarily the reforms will inevitably involve a lot of new paperwork for teachers. To include SB. Register trademark symbol ADV. Actively, directly methods that actively involve students in learning. At prep. In it didn't he mean to involve you in all this. Involved adjective. One taking part in STH. Register trademark symbol verbs be become, get. Register trademark symbol ADV. Closely, deeply, heavily, intimately, very she be. Came heavily involved in politics. Actively he wanted to be actively involved in school life. Directly drugs were not directly involved in her death. Personally. At prep. In he was involved in a road accident. With she. First became involved with the organization in 1998. Too emotionally connected with SB. Register trademark symbol verbs be become, get. EADV. Deeply, heavily, very personally emotional. Lie, romantically, sexually. E-prep. With I never wanted to get emotionally involved. With him. 3 complicated. Register trademark symbol verbs be look, seem, sound become, get. EADV. Extremely, terribly, very it all sounds terribly in. Involved and complicated. Rather. Involvement noun. At adjective. Active, direct close, deep, intense full day. Today when she was promoted, she missed the day-to-day. Involvement with customers. Personal emotional. Nurses usually try to avoid emotional involvement with patients. Parental he encourages parental involvement. In running of school. Political military the US Gov. Ernment has ruled out military involvement in the region. Alleged he is serving a 15-year sentence for his alleged involvement in a plot to overthrow the government. Register trademark symbol verb plus involvement accuse SB of suspect SB. Of admit, deny Winters denies any involvement in the robbery. At prep. Tilde by the success of the venture may lead to IN 432. Involvement by other foreign companies. Tilde from the project. Needs full involvement from all members of the group. Tilde \n. He was found to have a deep involvement in drug dealing. Tilde with her husband's involvement with another woman. Led to their divorce. Iron noun. 1 metal. Adjective. Rusty cast, corrugated, galvanized, wrought. Hut with a corrugated iron roof pig scrap. Verb plus iron make, produce, smelt Germany pro. Used enormous quantities of coal, iron and steel. B. Rich in, contain foods that are rich in iron be made. From / out, of, be cast in a bridge made of wrought iron. Iron plus verb go rusty rust. Iron plus noun or mining iron or locally bar, ingot. Filings industry foundry, works deficiency pa. Tients with iron deficiency tablets I was put on iron tab. Let's for my anemia. 2 tool. Adjective. Cool, hot, warm electric, steam travel. Register trademark symbol verb plus iron use user cool iron on synthetics. Register trademark symbol phrases run an iron over STH, just need to run an iron. Over my shirt, then PM ready. Iron verb. EADV. Beautifully, carefully, properly her clothes were. always beautifully ironed. Register trademark symbol phrases freshly / newly ironed, a neat pile of freshly troned shirts need ironing, my jeans need ironing. Ironic adjective. Verbs be seem find sth. Eadv. Deeply, extremely, heavily, particularly, very. Quite, rather, slightly, somewhat, doubly delcios. Lie, suitably, tragically. Ironing noun. Register trademark symbol at quant. Pile, there's a pile of ironing waiting to be done. Asterisk at verb plus ironing, do, who does the ironing in your house. Need, this shirt needs ironing. At ironing plus noun board. Irony noun. Adjective. Great, heavy, she tried to ignore the heavy irony in his voice. Gentle, she congratulated him with gentle irony. Bitter, cruel, tragic, neat, nice, it is a nice irony that the Minister of Transport missed the meeting because her train was delayed. Final, supreme, ultimate. The final irony was that he became Minister of Education having left school at 12. Dramatic, equals in a play, when a actor's words carry an extra meaning that the character is not aware of. Copyright symbol quant. Hint, touch, trace, he thanked us all without a touch of irony. Register trademark symbol prep. Beer. Tilde, pure cruel irony, he died in a crash while returning home from the war. Irrational adjective. Register trademark symbol verbs appear, be, seem, become, consider, sth. Regard sth as, see sth as, dismiss sth as, he dismissed her fears as irrational. At adv. Quite, totally, wholly, increasingly, some. What, apparently, seemingly. Irreconcilable arch. Register trademark symbol verbs appear, be, seem, become, remain. Eadv. Absolutely, totally, utterly, apparently, seem. Ingly, a seemingly irreconcilable conflict. Prep. With these practices are irreconcilable with the law of the Church. Irregular adjective. One not regular in size / shape / frequency. Register trademark symbol verbs be, look, become. Eadv. Highly, very, rather, slightly, somewhat. 7 He cells are slightly irregular in shape. 2 Not allowed according to the rules. Register trademark symbol verbs be, seem, sound. Eadv. Highly, most, very, it would be highly irregular for a police officer to accept money in this way. Slightly. Somewhat, some, somewhat irregular business practices. Irregularity noun. Adjective. Serious, minor, slight, at slight irregularity in the surface of the wood. Widespread, the newspaper claimed there were widespread irregularities in the election. Electoral, financial, procedural, voting. Investigator Tours found no evidence of financial irregularity. Register trademark symbol verb plus irregularity. Investigate, uncover. At irregularity plus verb occur, take place. Regular. Ites occur when there is no central control. Prep. Tilde, in auditors have uncovered serious irregularities in the accounts. Irrelevant arch. Register trademark symbol verbs appear, be, seem, become, make. Sth, ren. Der sth, consider sth, deem sth, regard sth as, see sth as, view sth as, dismiss sth as. These arguments were dismissed as irrelevant. Eadv. Completely, entirely, quite, totally, utterly, while Lie increasingly almost, more or less, virtually. Largely rather, somewhat simply strictly the mat. Ter is strictly irrelevant at this point in the proceedings. Apparently, seemingly ludicrously irreal. Vant thoughts swarmed in her head. Politically. Prep. To her statement is irrelevant to this case. Copyright symbol it's irrelevant to me. Irresistible adjective. Register trademark symbol verbs be, prove become remain make SB/STH. The very high salary made the job irresistible. Find SB/STH you'll find our offer irresistible. EADV. Quite, totally almost simply apparently. Seemingly public spending has an apparently irresistible momentum. Somehow. At prep. To his rugged good looks made him irresistible to women. Irresponsible adjective. Register trademark symbol verbs be seem, sound become consider SB/STH. EADV. Extremely, grossly, highly, terribly, very this was highly irresponsible behavior. Completely, total. Lie, utterly, wholly he's fun, but totally irresponsible. Slightly, somewhat socially 7 is socially irresponsible to refuse young people advice on sexual matters. Irrigation noun. Adjective. Large scale, small scale. At irrigation plus noun project, scheme, system. Canal, channel, ditch pump. At prep. Under tilde 2 million acres under irrigation. Irritate verb. EADV. Intensely, really the noise was beginning to irritate me intensely. Copyright symbol that man really irritates me. Slight. Lie easily she was moody at times and easily irritated. 433 itch. Irritated adjective. At verbs be, feel, look, sound become, get. EADV. Deeply, profoundly thoroughly increasingly. Faintly, a little, mildly, rather, slightly visibly. Prep. At she was deeply irritated at being thwarted by. He was slightly irritated by her forgetfulness. Irritation noun. One feeling / cause of being irritated. Adjective. Considerable, great, intense, major, serious. Some growl, increasing mild, minor, silk the. Minor irritation of having to cue constant. At verb plus irritation feel he felt sly irritation at being kept waiting. Express, show he showed no irrita. Clan at the delay. Conceal, HLDE, suppress she made no attempt to conceal her irritation. Cause such delays can cause considerable irritation. Irritation plus verb grow, rise she felt irritation rise. In her. Show she didn't let her irritation show. At prep. In tilde Gary shook his head in irritation. To your tilde I found to my great irritation that I'd forgotten the film. With tilde of course not she said with some irritation. Tilde at. Our irritation at the delay tilde to this is a major irritation to travelers. Tilde with her irritation with people who were slow. Phrases 4 am feeling / sense of irritation, a source of ire. Irritation traffic noise is a source of constant irritation. 2 slight pain in part of the body. At adjective. Intense, severe mild skin nutrient to. Treat skin irritation. Verb plus irritation cause, lead to the infection can. cause intense irritation of the throat. Experience, get. Suffer, stop using the cream if you get any irritation. Islam noun. Adjective. Shire, sunny. Equals, note at religion, for verbs and phrases. Island noun. At adjective. Outlying, remote, a ferry service to the outlying is. Lands, coral, tropical, volcanic desert, uninhabited. Offshore, his money is in an offshore island bank. At quant. Chain, group, a group of tropical islands. At island plus noun chain, group, the island chain of the Outer Hebrides home they were forced to leave. There is. Land home and start a new life on the mainland. Para. Dis, the island paradise of Phuket. At prep. On and / the tilde, he owns a house on the island. At phrase is the coast / and / side / tip of an island. The best beaches are on the southern tip of the island. Isolated adjective. At verbs appear, be, feel, become, get, remain. Leave SB / STH without help, many elderly people would be left isolated. Keep SB / STH, she kept herself at most isole. Eted from her colleagues. EADV. Extremely, very, completely, entirely, totally. Utterly, increasingly, progressively, almost, largely. Quite, rather, relatively, somewhat, effectively, essentially, apparently, an apparently isolated incident. Culturally, diplomatically, economically, geographical. Lie, physically, socially, a culturally isolated community. Unless a compromise could be reached, the country would be diplomatically isolated on this issue. At prep. From a child who is isolated from other children. Isolation, xaun. Adjective. Complete, total, enforced, the enforced isolation of life in an Arctic weather station. Diplomatic, geographical, political, international, the country could face international isolation if it does not withdraw its troops. Emotional, social, the social isolation of single mothers at home with their babies. Verb plus isolation. Experience, suffer, from, many immigrants experience isolation. At isolation plus noun. Hospital, ward. At prep. In tilde, the figures should not be looked at in isolation but as part of a pattern. Phrases in splendid isolat long, the tower stands in splendid isolation on the cliff edge. Issue noun. One problem. Adjective. Big, burning, central, critical, crucial, important. Key, main, major, vital. Europe remains the burning issue within the party. Wider, the problem raises wider issues of gender and identity. Minor, side, basic, fundament. Tal, real, the real issue is where the power lies. Contentious, controversial, difficult, thorny, the controversial issue of censorship. Complextive, unresolved, the strike of 10 years ago is still very much a live issue in the town. Domestic, global, international, local, nationale. Regional, commercial, constitutional, economic, edu. Cational, environmental, ethical, health, moral, policy. Political, social, technical, theoretical. At quant. Number, range, series. Verb plus issue. Raise debate, discuss this evening. We're debating the issue of the legalization of soft drugs. Decide, settle, a referendum was held to settle the issue. Address, consider, deal with, examine, explore, look at. Tackle, clarify, focus on. We really need to focus on this one issue and not get sidetracked. Touch on the issue of birth control was touched on, but we need to examine it in more detail, i.e. highlight the report highlights 3 issues. Confuse. This argument should not be allowed to confuse the issue. Avoid, evade. At issue plus verb arise, issues arising from the survey. Underlie sth, a more important issue underlies this debate. At prep. At tilde, what you say is interesting, but it does not affect the point at issue here. On and / the tilde, she spoke on the issue of private health care. Tilde, about fundamental issues. About working conditions, tilde, concerning issues concerning the environment, tilde, relating to the conference examined. Key issues relating to the reform. 2-1 in a series of publications. Adjective. Current back special, a special issue of stamps. Copyright symbol verb plus issue, bring out, publish. Issue plus verb, come out, go on sale, be out. Prep. In and / the tilde, an article in the current issue of Newsweek. Issue verb. Adv. Formerly the bank which formally issues and handles these credit cards directly. The safest checks are those issued directly by the bank, known as bankers' drafts. Jointly, a document issued jointly by the Treasury and the Home Office. Immediately, promptly he left the company and promptly issued a writ claiming $45 million in damages. Prep. Against, formal, arrest warrants were issued against 16 of the protesters. On behalf of a statement is sued on behalf of the UN Secretary General to the new guidelines have been issued to all doctors. With some of the police were issued with rifles. At phrases, newly issued banknotes. Italian noun. Note at language. Ich noun. Adjective. Irritating. Ich 434. Register trademark symbol verb plus itch, relieve, scratch, at, the dog was scratching at an itch behind its left ear. Itch verb. Adv. Positively. Verb plus itch make sb, the heat made me itch all over. At prep. For he was itching for a chance to show how good he was. With her fingers positively itched with the desire to slap his face. Item noun. Register trademark symbol adjective. Individual, particular, single, specific Zach Indi. Visual item has a number. Essential, important J keep. Essential items in my hand luggage when I fly. Main. Major, the main item on the agenda. Copyright symbol, a major item of expenditure, expensive, valuable. Several valuable items were stolen. Commodity, consumer. Computers became a consumer item in the early 1990s. Luxury, there is a higher tax on luxury items. Food, household items such as brushes and bedclothes. Collectors. The 1970s American model has become something of a collector's item. Agenda, data, news. At prep. Tilde of several items of clothing were found near the scene of the crime. Tilde on the program featured an turn on clothes for young children. At phrases, item by item. Check the list carefully, item by item. An item on the agenda / menu. Itinerary noun. Adjective. detailed, full, demanding tourist. At verb plus itinerary, arrange, plan, follow tourists. Following a demanding itinerary. At itinerary plus verb include sth, your itinerary includes a visit to Stonehenge. At prep. In and / the tilde, historic sites are featured prominent. Lie in their itineraries. On and / the tilde, the National Gallery is on most tourists' itinerary. Ivory, noun. Adjective. Solid, carved, poached. Register trademark symbol verb plus ivory be made from / out of carve sth. From / in a figure delicately carved in ivory be inlaid with. A table made of polished wood, inlaid with ivory. Ivory plus noun trade. Prep. In tilde, a statuette in ivory and gold. Register trademark symbol phrase is the trade in ivory. Ivy, noun. Asterisk # adjective. Dense, thick, trailing, variegated. At verb plus ivy grow, we're going to grow a variegated ivy. Up the back of the house. Plant, put in, cut back, cut. Down, keep down, the ivy's got very thick. It needs cutting. Back a bit. Be covered in, the walls were covered in ivy. Ivy plus verb grow, ivy grew up the side of the house. Climb, cling, crawl, creep, trail, twine, there was ivy cling into the wall. Ivy plus noun leaves. JJ. Jab, noun. One sudden hit, / push. Adjective. Left, right, hard, painful, sharp elbow. Verb plus jab give sb feel. Copyright symbol prep. Tilde in / to Scott gave him a sharp left jab to the ribs. Injection. Adjective. Flu, tetanus, typhoid, etc. Register trademark symbol verb plus jab have. Did you have a flu jab this year? Give sb. Jack, noun. Equals, note at card. Jacket, noun. Adjective. Fitted, tailored, baggy, loose, heavy, light. Lightweight, double-breasted, single-breasted belt. Zip-up, padded, quilted bolero, waterproof. Waxed, bulletproof, camouflage, check / checked. Striped, corduroy, cotton, denim, fleece, leather, linen. Sheepskin, suede, tweed, wool, pajama, suit, uniform. Bomber, combat, dinner, flak, flying, life, shooting. Ski, smoking, sports, he wore a tweed sports jacket. Register trademark symbol verb plus jacket, pull on, shrug, sth, into, shrug on. Slip on, throw on, she shrugged her shoulders into her jacket. Pull off, remove, shrug off, / out of, slip off, but. Turn, up, do up, zip up, unbutton, undo, unzip, hang. Up, drape, sling, a light cotton jacket was draped over her shoulders. At jacket plus verb hang, his jacket hung over the back of his chair. Jacket plus noun pocket, sleeve, he pulled his passport from his inside jacket pocket. Register trademark symbol phrases. A jacket and tie, gentlemen are requested to wear a jacket and tie for dinner. Special page at clothes. Jackpot, noun. Adjective. £1 million, etc. Copyright symbol verb plus jackpot get, hit, scoop, win, figurative. The National Theatre hit the jackpot with its first musical, Guys and Dolls. Jackpot plus noun prize winner. Copyright symbol prep. Tilde in they scooped the jackpot in yesterday's lot. Tree. Tilde of a prize jackpot of £100 000 tilde on he won the jackpot. On the football pools. Jail, also gaol, noun. Adjective. County, local high security, maximum security, top security, private, overcrowded. Verb plus jail, go to, he's gone to jail for fraud. Put SB in, send SB to, throw SB in, to keep SB in, be freed from, be / get out of, be released from with good behave. She could be out of jail in 2 years. Escape from. Threaten SB with, he was threatened with jail if evidence of a hoax was discovered. Face, avoid, escape, she avoid. Ed jail by pleading self-defense. Jail plus noun, sentence, term. Copyright symbol, prep. At a / the tilde, riots at Strange Ways jail in, a / the tilde. How long has she been in jail? There was a fire in the jail last night. Jam, noun. Adjective. Homemade plum, strawberry, etc. Register trademark symbol, quant. Dollop, jar, pot. Verb plus jam, make spread, sth with, she spread the toast thinly with raspberry jam. Jam plus noun, jar, donut, sandwich, sponge, tart. Phrases, bread and jam. Special page at food. Jam, verb. Adv. Completely. Phrases, be jammed full of sth, tech cupboards were jammed full of old newspapers. Be jammed solid, the traffic was jammed solid in the city center. Be jammed tight. With sth, the room is jammed tight with furniture. Be jammed up with, the streets were completely jammed with traffic. January, noun. Equals note at month. Japanese, noun. Japanese plus noun, script character. Equals note at language. Jar, noun. Register trademark symbol, adjective. Screw top / screw topped, airtight, sealed. Stop at sterilized, preserving, storage, earthen. Ware, glass, stone / stoneware, coffee, cookie, jam. Marmalade, pickle, sweet. Copyright symbol, verb plus jar, fill, he was filling a jar with coins for his holiday. Seal, preserves, thin, store sth in. Jar plus verb, be filled with sth, be full of sth, contain. Sth, a jar full of pickled onions. Prep. In / into / the tilde, a fadger of marmalade. Jargon, noun. Obscure, un. Legal, scientific. Adjective. Current, incomprehensible. Necessary, academic, computer. Technical. Register trademark symbol, quant. Peace. Verb plus jargon, speak, in, use, he always speaks in. Obscure legal jargon. Avoid. At prep. In tilde, in computer jargon, tilde for all necessary means is diplomatic jargon for war. Jaw, noun. One bone that contains teeth. Adjective. Bottom, lower top, upper firm, strong. Clenched, set, slack, jutting, lantern, equals in which the lower part sticks out, thrusting, pointed, square. Broken, dislocated, fractured. Register trademark symbol, verb plus jaw, clench, set finger. Rub. Stroke, he fin. Geared his jaw thoughtfully. Break, dislocate, fracture. Jaw plus verb, drop, sag, my jaw dropped in astonish. Meant when I saw the size of the audience. Be set, clench. Set, tighten, her jaw was set, ready for a fight. Jut, his jaw jutted stubbornly forward, he would not be denied. Copyright symbol jaw plus noun bone, muscle injury. Prep. In your tilde a muesli in his jaw pulsed angrily. On your tilde he had 2 days growth of stubble on his jaw. 2. The tilde a punch to the jaw under your tilde she had a fold of flesh under her jaw. At phrases the line / set of your jaw the stern set of the officer's jaw made Tony realize he was in trouble. Jazz 436. 2 jaws mouth. Adjective. Gaping, open massive, powerful a shark can crush a boat with its massive jaws. Slavering the slaver. In jaws of the guard dog stopped anyone going near. Register trademark symbol verb plus jaws clamp, close, lock, sink the dog locked its jaws on her leg and wouldn't let go. Copyright symbol a spider sank its jaws into my ankle. Escape, from, the antelope could not escape the crocodile's gaping jaws. At prep. Between its tilde s the dog had his arm clamped between its jaws. Jazz noun. At adjective. Live free / free form, modern, trad / traditional. Copyright symbol verb plus jazz play improvise listen to. At jazz plus noun muzzled clarinetist, guitarist, musician, player, singer, etc. Clarinet, guitar, vocals, etc. Band, combo, group, quartet, trio improvisation. Chords, rhythms club, venue festival scene the rising stars of the New York jazz scene. At prep. In tilde harmonies and rhythms common in jazz. Jealous adjective. Register trademark symbol verbs be, feel, sound become, get, grow make. SB ignore her, she's only trying to make you jealous. EADV. Bitterly, furiously, insanely, madly, really, very. Can remember feeling madly jealous when he was with other women. A bit, a little, quite, rather obsessively. Peter was obsessively jealous and his behavior was in his wife away. Sexually. At prep. About there's nothing for you to feel jealous about. Of she was rather jealous of me. Oh, he had started to get jealous of her success. Jealousy noun. Adjective. Bitter, extreme, intense, obsessive, pure, violent. Irrational professional, sexual. At quant. Fit he broke off the engagement in a fit of jealousy. Pang, rush, stab, twinge I felt a pang of jealousy. At verb plus jealousy feel she'd never felt jealousy before. Arouse, cause, create, provoke her promotion. Aroused intense jealousy among her colleagues. At prep. Tilde of his obsessive jealousy of his ex-wife. Phrases feelings of jealousy. Jeans noun. At adjective. Stretch, tight baggy, flared, denim black. Blue bleached, faded, stone-washed patched, ripped. Scruffy, torn cut off designer. At quant. Pair she pulled on a pair of faded biogens. Verb plus jeans pull on, pull up pull off, strip off. Zip up unzip. Jeans plus noun pocket. Special page at clothes. Jelly noun. At verb plus jelly eat, have, make shall I make a jelly. Saw pudding. Jelly plus verb set put the jelly in the fridge to set. Wobble. At prep. In tilde fruit in jelly. Special page at food. Jeopardy's verb. EADV. Seriously, this scandal could seriously jeopardize his chances of being re-elected. Jerk noun. Adjective. Sharp, sudden, painful. Register trademark symbol verb plus jerk. Give his thigh muscle gave a sudden jerk. At prep. With a tilde of she answered with a jerk of her head. Jerk verb. At adv. Suddenly, sharply, violently, convulsively. Spasmodically away, back, backwards, downwards. Forward, round, up, upright, upwards. She suddenly jerked her hand away. Oh, his head jerked up. At phrases jerk awake. The train stopped and she jerked awake. Jerk sth open. He jerked the door open. Jerk to a halt / stop. The bus jerked to a stop. Jersey noun. At adjective. Thick polo neck, v-neck, etc. Cashmere. Football, rugby. At verb plus jersey puyan knit. Special page at clothes. Jet noun. One plane with a jet engine. At adjective. Jumbo supersonic commercial, passenger. Private business, corporate, executive holiday. Cargo Air Force, fighter, military tow flying. Register trademark symbol verb plus jet fly, pilot. Jet plus verb fly take off land crash, explode. Jet plus noun aircraft, airliner, bomber, fighter, plane. Engine fuel pilot. At prep. By tilde Australia was a mere couple of hours away. By jet. Copyright symbol she was flown by private jet to the capital USA. In a / the tilde he flew to Mallorca in his private jet. To stream of gas, water, etc. Adjective. Little air, gas, water. At prep. Tilde of little jets of steam spurted from the engine. Jew noun. Adjective. Devout, plus, practicing, religious. His family are all practicing Jews. Secular Hasidic, Orthodox. Progressive, Reform Ashkenazi, Sephardic. At verb plus Jew be born. He was born a Jew in first center. Turi Palestine. Become. Jewel noun. At adjective. Precious, priceless, bright, brilliant, sparkling. At verb plus jewel wear. Jewel plus verb sparkle. Jewel plus noun thief box, case. Jewelry noun. Adjective. Expensive, valuable, cheap, beautiful, fine. Costume, equals which may be designed to look expensive but is made with cheap materials, designer, antique. Family, personal. She inherited the family jewelry. Dear. Mund, gold, etc. At quant. Pulse. At verb plus jewelry wear make design steel. Jewelry plus noun box, case shop design. Designer. Special page at clothes. Jigsaw noun. Adjective. Giant, huge, 200-piece, etc. Quant. Bit, piece. One piece of the jigsaw is still missing. At verb plus jigsaw do I used to enjoy doing jigsaws. Piece together, figurative. The police managed to piece together the jigsaw and reconstruct the victim's last hours. Finish. Jigsaw plus noun puzzle piece. Phrase is a piece in a jigsaw, figurative. This is an 437 jog. Other piece in the jigsaw that will help us understand the biology of cancer. Jinx noun. Register trademark symbol verb plus jinx. Shake off. The team seems to have shaken off the jinx that's been dogging them for months. Jinx plus verb hit SB, strike SB. The injury jinx has struck Real Madrid. Dog SB, haunt SB. At prep. Tilde on I'm sure there's a jinx on this car. Job noun. 1. Employment. E. Adjective. High-powered, top. It's one of the top jobs in man. Agement. Decent, good, worthwhile, interesting. Plum. The plum jobs all went to friends of the prime minis. Ter. Cushy. His father found him a cushy job in the office, with almost nothing to do and a whacking great salary. Dream, ideal. What would be your dream job? Boring. Dead end, menial, routine, undemanding. He was forced to take a series of menial jobs. Challenging, demanding. Difficult, taxing. Highly paid, well paid, badly paid. Low paid. Full-time, part-time. 9 to 5. Regular, steady. He was tempted to give up freelancing and get a regular job. Permanent, temporary. Holiday, summer, vac / vacation, evening, Saturday, weekend. Paid, unpaid. Manual, non-manual. Semi-skilled, skilled, unskilled. Blue collar, white collar. Desk. A desk job in the police housing department proper. He'd done lots of part-time work, but this was his first proper job. Manufacturing. Teaching. E. Verb plus job. Have. She's got a very good job with a local firm of solicitors. Look for, apply for, go for, find, get. Land, take. She got a temporary job stacking shelves. Copyright symbol. His just landed himself a highly paid job in the city. Lose. He's frightened of losing his job. Give up, pack in, resign. From. Hold down, keep. He's always had difficulty hold ing down a job. Advertise. I saw the job advertised on the internet. Interview, SB, for. We're interviewing for the job in the sales department. Give. SB, offer. SB, create. Provide, SB, with. It is hoped that the scheme will create new jobs in the region. Axe, cut, shed. Management are hoping to shed 200 jobs. Protect, safeguard. The deal between the union and management should safeguard 6000 jobs. Do. Am only doing my job, equals doing what I am paid to do. No, he certainly knows his job, equals is very good at his job. Dot. Register trademark symbol. Job plus verb. Pay. The job doesn't pay very well. Go. 250 jobs are to go at the local steel plant. E. Job plus noun. Search. The first step in a job search is to prepare an up-to-date CV. Ad, advertisement. Vacancy. Application. Interview. Title. His job title is Chief Hygiene Operative. Description, specifications. Cleaning. The office is not in my job description. Market. There is an enormous job market for teachers at the moment. Cuts. Losses. Creation. Opportunities, prospects. Satisfaction. How would you rate your job satisfaction? SE. Security workers questioned rated job security as being more important than high salary. Hunter, seeker. Local companies are holding an open day for job seekers. Sharing. The introduction of job sharing could prevent the need for redundancies. E-prep, in a / the tilde. There's not much chance of promotion in a job like that. On the tilde. You will receive training on the job. Out of a tilde. She found herself out of a job when her boss died. Tilde. As. She's got a job as a waitress. Tilde. At. She got a teaching job at the university. Tilde. For jobs for women. Tilde. In a job in food retailing. O. Job in a large firm. Tilde. With. He moved to a better paid job with another employer. At phrase is a loss of jobs, the closure of the cement FAC. Tory will mean the loss of over 800 jobs. The right person. For the job, despite the small number of applicants, they managed to find the right person for the job. To task. Adjective. Admirable, amazing, excellent, fine, first rate. Good, grand, magnificent, marvelous, professional. Terrific, thorough, wonderful, difficult, hard, tough. They gave me the tough job of telling applicants that they'd been rejected. Easy, important, big, long, lit. Till, small, fiddly, tedious, fiddly little jobs like wiring. Plugs, dirty, unenviable. Cooper had the unenviable job of announcing the redundancies. Register, trademark, symbol, verb plus job, do, make. You've done a grand job with that decorating. Oh, try wedging it open, that should do the job. Equals be effective, /successful. Oh, she made a very good job of covering up the damage. Have, on, you'll have a hard job convincing them that you're right. Copyright symbol, the builder has a couple of jobs on at the moment. Give SB, take on, she's taken on the job of organizing the Christmas party. Get on with, I ought to get on with the job of painting my room today. Prep. Tilde in the author has done an admirable job in compiling all this material. Tilde of he made a very profession al job of replacing the windows. Tilde on you've done a good job on the car. At phrases get a job done, we're hoping to get the job done this weekend. Odd jobs equals small, practical jobs. I spend most Saturdays doing odd jobs around the house. 3 crime. Adjective. Bank inside equals done by SB in the organization where the crime happens. At verb plus job, do, he got 6 months for that last job he did. Bungle, the gang bungled the job and got caught. Note. Jobs. B. Work as Tilde. She's a well-known writer. Her father, a trained chef, now works as a bus driver. Study to be, train as, train to be Tilde. She trained as a painter and sculptor. Start, work, as Tilde. He started work as a trainee chef. Become, qualify as Tilde. She qualified as a vet last year. Employ, SB as, have. The company employs more than 1,500 engineers. Engage, SB as, get, hire, SB as, recruit, take on Tilde. They have recruited a new designer. Appoint, SB, as, make SB tilde are usually used with academic, official or highly responsible jobs. He was appointed professor of law at Yale. At 39 she was made chairman of the board. Dismiss, fire, sack tilde. The club have sacked their coach. Equals, see also the note at professional. Jockey noun. Adjective. Champion, top winning apprentice armor. Tier jump, equals who rides in races that involve jumping. Stable, equals who rides the horses of a particular trainer or training stable. Jockey plus verb ride, sth, which jockey will be riding tomorrow. Win, sth, the race was won by top jockey Eddie Andrews. Job noun. Adjective. Brisk, slow. At verb plus jog, go for, he goes for a brisk jog before work each morning. Prep, at a tilde j, began at a slow jog and gradually increased my pace. Jog 438. Jog verb. At ADV. Slowly, steadily. Prep. Along, down, up they jogged steadily up the hill. At phrases go jogging, she decided to go jogging each morning. Jog on the spot, she was jagging on the spot to keep warm. Join verb. 1. Become a member of STH. Verb plus join, want to, wish to, flock to. By this time, people were flocking to join the cult. Decide to pull. Swayed SB to be allowed to, refuse to. Phrase is an invitation to join STH. To do STH with SB else. Verb plus join, wish to invite SB to, they've invited us to join them on their yacht. Be allowed to, she was now old enough to be allowed to join the adults. Be expected to, thousands of people are expected to join the sponsored walk. Decide to, refuse to. At prep. For will you join me shortly for a drink in the bar? I'm sure you will all wish to join me in thanking our speaker tonight. With please will you all join with me in singing the national anthem? At phrases come and join SB, he waved a fork in greeting. Came and join us, an invitation to join SB /STH. Phrasal verb. Joinen. EADV. Enthusiastically they all joined enthusiastically. In the dancing. Verb plus joinen, want to, refuse to. At prep. With everyone joined in with the singing. Wish he would join in with the other children. Joint noun. Tin the body. Adjective. Elbow, hip, knee, etc. Inflamed, painful. Rheumatic, stiff, swollen, artificial. At verb plus joint, replace, he's going to have his hip joint replaced. Joint plus verb ake, move, the joint should be able to move freely. At prep. In a / the tilde, you've got fluid in the joint. Tilde be. Tween the joint between the lower and upper parts of the arm. Copyright symbol phrases put STH out of joint, she fell and put her knee out of joint. 2. Connecting point. Adjective. Airtight, watertight, leaking. Verb plus joint, make, seal. At prep. Tilde between, a joint between two lengths of copper. 3. Piece of meat. Adjective. Bacon. At verb plus joint, cook, roast, carve. Copyright symbol prep. Tilde of a joint of beef /lamb /pork. Joke noun. Adjective. Funny, good old, that's an old joke, I've heard it lots of times. Cruel, sick, huge, dirty. Verb plus joke, crack, make, tell, he's marvelous at tale. In jokes. Play, he's always playing jokes on people. Have, share, she likes to have a joke with her employees. Here, get, laugh at, we all fell about laughing, but he didn't get the joke. Take, the trouble is she can't take a joke. Treat STH as he treated his exams, ace, a huge joke. Joke plus verb fall flat, the audience weren't very responsive and the jokes fell a bit flat. Be on SB, I thought. TDPI, a trick on them, but in the end the joke was on me. Prep. As a tilde, JT was only said as a jake. Tilde about have. Yao heard the joke about the elephant and the moors. At phrases make a joke of STH, we tried to make a joke of our situation, but if ways I, really funny. Joke verb. EADV. Half, she was only half joking about being Prime Minister ain't day. Prep. About, we joked about the amount of luggage we had to carry. With joking with her friends. Sent at phrases be only joking don't worry, only joking. Joking apart /aside, equals used to show you are now being so. IOUs after you have said st funny, laugh and joke they. Laughed and joked as they walked along. You must be jock. In no way am I doing that. You must be joking. Joker noun. Note at card. Jolt noun. Adjective. Nasty, severe, sharp, sickening, sudden, un. Pleasant little, slight. Verb plus jolt feet give my mother's death gave me. Severe jolt. Send receive she received such a jolt that she nearly dropped her cup. Phrases with a tilde the phrase started with a jolt. Tilde of. The blow sent a jolt of pain through his body. Tilde to his dismissal was a severe jolt to his pride. Journal noun. One serious magazine. Adjective. Academic, learned, scholarly professional. Technical, trade house / in-house the house journal of. The Southwestern Gas Board non-specialist, specialist. Research, reviewing business, literary, medical, SCI. ENS / scientific August, high-ranked / high-ranking. Leading, major, prestigious nature was the highest. Ranked journal in the survey. Official it's the official. Journal of the Medical Foundation. International, national monthly, quarterly, weekly. Copyright symbol quant. Copy please send me 2 copies of your new journal. Edition, issue, volume. Verb plus journal read edit, write for an academic. Who writes for specialist journals produce, publish. Buy, get, subscribe to she subscribes to quite a few. Academic journals. E-journal plus verb come out the journal comes out. 5 times a year. E-journal plus noun article editor. Copyright symbol prep. In a / the tilde an article in a medical journal tilde of. The British Journal of Geology. To diary. Adjective. Private daily. Verb plus journal keep, right Lady Franklin kept a daily journal of the voyage. Read. At journal plus noun entry her journal entry for that day describes a thunderstorm. Copyright symbol prep. In a / the tilde the events are all recorded in her jaw. Now. Tilde of he wrote a journal of his travels. Journalism noun. At adjective. Good professional investigative popular. Tabloid checkbook, disapproving, magazine, news. Paper, print broadcast, radio, television fashion, lit. Irary, medical, music, science, sports. At quant. Piece a fine piece of investigative journalism. At phrases a career in journalism ID like a career in journalism. The world of journalism. Equals note at subject, for verbs and nouns. Journalist noun. At adjective. Brilliant, good experienced leading, well. 439 judgment. Known professional freelance investigative for. Ain magazine, newspaper, print, tabloid broad. Cast, radio, television business, environmental, fash. Ion, financial, literary, political, sports. At verb plus journalist speak to, talk to, tell she was warned against speaking to journalists about the affair. Register trademark symbol journalist plus verb investigate write, a journalist writing for a current affairs publication port, on, sth. E at prep. Tilde on / with an investigative journalist with a French newspaper. Equals, note at job. Journey noun. E adjective. Long, marathon brief, short outward. Homeward, return onward. The bus driver told us where to change buses for our onward journey. Bus, car, rail. Railway, train, etc. 5 mile, 4 hour, etc. Comfort. Able, easy, good, pleasant, safe. I hope you had a good journey. Have a safe journey. Arduous, awkward, bad. Difficult, grueling, hard, tedious, terrible, tiring, torture. Aus dangerous, hazardous, perilous. Overland. Cross-country daily overnight epic an epic journey. Nay, across Africa on foot wasted. The library was closed when I got there, so it was a wasted journey. Emotional. Sentimental, spiritual. He made the emotional journey back to the house he grew up in. Register trademark symbol verb plus journey goon, have, make. He wasn't there, and we had a wasted journey. Break, we broke our return journey in San Francisco. Begin, set out on. Continue. Resume, they continued their journey on foot. Complete. E-journey plus verb take, SB, the journey takes about 5 hours. Copyright symbol, his journey took him across Central Asia. Begin and E-journey plus noun time. At prep, on tilde, they were on a journey to the Far East. Tilde by a journey by air / bus / land / rail / sea, etc. Tilde across. Tilde between, tilde down the journey down the Rhine, tilde from, tilde of. A journey of 300 miles or a journey of 5 days, tilde through. Tilde to the bus journey from London to Athens took 60 hours. Tilde up. Register trademark symbol phrases be tired after / from a journey, a jag / stage of. A journey. Dawn was breaking as we set out on the last leg of our journey. Joy noun. E adjective. Delirious, ecstatic, fierce, great, heady, over. Whelming, pure, real, sheer, true, wild, wonderful. Sim. Pull sudden, inner, physical. The physical joys of fine wines and gourmet foods. E verb plus joy bring SB. Her books have brought great joy to millions of people. Experience, feel the pure joy I felt at being free again. Be filled with, be full of X. Press find, get, take, find J in many kinds of music. Copyright symbol. She got no joy out of working. Copyright symbol. I took a fierce joy in telling them the truth. E joy plus verb go. All the joy had gone out of his life. Register trademark symbol prep. To your tilde, she found to her joy that the house had a large garden. With tilde I could have shouted with joy. Tilde at. Protesters expressed joy at the government's decision. Register trademark symbol phrases dance, jump, sing, weep, etc. for joy. J later. Atlee jumped for joy when I heard the news. A joy to behold. See, watch, etc. The children's expressions were a joy to behold. Your pride and joy equals a person or thing that makes you feel great pride or satisfaction. The pride and joy of the town is the splendid castle. Tars of joy. Judaism noun. E adjective. Hasidic, Orthodox, progressive. Ashkenazi, Sephardic. Note at religion, for verbs and phrases. Reform. Judge noun. 1 applies the law. E. Adjective. Experienced learned senior presiding. Trial deputy appeal, court, appellate, circuit. County court, district, federal, high court, supreme court. E. Verb plus judge be, sit as by next year you could be sit. Ting as a high court judge. Appoint, SB as. E. Judge plus verb preside, sit which judge will be sitting next week. Call SB the judge called the remaining wit. Ness for the crown. Direct SB the judge must direct the jury on points of law. Consider STH accept STH, admit. STH the judge admitted the notes of the interview as evidence. Dismiss STH, refuse STH, reject STH the trial. Judge dismissed her compensation claim. Conclude STH. Decide STH, find STH, hold STH, rule STH, uphold STH. The judge held that the company had been negligent. Sum up. The judge summed up and the jury retired to consider its verdict. Sentence SB order STH the judge ordered the company to pay compensation to the claimant. Award. SB, STH, grant, SB, STH the judge awarded him damages of £20,000. 2 decides who has won a competition. E. Adjective. Competition independent. E. Quant. Panel a panel of independent judges. Register trademark symbol verb plus judge choose SB /STH, decide STH. E. Phrases the judge's decision on theme trees is final. 3 has the ability / knowledge to give an opinion. E. Adjective. Astute, good, great, shrewd you are the best. Judge of what your body needs. Copyright symbol a shrewd judge of character or impartial.